Hello and welcome to this training on Adobe Premiere Pro. And congrats on making the decision to learn and master this incredible program. Premiere Pro gives you the distinct ability to harness your creative energies in the form of video editing like no other. And once you learn even the basics, you'll have a skill set that can be used in almost any industry and field. Now, what do we cover in this intro to Premiere Pro class? First, we go over the Premiere Pro interface and get a feel for navigating and personalizing the program. Then we quickly import some content and get it organized in folders, or what Premiere Pro calls bins. Once our content is imported and organized, we then determine what footage should be used for importing into our timeline for editing. Once in our timeline, we learn a ton of cool stuff like cropping, trimming, slicing, rippling, rolling, slipping, sliding. Yes, these are real things. So again, congratulations on this decision. You are going to have a blast. Now, just a quick note that this course is designed to be an interactive, hands-on course. So occasionally, you'll hear me say things like, pause the video and practice on your own. This will ensure you get the most out of the course and learn the program in a more experiential, hands-on manner. I'm looking forward to teaching you all the cool things that Premiere Pro has to offer, so stay tuned and get ready to learn. Welcome, everybody. What we are looking at here is a blank new project. This project has no assets in it, has not been customized. This is essentially what you're going to see once you've created a new project from scratch. We're going to go over the process on how to create something from scratch from the beginning. But what we're going to look at here is understanding the interface and the workspace of all of what we call our panels. So what are panels? You can see here, this is our source panel. This is our program panel. This is our timeline panel. This is our project panel. And you'll see there's some other kind of hidden ones here, like our media browser panel, etc. So you can see them all over the place. Now, each of these panels is customizable. We can move them around, you can close them, and you can even add on new ones that aren't available. Now let's see where we can go to add on new panels that are not available from what we see here on the front end. So if we click on the window menu up on top, you're going to see that there is a whole bunch of panels that are not showing, or some in fact are showing. You can see based on the check marks, and some don't have check marks. So for example, if I wanted to add on, let's just see essential graphics, you'll see now that pops up over here. Okay, fantastic. Now if I don't want that anymore, I can very easily right click on that, close panel, and that goes away. Okay, pretty great. Now some of these, if you don't want them, you can always click on the little X right there, and that will make that disappear. I'm not going to do that right now because I want to kind of run through an exercise on some situations where you want to close something, and then when you want to bring it back, how we can come back to a saved layout per se. All right, so very good. So we can see number one, this is the panel, the series of panels that we're currently looking at. Now, how did this particular set of panels now even start to come up? Right? Why is it showing these panels and not other panels? That is the big existential question. I want you to notice up on top here, I have this little tab here in blue highlighted, right? The rest of these are not. This is basically the editing workspace that I have chosen to be in, okay? And that's typically going to be your default workspace to be in. So let me show you what it's going to look like when I'm not in the editing workspace. I can click on Learning, and notice how everything just shifts. I'm going to click on Assembly. You can see everything just shifts, right? So very different. Let's come back to editing. You can see exactly where I started. Now, for most of you, my guess is this is where you're going to spend like 90% of your time, all right? But occasionally, once you start getting more advanced, like if you're working with some color correction, notice you go to colors and then see a bunch of options appear over here on the right-hand side, like for lumetri color. Go over here to effects, and that's going to change things as well. Okay, you can see here's effects that'll pop up here. Go to audio, okay, different things pop up. And now I'm going to go ahead and return back to editing, and you'll see, all right, very good. So you can always come back to this workspace layout anytime you want. All right, so now if I click on window, I want you to notice there's also workspaces. And then this way you can always go through any of these other preset workspaces if you like, and also notice some of the keyboard shortcuts to be able to get to those as well if you find that you're changing them out all the time. All right, now let's see what we can do in terms of moving these things around and editing them and then kind of making them our own. So you'll notice how my source panel is a certain size. So very easily I can now move this to make it a little bit more narrow. You can see that. I can also make it so maybe it's not so tall. So you can see that I'm just moving my mouse right to where the blue line ends. I can come over to here. Even though I don't have a blue line, I can always make this also a little more narrow, a little taller, a little more squat, whatever you want to be. And then each of these is their own little area as well. See that? So if I wanted to have my project panel not take up so much room, maybe my tools over here, maybe not. Okay, great. So now my timeline is taking up a little more room, right? So I have more space to work with. All right, so you'll want to experiment with those, right? To essentially just understand how you can take ownership of all these different panels. Now you'll also notice that a lot of these tabs have these three little dots, there, three little lines there, right? The little hamburger. So when you click on that, you're going to get a lot of extra options here. If you right click, you get very similar options, okay? So just understand that. So the right click brings up extra options. The little hamburger also brings up pretty much the same options, but understand that they're going to be different depending on which panel you are currently working with, right? So if I click on this here, notice very different options. Then when I go over here to my project, see lots of different options there. So really what we're just trying to understand is sort of the culture of the program, right? So what's going to happen when I do X, Y, and Z? If I want to move things around, if I right click on things, what's going to show up? It's going to be a very different culture than say Photoshop or Illustrator. So we just kind of want to understand like what's going to happen when I do a variety of different things. All right. Now, what I think it's going to be even more impacting is if we look at a project that's more or less already begun. So this isn't really helping you too much except for on an abstract level. Let's now take a look at an actual project and looking at the workspace. So I have a already complete project here. So I'm going to go over here to File. I'm going to go to Open Recent. And you're going to see here I have Explore SF, which you should have access to. All right. And then now you will see something a little different, right? So some of these workspace panels have now been filled in with different assets and different content. All right. So now that we see this, we'll be able to see, oh, well, guess what? I want to move my project panel to be a little bit wider. So now I'll be able to see, look at that. A lot more content is showing up here. Okay. What about this program? Let's just say, oh, great. Okay. What that's going to do. Okay. So what in fact this is doing is if I were to watch this, for example, I'll be able to actually watch it in action and I can see it on a bigger screen or maybe even bigger than that or smaller or wider or more narrow. Okay, so we're going to go into all the details in terms of what each of these does. For right now, we're just trying to understand where we can find things and how we can kind of customize the screens a little bit. Now, let's say you didn't quite like how these panels are set up and you wanted to kind of rearrange things a little bit. So you can very easily move them around. So if you just kind of click and drag here, you notice how this tab can go this way. You can move your media browser this way if you want. You can move your source this way. Okay, so very easily you can customize these things. Okay, so really, really nice. Now you could also move them entirely out of each individual block if you want to. So for example, if I wanted to move, let's say my libraries up here, I can very easily just drag that whole thing. You'll notice how this little kind of pretty purple appears here, telling me exactly kind of where it's going to go. So I want to keep this up on top here. So I let go, and now I have two tabs up on top here. Let me go ahead and move my metadata up on top here. So you can see, very nice. So I have total control over how that is going to be presented. Okay, so totally up to me how I would like these presented, how I'd like them sized, and how you want them placed. Okay, so again, very easily move these around however you like. Now, sometimes you might want them floating. Okay, so earlier we talked about the little hamburger. So for example, if I were to click on that hamburger, you're going to see you can possibly undock a panel. So if I click on that, notice how this is now floating around here. Okay, so if I just want to kind of floating that it's separate and independent from the rest of the panels, I can easily do that. If you ever want to move it back, just simply drag the name of the panel and then bring it back to where it started or wherever you like it to be. Okay, so pretty slick in terms of all of the different kind of customizations you have options for. Okay, so really, really neat. Okay, so let me go ahead and come back to editing. You can see there I am, and it remembers where I was. Okay, now if we now resize it and we get to a place that we really, really love, we can go back up to our window, go over here to workspaces, Okay, and I can say save as new workspace. So if I love this and I want to always come back to that, just like I come back to here, I can absolutely do that. So if I say save as new workspace, okay, I'm just going to say, okay, explore SF workspace, okay, because it's going to be a little different than when I'm working on, let's say, a music video or something like that. Okay, I click OK, I go back up to window, you're going to see workspaces, and then bam, there it is. Okay, so whenever I kind of mess around a little bit, let me just say, for example, I close this out. Okay, I right click on it, I say close panel, oops, and it's gone. Uh-oh, didn't want to do that. So if I go back to window, go back to workspaces, and I say reset to save layout, that's going to come right back. Okay, and notice how it came right back into the same space. It also came back in the same size and location. All right, so go ahead and pause the video, practice that, get used to the interface. If you can find something that's already existing, like something that we have inside of our class files or something you have on your own, that's going to be the best way to get familiar with the workspace. And don't forget to save your workspace. You can always come back to it in case things get a little jumbled. All right, we'll see you in the next video. Now that we've talked about how we can customize our workspace and kind of make the look and feel our own, let's talk about how we can even get some content into our project. So we're currently looking at the blank project, and you're going to notice here I have this project panel right here. Showed you that earlier. And with the Explore SF, there was already content in there. So how do we actually get some media in there to work with? We talk about media, we're talking about video files, it could be audio, it could be still shots. So we want to actually bring this in so we can make some edits to it, so we can actually bring it into our timeline. So there's a number of different ways we can do that. So you'll notice how this is just blank, ready for us to go. And all I need to do is just simply double click right here, and this will take me into my computer, and I can go ahead and bring it in, whether you're on a Mac or a PC, that'll do that. Also note, if I right click on it, you're gonna have an option to import right there. You'll also notice if I go to File, and then I say import, it'll do that, same thing. And also notice the great keyboard shortcut, which is gonna be Control or Command I for import. So I do that, it's gonna take me right to that same window. So you're gonna see here, I'm just gonna bring in all of these images here. I can just go ahead and marquee over that. And then I just say open, and now wait for them. There they go. And they're all brought in. Amazing. So this time, because I can't actually see everything here, it might be a good idea, instead of me double clicking, I'm going to go ahead and just do the Control I to be able to bring it in. So if I just do Control I while that's highlighted, I can now bring in other things here. So let's now bring in more Exploratorium clips. Okay, very good. So I can go ahead and simply select that, click open, and now I'm going to bring them in just like that. All right, now earlier we talked about the amazing keyboard shortcut of the tilde to be able to see the window bigger. So when I do that, you're going to see I'm able to now navigate through this entire thing with a little bit more sort of scalability and a little more control, and more importantly, a little more knowledge, because this is going to give me the ability to see a lot more content in terms of all these columns and metadata and everything like that, whereas I wasn't able to see it here. Of course, you can also make this a little bit wider, be able to do it that way as well. So let's just take a look at this project panel now. Let's go make it a little bit bigger. And here we are. Now, some of these things you may not care about. So if you simply just right click on it, you're going to see here's an option for metadata display ... And this is going to allow you to get into a little bit deeper of like what columns you want, which columns you don't. And they give you a whole bunch of things to bring in, right? So a lot of these things I don't really care about, right? There's no frame rate here, right? I don't care about the media start and end, right? So all these things here you may not care about, right? So this is going to go on for a long time. A lot of things that you just don't need. Audio info, sure, I might want that tape name. Nope, don't really care, right? Just kind of just go scroll through all these. Some of these things you may be working with, some of you won't. And some of these things you'll notice are not checked, but you might want to bring them in. Okay, so totally up to you. I'm going to just uncheck this one, click OK, and now you'll notice a lot more manageable for me. Okay, you'll also notice I can reorder these as well. So notice my video info is there. Okay, great. Status online. Okay, great. So you know what? I'm good with this. So I get out of this, and now I can see everything as I want it, okay, and present it in such a way. Now, you will notice also that I have different icons here for the different types of media. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to that other video file that I started so you can see a few other ones in action. So let's go back to that. So I'm going to go here to File, Open Recent, and go over to here to Explore SF. And we'll see how we have a number of different types of media here. And in a little bit, we're going to explore how we can go a little bit deeper into this panel. But let's just see again how I can bring in something else into this project panel. So I'm going to go ahead and double click, and I'll bring in some more content. Let's come over to here. Let's go to the beach scene. And this time I'm going to bring in 2 or 3 at a time. So I'm just going to click on one, hold on the Control or Command key, and then notice how I'm selecting them non-contiguously, right? They're not next to each other, but I can very easily select them separately. And I click Open, and then bam, there you are. Fantastic, and these are really easy to work with, okay? So that's how you import. Okay, that's going to be the end of this lesson. We're going to talk about each of these panels and how we can work with the panels a little bit deeper. But for right now, it's important to understand how we can import content. Now that we have some content to work with by importing our different types of media, including our video, our still, and our audio, let's see how we can explore the project panel a little bit deeper for the purposes of organization. All right, now one thing I want you to notice that is kind of a nice little benefit of working with Premiere is that I now have 2 project panels or tabs open right now simultaneously. One is my Explore SF, and the other one is the blank project. So I can actually toggle back and forth between these 2 simultaneously, right? So it's really nice because it prevents me from having to go back and say File and then Open Recent, keep having to open it up again. You can see I can very easily go back and forth between these 2. Okay, so that's really a nice benefit, nice bonus. All right, now let's see what we can do to now import a little bit more content into this Explore SF. So again, all I'm going to do is just simply do Control I or Command I if you're on a Mac. I'm just going to bring in all of these image files here. Okay, so here I am inside of my stills folder. I click on Open. Okay, and then there they are. Now, the thing that's kind of bugging me about this is that, like, do I know what types of media this is, right? Notice how there's like different kind of icons here. It's kind of trying to tell me a little bit, but I want something a little bit more definitive. So earlier on, I talked about how we can look at the different metadata display columns. So if you recall, I can very easily make this bigger by hitting the tilde, and then you'll notice on the top here, I have all of my different column headings. So if I want to add on the column heading of media type, all I need to do is just simply right-click, metadata display, and then come back over to here, and then guess what's sitting there waiting for me is media type. Now keep in mind that this is independent from one project to the other. So if you disabled some of these in another project, they're not going to be disabled in any other ones. But if you wanted to actually save some settings and have this come back where it's going to be a preset, you can absolutely do that, saving you the trouble and the time of having to do that again and again. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and click OK for right now. And now notice here is media type, and it's telling me I've got movie, I've got audio, I've got a sequence, which we're going to explore in a little bit, still images, etc. So that's great. So what I'm going to do now is let's get this off, and now I'm just going to go and hit the tilde key, and here I am, and I'm able to see, oh, okay, very good. This, in fact, is a still image. I don't need to focus on these icons. I can very easily see them for what they are right now. Okay, so excellent. Now, let's see a few other ways of viewing things inside of our project panel. So if you'll notice over here in the lower left, I have a few little icons here. So right now I'm in this list view. You see that? If you click on this one right here, this is going to be icon view. This gives us a nice little thumbnail preview of what each of these things are. Okay, and not only that, is if I now move my mouse over this, I can now toggle right through here to be able to see, oh, this is in fact a video. Okay, you can see I can do this one too. Great, lovely. All right, now this one, not necessarily toggleable. Why? Because it's an audio. Okay, let's come down to here. This one is video. Okay, but remember, I just brought in a whole bunch of stills. I'll be able to, okay, great. That's just a still. And you can see it's going to show me this 429. That's basically going to mean like how many seconds and how many frames. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but very good. Okay, but now let's say I want to see them a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. Okay, so if I go ahead and click and drag this, notice how they're going to get bigger and then they're going to get smaller. See, just like that. So really nice. If you really want to kind of zoom in on something, you can very easily do that. Now, my screen is not big enough for me, so I can go and hit the tilde key. All right, great. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, then I'm able to then click and drag to be able to see this here. Another thing you'll notice is something called the hover scrub. Okay, so if I move my mouse over without actually clicking, notice I can actually just see it without having to do anything but just moving my mouse over it. So let's take a look at this one. Come over to here, just hovering. See that? And it's just doing the work for me. How is that actually happening? And how am I telling Premiere that I want that? So earlier we talked about the interface of how we can work with these panels a little bit more advancedly. If you go over to here, this little hamburger, and you simply right click, you're going to see here's this option for hover scrub. So if yours is not doing that, just go ahead and activate it. All right. Now you can also see here, there's a few other controls. Here's thumbnail controls for all pointing devices. Okay. So if you're working with like a Wacom tablet, if you're working on mobile, right, you're going to see it's going to give you a few more sets of options to work with. I don't know if you can see that very well, but you can see here some options there and then some options here as well. If you wanted to control things in a little bit of a different way, you can very easily do that. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. And then let's go ahead and check out the hover scrub. And again, I'm going to come over to here and wait for it. There we go. Depending on how cooperative your computer wants to be. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. All right. And then later on, we're going to talk about the utility around this. Like, why would we even want to do this? Obviously, we're watching it, but we're going to talk about in and out points in a little bit. Now, let me go ahead and get out of this for right now. I'm going to hit the tilde, and then I'm going to come back to here and then go to here. I'm going to make my icons a little smaller. And this time I'm going to use the minus key on my keyboard. Earlier, I showed you how you can do this. To do that, same thing to make the size, but notice I have plus and I have minus to essentially accomplish the same thing. It's not control or command, it's just the plus or minus. And you can see how this is going to be beneficial for you when we get into the timeline as well. All right, so if I go back to this, I right click, notice here is hover scrub, and then I move my mouse over it and notice I'm able to see this, just moving my mouse over it. I'm just hovering, I'm able to see that. Okay, great. So you can see how nice this is to be able to navigate through all of your content very quickly and easily, especially with video. All right, now let's see a few other things. I'm going to come back to my list view and I'm going to jump over to this side and let's just take a look at some of these little icons here. And you're going to see a familiar icon, which is going to be this little find. So let's just say I'm looking for Cheryl, right? And I've got a lot of different files in there. I just want to find the one that has Cheryl in there. She created my audio, and there's a lot of stuff in here. It's just buried. So if I want to find something very easily, I can very easily do that. Okay, so you can see I practiced that earlier. You can see there's Cheryl, and you can see what am I looking for? I'm looking inside of the name column. What is it? It contains Cheryl, or maybe the opposite starts with, ends with, whatever. I have that there. And then you'll notice here is match. Any, all, or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and just say any. I say find, and then bam, there's Cheryl. So this is a really great way just to find something very quickly, and now it's highlighted. Cool. Now, let's talk about some kind of additional organizational tools that we can work with. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger because I want to be able to kind of get things organized in such a way so I can be able to find them, group them, and collaborate even easier. So I want to have all of my still images together. So if you look over here on the right-hand side, I'm going to kind of zoom in a little bit. There's this option here for new bin. Okay, so in Premiere language, a bin is just a folder. All right, just a way for you to stay organized. You do not have to create bins, right? There's no obligation. Your projects will not work or not work if you don't have bins, but it's a good idea, again, to stay organized. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just say new bin, and I'm just going to say still images. And then bam, you can see there's a folder. I'm just going to highlight everything. So click on the first one, hold down the shift key, and then just simply drag that in. And now nice and organized. Okay, very cool. Okay, now let's do that maybe a slightly different way with our movies. So this time I'm going to kind of do the reverse. I'm going to select all of my MP4s. I do that. And this time I'm going to right click on them. I'm going to say new bin from selection. So instead of actually creating the bin first, I selected them and then I'm going to say I want to make a folder or a bin out of this selection. I do that and I'm just going to call this movies. Okay, great. And there they are. Okay, very cool. So now I'm starting to get things a little bit more organized. All right, love that. Now, in the future, we're going to talk about a few other kind of more advanced things you can see. I just don't want to ignore this new item, and a lot of things pop up here. For most of you, you probably won't be getting into these to too much of a degree, okay? But adjustment layers you might get into, a sequence we're going to talk about very soon. But a lot of these are going to be a little more advanced, but just know that that's there. All right. And now one other thing I want to talk about, and this is relatively new, is something called the free form view. So I'm just going to go back to, let's just say, my still images. All right. And I'm going to change my view from where I am now, which is my icon view, to the free form view. I click on that. Okay. And this kind of changes kind of dramatically. You're like, uh-oh, where am I right now? I'm going to open up back to still images. And then, all right, it looks kind of like the thumbnails, doesn't it? But with the free form view, it's going to allow me to kind of just say, hey, listen, I just want to find all of the things that I'm going to potentially be using for this future. So let me just go ahead and drag this out. Oh, look at that. And I can kind of stack these together. Oh, these are great, right? Let's move this over here. Okay. And you know what? This one's pretty good too. But just notice how it's in free form view. So if I kind of marquee over these, right, and I right click, then I'm going to be able to do a lot of things with these if I want to. All right, so it's just a free form way of organizing all of your content. All right, so again, don't want to ignore these, just kind of give you all the options that you might need. All right, now let's just do one last thing. I'm going to come back over here to my list view, and I want you to see how I'm currently inside of my still images, right? You can see how Premiere kind of organizes your content, right? I'm kind of like under one layer, like kind of, so I want to get out of this sort of layer kind of in the hierarchy. So I'm going to choose this guy right here to say, hey, listen, get me out of this. And now I'm back to here. All right, let me come back. Okay, very good. Now I can see that there. So always take a look at how, in case you're kind of one layer below, you can always get out of it by clicking on that icon. All right, now let's go ahead and open up now to movies. And what I want you to see here is the option to then go to the preview area, right? Just again, by right clicking, saying preview area. And this is going to give you a lot of really great information about the content that you've selected. Okay, so not only giving you a preview to be able to see that, okay, but also telling me my screen resolution, right? How long it is, right? All kinds of information around it, the file name, all kinds of good stuff. Now let's see what this is going to look like inside of our icon view. You can see I click on that. All right, nice. And there that is. Let's open up to still images, click on that. And now I'm not able to see that in this view. So let's go ahead and go over to here to preview. Great. And there that is. And that's giving me some more information about that particular file. Okay. All right. So really, really important to be able to see information about your content as you're clicking on it, right? As you're going into it. And again, it might be your kind of default to make it so your preview is chosen there. Okay. And then notice how you can also change my preview from regular list to thumbnail. I can very easily do that. And then finally, the last thing you might want to do is to change the view altogether from your just regular kind of just basic sort of standard thumbnails without any image preview to thumbnails, just like that. And you can very easily do that. I'm going to go to my plus sign. Okay, that's kind of nice. I'm getting a nice little preview at the same time. And let me come back out of this. Okay, go back to here. Great. And there's everybody. Lovely. Let's open that up one more time. Great. Very cool. Just toggle back and forth between all of these, however you like to see it. Okay, so you can see we got lots of options. It goes across the board, whether it's a video or a still shot. All right, so getting to really master and understand how to work with the project file from making, the project panel, from making it bigger to be able to stay organized with your bins, to be able to see the different views as a list or as a series of thumbnails, making them larger. Okay, also customizing all of your columns here to so many different levels in terms of scrubbing through all of your content is so important. So before you even move forward with actually editing your videos, make sure you really get comfortable with the project panels. All right. So import some content, get yourself organized, get some content in there, and then make sure you understand how to navigate, how to work through the panel itself to be able to get your content quickly and easily and stay organized. All right, so practice that and we'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, and welcome back. This lesson, we are going to get into the source panel. So the source panel you'll see over here. It's in the upper left as far as my editing workspace is concerned, but you will see that it says source, and then you're going to see next to it is going to be the file name that in fact is the source. Now, how did this even show up here? It's all connected to what I have inside of my project panel. So if I double click down here, you're going to see the source that I'm working with is what I've just double clicked on, and it's going to show me the content of that. So if I go over to here to my audio, you can see now my source is this audio, the Stepping Out from Cheryl. Go to my still images, double click on that, and that's going to be my source here. Now, what is the purpose of the source? The source is going to allow us to view all of our content so we can decide different in and out points, so we can maybe do a little bit of minor editing. So then we can get it all ready and tweaked so we can bring it ultimately into our timeline here. Our timeline is ultimately going to be our editable project file that is going to be the final output. But all that stuff needs to get cooked up first, potentially inside of the source panel first. So let's take a look at what our options are here. So I'm going to go ahead and just double click on this sushi stuff here. And we're going to take a look at what options we have inside of this. All right, so number one, I could just simply start playing this, right? So you'll notice here I have a nice little timeline here. I can play it this way. I can also play it using my little play button right there. And you'll see there it is. But also notice I can also hit the space bar. So if you move your mouse over, it'll tell you little keyboard shortcut, and I can play it and I can pause it, play it, and I can pause it. All right, now you'll also see a few other things here, right, in terms of my timestamp. So if you move your mouse over it, you'll notice how you can go frame by frame very easily to go a little bit at a time. If you know you want to go 3 seconds and how many frames is that? Okay, great. So this is about 30 frames per second. So you can see how it's going to go from 28, 29, and then it goes right to 0. Okay, great. So, and I can also change it from here if I want to. I can just say, listen, let's make that 3, and then it takes it right back to it. So when you want that kind of precision, you can go right to your timestamp playhead position right here. Okay. And like I said, you can also scrub the playhead. Totally, totally up to you. Also notice that you can do it with your keyboard. This is going to go frame by frame. And what am I doing with my keyboard right now? I'm just using the right arrow and the left arrow. Very, very simply to be able to get frame by frame precision if you are looking for a particular part right there. Okay, so bam, there I am. Okay, and if I want to go back to the beginning, I can just hit the up arrow. If you want to go back to, well, if you have an in and out point, you can very easily go up and down to each of those individual parts. So the up arrow goes back to the beginning, down arrow is going to take you to one part of your in and out point, and this goes to the end. Now, what is this in and out point? That is this section right here that we're going to explore in just a little bit. Okay, so this is our in and out point. Essentially, it's kind of a saved fragment of a particular part of a video that we may want to use. What I'm going to do for right now is just clear out this in and out point. So I'm going to go ahead and just go to that, and then that goes away. And we're going to talk about what these in and out points are in just a little bit. But again, notice I can say up and down, takes me from the beginning, takes me to the end. All right, now let's just talk about some other elements that we see here. So you'll notice there's a drop down here. How do you want to fit to the zoom level? So I'm going to go ahead and go to 100, and you can see, okay, that's really zoomed. I'm going to go back to 25%. So like that, but usually best fit is really a good place to view things. Recall also, if you want to, you can make that bigger and smaller. You can also undock it. And this is especially useful if you have two screens. You want to undock it and you want to just bring this over to another screen and where you can see it over here. You can absolutely do that. Or you just simply bring this right back and there you are. Okay, so this is going to be really helpful for how you're going to view your content. So let's now take a look at some of our other options here. So we're going to jump over to this side next. So you'll notice how this just says half, right? What exactly is this referring to? If you move your mouse over it, it says select the playback resolution. So if your computer is really being taxed in terms of the memory and processing, you might want to bring this down to a quarter, or if it lets you go down even lower than that. So therefore, your computer doesn't have to process so much to see the actual resolution of what the original video is. So you'd want to do that, again, if it's taxing your memory, but just understand that when you do finally render it, you're not going to get this quarter or half. You are, in fact, going to get the full. Now, if you did want to see what it's going to look like to really get the true quality, then you could change this to full, but just do understand that it is going to use up a lot more processing power on your computer. So Premiere does give you the option one way or another if you wanted to show it that way or not, okay, in terms of the resolution. All right, let's take a look at this little wrench icon here in terms of different settings. Many of these you will not be exploring at this stage of the game, but let's just take a look at some things you may want to see. Like, for example, you might want to see the audio wave, right, as far as part of this, because maybe you're only concerned about the audio part of this video, and that's all you care about if you're doing what we call B-roll, and that's really all you want. The video is terrible. You're going to put some other audio on top of it, and that's really all you care about. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and come back to this. I'm going to go back to my composite video, and there we are. Okay, so it's just different ways of viewing things if you want to. All right, so, and just take a look. There might be some other options here. Again, here's your high quality playback. All right, we're going to talk about markers in a little bit. Okay, so just understand what some of these things are going to do just from additional settings. Okay, fantastic. Now, let's just mouse over some of these icons to see more or less what they do. If you move your mouse over this, you're going to see here it says drag video only. This is going to say drag audio only. So if I were to drag this right now into my timeline, it's only going to take the video. So then it leaves all that audio behind. This is going to do the opposite. It's only going to drag in the audio. Okay, so let me just show you. Okay, so if I just drag this into my timeline, you're going to see this now has just video. And how do I know that here? Because you can see this says V right there, and there's no A as part of this. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of this. Simply select it, hit delete. And then if I choose this one here, I drag this in, and now notice all those little waveforms there. That's only bringing in the audio. Okay, so many times that is going to be beneficial because, again, sometimes you don't want the video because it didn't come out so good and you just want the audio and you're going to overlay some other video on top of that. You have that option to do that. Now let's take a look at some of these options here, right? You have lots and lots of options for how and what we want to choose to bring content in ultimately into our timeline. So you'll see here, there's options for adding markers. We're going to talk all about markers later on. Okay, but markers essentially, if I'm here and I want to mark this for later on, say, hey, listen, this is going to be important, or hey, we need to get some better footage of this or something like that, I can very easily simply click. And then now I have a marker here. Let's come over to here and possibly do it a different way. Because you'll notice when I move my mouse over it, there's a little M in parentheses telling me that's going to be the keyboard shortcut. And that's the one that I recommend. And you can see very easily, I can start adding markers on there. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. Right click, I'm going to say clear all markers, and then that's gone. Okay, now moving along here, you have these two little braces here. You can see here is the mark in, and then here is the mark out. Earlier, when I brought up my video, you saw I had this like kind of gray bar going across here. That was essentially saying what's my in point, what's my out point, so I can very easily decide little bits and little pieces and little chunks of what I want to actually store. So let me just go ahead and watch this. And I say, okay, that's really great. Okay, right when they go over the line, I want to say that's going to be the beginning of what I want. So right there. So I would mark that right now with a little endpoint. So those of you probably notice already, so in parentheses, you have a little I to be able to mark your endpoint. So that's what I'm going to do. There's my endpoint. So I'm going to keep playing it, and I'm going to hit the space bar as soon as it starts to go down. Maybe I'm going to go back a little bit. See that? Just using my right and left arrows. I'm going to hit the, guess what? The O key on my keyboard. And now I have an in and out point. Now, why is that important? I have now specified a very particular part of my video that I want to then go into the timeline. See that? Nothing else will actually go. Just that little space right there that I have set that I want to be part of my video, I can easily do that. Now, earlier I showed you, yes, I can just drag the video. Yes, I can just drag the audio. But if I want everything, just drag the video from up on top here, and that's going to bring everything in. And you'll notice now this time I have both video on top and I have audio on the bottom, and these two different layers here. Now, sometimes you might want to move these around, right? You can notice how this is one grouping here. Now I want you to notice how this is one big group of going from in to out. If I move my mouse over this and I decide, you know what, I'm going to actually go maybe a couple of frames back from my in and out, I can easily do that. See that? I can move this around as a group. You'll also notice that these little bookends are also editable. So, oh, you know what, let's actually get a little bit more from here. You know what, I kind of want to have a little bit of a lead up. That's great. And that's showing me kind of how it's going to end. Okay, that's great. So I can come back to here, delete this, and then I can then drag this in back into the timeline here. But let's take a look at some other ways that we can bring it into the timeline if you're not comfortable with that, so we can look at some other different ways. You'll notice here's this insert option, and notice that's just a little comma. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on that, and it pretty much does the same thing as I did before, just by dragging it. And now let's maybe get another video clip here. So I'm going to double click on that, and let me clear out these in and outs. I'm just going to go ahead and right click, clear that out. And let's just say I want to insert another video clip from here. So let me just start from here. I'm just going to say in, come over to here. I'll just say O for out, and then I'm going to insert it, and then notice what it's going to do. So I'm going to go over to here, say insert, and it just comes right there, right where the playhead started. Let me do that one more time so you can see where that playhead is. That is where it's going to insert, right? You can see that. Bam, there you have it. That's good. And then I just say insert. Okay, that's great. So let me undo that. Let's come to the beginning and let's see the difference here. So I'm going to go ahead and just say insert, and that pushes it over. Now, I'm showing you this because I want to make the distinction between insert and overwrite. Okay, so let me go ahead and undo. And this time, I'm going to click on overwrite, and you'll notice what it does. It overwrites everything. Okay, I don't want that. So let me show you maybe a slightly different, shorter version of this, right? So this is only going to be about 1 second. And this time I'm going to do overwrite. And then notice it overwrites only the first second of that footage. So maybe that's your goal, right? So let me come over to here, and I'll do another maybe 1 second of this part here. Okay, and then I'm just going to do overwrite, or just hit the period key, and that overwrites here. Okay, so if you take a look at this here, we actually have 3 different separate clips. And if we watch it here, I'm just going to hit the space bar, 1 second, that comes up, another thing. Okay, great. And then there was another one in there as well. I can go ahead and get rid of that. All right, so you can see how all of this can really come together from the source panel by picking and choosing which parts that you want to have using our in and out, and also deciding whether you're going to insert it or overwrite, and depending on where the playhead is, that's where it's going to land. Now I'm going to come back to my sushi chef, and I'm going to show you one other tool that we can use here in the source panel, which is the export frame option. So there might be a still frame on this that I'd like to get. So that's a great shot of our chef in action. And I want this as just a shot, right? Just one still image, and I want that exported out. And that's where this option is going to come in here. You can see here is this little camera icon. You move your mouse over, it's going to say export frame or Control or Command Shift E. Click on that. It's going to say, okay, well, what do you want to call this? All right, so I can spell sushi chef better than I can say it. So I'm going to go ahead and just type that out. And it's going to ask me, well, what file format do you want? I'll just make it a JPEG. That's great. Where do you want to put it? I want to put it in with my stills. That's great. Fantastic. Do I want to import this into the project? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure at this point. So I'm just going to say, okay. I click OK. And now I have that available. So let's go ahead and go into that folder into my computer to be able to see it. So here I am inside of stills, and here is our sushi chef. Wonderful, great, does a really nice job. And now I have that, and I can use that anytime I want, right? I can use that, bring it into my website, I can send it as a newsletter, I can do all kinds of different things to it, bring it into Photoshop, and then master it however I like. All right. So the last thing we're going to talk about here within our source panel is this little guy right here, this little plus sign. This is our button editor. Some of these buttons you may not want. There might be certain tools here that you do want to add to it, and that is going to allow you to do it using the button editor. You'll notice that you'll see other button editors in other places on the screen as well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and you're going to see all kinds of things are going to pop up here. Some of these things are going to look familiar, like your in out. And some things might be a little bit new. If you're working with VR, if you want to have some separators, you can very, very easily do that. And if you don't want certain things here, like say, for example, like my step back, right? I use my keyboard shortcut for that. So I don't really need that. So I can get rid of that. Okay, let's go ahead and go to, that's just the space. I want to bring the space back over to here. Let's add on another space. Maybe bring that over here. Okay, so I can absolutely control how I have all my buttons laid out very easily. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say okay, and now I have a different button set. Of course, you can change the order, do whatever you like. All right, so again, hopefully you understand what the purpose of the source panel is. All right, it's going to allow us to go from our project into our source and then pick and choose which parts of the video that we want to bring actually into our timeline. So think about that process. It starts from here. We're able to view it. We're able to choose in and out points and then bring it into our timeline however we like. All right. In our next upcoming videos, we're going to take a look a little bit deeper into the timeline itself and how that works with our program panel and how we can also make all kinds of more basic edits, but also some advanced edits as well. All right. So please practice this, start building your own projects, start picking and choosing different video components you want to bring in there, maybe even do some exporting if you like, change the button order, change all kinds of different things in terms of, the audio, the video, everything we've done. Put this to use, and we'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how we can work with markers inside of our source panel. Earlier, I showed you how you can right-click and you can very easily say, hey, let's add a marker into this. I also showed you how you can use the letter M to do markers. So we're going to go a little bit deeper how we can actually add in markers, and we're going to see the value of working with markers and how we can also add on comments and text and also color code our markers. So everything that we're going to learn here about markers is also going to be able to be applied to other panels like our program panel as well. Okay, so we may do a quick lesson on that, but just understand that pretty much the same process that we're going to learn here for our source panel for markers is going to be able to be applied for our program panel as well. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit play on here. Okay, and there we go. And I'm just going to hit, as soon as I see something interesting, I'm going to hit M. Okay, there's some people there. I want people out. Good, I'm going to mark that in there. Just wait. Okay, I'm zooming in. All right, more things are happening. Okay, good. Just hitting M again. Oh, I like that. Someone's touching it. Cool. All right. Nice. Fantastic. So I got a lot of markers here. Why do I have the markers here? So I can very easily go right back to them. Tells me stay organized with my content. Very cool. But I also want to label these. Okay, so that's where we're going to actually take kind of next level here. So if I double click on this marker, I want you to notice what's going to pop up. I can now name this marker. I can just say, okay, so this is going to be opening, just call this a long shot. Okay, so this is going, I'll just say this will be intro to the science components. Okay, great. And then notice down below, I have the marker colors. Okay, so just for right now, I'm just going to make that red and simply click OK. And now you'll notice that my marker has now changed color. I move my mouse over it and it tells me exactly what I just wrote down. Opening long shot, this will be the intro to the science component. Very good. Come back over to here. Great. And then you know what? I don't really want this. I'm going to right click on that. I'm just going to say clear selected marker. And there you have it. Great. So let's come back over to here and then, all right, that's nice. And I don't really think that's very interesting either. So I right click on it, clear selected marker. Great. Now some of these other ones, let's just go to this one here. I'm going to right click on this one and then notice, got to be right on top of it, by the way. So if you right click on it, I'm going to say edit marker this time. I do that. And that pretty much takes me to the same exact thing as I saw before when I double clicked on it. Okay, so I'm going to say touch the tube segments. It's great. And then I'll just make that purple. Click OK. And there you have it. Okay, so you can continue on and on and on from there. We can see the process is all about organization. Now, once you start having quite a few of these markers, you might want to be able to just go through them very quickly and easily. And then notice here, you can right click and you can see go to next marker and see it just goes right to the next marker. Go to the next marker, just snaps right to those. Okay, so that's really nice to be able to do that. Now, if I don't want these anymore, again, just simply right click. I'm going to say clear selected marker, right click, got to get right on it. Okay, and that's where if you were to hit the tilde key, you might be able to get a little bigger of a version of this to be able to get rid of that. Okay, so come back to here, come back to there, or like I said, just right click on it and then just go to previous or to next, and I'll hit my tilde key and I'll come right back. Okay, now later on, we're going to go into our program panel. We're going to see also how we can work with our markers, and we're also going to do the same thing inside of our timeline. All right, so practice that up. Hopefully you see the utility in that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In the last few lessons, we covered the source panel, and we broke things down in terms of getting content from the source panel using in and outs and markers and bringing them into our timeline. So in this series of lessons, we're going to go a little bit deeper into the timeline. So your timeline is going to exist right over here in the lower right for me. And you're going to notice that I have a whole bunch of different layers over here, and I have my audio and I have my video, and I also have a name right up here. This name right here, this is known as my sequence name. Okay, so when you hear sequence and you hear timeline, they're more or less synonymous. Okay, so I want you to notice also over here within my bin that I have this little icon right over here, and I've created another bin called sequences that I've organized them. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the difference between the icons that we see here for our videos versus our sequences. This is a sequence that's already been created, and it was created essentially by default by Premiere when I brought something into a blank timeline. So let me go ahead and demonstrate a few ways to create sequences. So I'm going to close this out. It's right in here. And right now I have nothing in my timeline, and even notice it says no sequence, right? So sequence, timeline, more or less synonymous. So I'm going to take my in and outs here. I'm just going to go ahead and just do in, right? And not even do out. I'm just going to drag this inside here. And you'll notice now automatically it's created something for me. And it's named the sequence automatically based off of the name of the clip that it came from. Okay, so notice here is the source 2018, etc. Here it is 2018. Okay, so just understand how that works. Now, I could be creating a sequence in another way just by taking my video from my bins on the left-hand side over here and then just bringing them in and then creating a sequence that way. So let me just go ahead and close this out. And now let's just grab something from my videos folder. I'm going to go ahead and just collapse all this so we can see this here. And you can see I have all my information on this. I'm just going to drag this in. And you can see now I have all this content in here. You'll notice there's even markers in here that are pre-existing from when they were inside of the source panel. Pretty cool. I can see all that information there, and that's really helpful. Now, if I wanted to now rename this and I wanted to get a little more organized with it, I would come back over to here. Now, something really important to notice is that as soon as I drag this from here into here, a new icon now appears. Okay, so I actually have a new sequence that I didn't have before that was magically just sort of birthed just by me clicking it over here. So not only in the timeline was that sequence created, but also I now have a new object inside of my bins. So I want to rename this, right? Let me just watch it. Okay, so I'm just going to call this the, Tesla coil or something like that, right? So I can see that's there. Okay, that's great. So I'm going to rename that. Okay, so just simply click on it and just say Tesla coil. I hit enter, and now notice not only does it change here, but it also changes up here. And then what I'd like to do is move this to be organized into my sequences. And now there it is right there for me to use. Okay, so that's really the first thing to understand about sequences. Now, I'm going to leave you with this one little bit before we start getting a little bit deeper into timelines, is that we might want to know what our sequence settings are, okay? And that's going to be important when you're working with, certain types of needs in terms of your frame rate and resolution and things like that. So if you go over to here to this sequence menu up on top, you click on that, you're going to see here is your sequence settings. Click on that, and you can see there's going to be a lot of information about my sequences, right? So I could then change these if I wanted to. If I wanted to override it, do all kinds of different things here in terms of my audio, my frame rate, my resolution, everything like that. You can then change these if you want to. And if things are not matching up because maybe you have, two different types of videos coming in together as one, right? You might get an error message on that, and you'll need to decide ultimately which settings to choose, okay? And you'll know when the time comes what the right setting is, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and click OK. And if I wanted to add in something else from here, right, I'll just drag this in. See, I can then drag this in, and now that's now adding on to my sequence, all right? And then ultimately, I would then edit this and then export it out. And this is essentially my project, right? This is essentially what I'm gonna be working on, okay, that I've kind of cooked everything up potentially up in my source panel up here, and it ends up over here in my timeline. Now, eventually we're going to start working with this program panel, so we'll be able to see how we can, see what's down here and then make any edits as necessary, and then it'll ultimately end up in our timeline, right? Or it's going to be really doing what's in our timeline in real time. Now, the good news is a lot of the stuff that we learned about our source panel, we can transfer that bit of knowledge over into our program panel. You're going to see the icons look very similar, little timeline looks the same, and we have a lot of these other things in terms of the playback resolution, right? The timestamp, right? The ability to actually add on some more buttons, all this good stuff here. So everything that we just covered in those last few chapters, you're going to see we can transfer this over into our program panel just as well. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video, practice creating your first sequence based off of some videos you have, maybe add some more in there, check out the sequence settings, just get comfortable with it. But we are going to get a little bit deeper in terms of editing in just a little bit. Okay, see you in the next video. Okay, now that we have a good understanding about the timeline and sequences, let's start actually building something out in kind of a realistic way of how we might have things organized primarily, and then how we'd bring it into the timeline and then do some editing. All right, so you'll notice over here in my little bin section over here, I again have my little project folder here. And then within, I have all my individual bins. And I've organized things pretty nicely here where I have all my videos here. And again, my still images, my sequences, all that good stuff here. And then within my video bin, I've created these separate sub bins. Okay, so if you can recall, you can make bins just by using this little icon right there. And it's going to create a bin. You can rename it. And then you can even stack it within other bins like I have here, where I have kind of, folders and subfolders essentially. All right, so I have this exploratorium restaurant scene, and I also have another one called science. This all has to do with my exploratorium project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just unfurl this a little bit so I can see I have everything nice and labeled. Okay, so if you want to label any of these, you simply just click once, and then you click again, and you just start renaming it. Kind of like a slow motion click, right? Good time to kind of take a little deep breath. You just sort of click once, take a deep breath, and click again, and just start typing. Okay, now I'm going to be able to see all the information about my videos and such right here. You can see, again, I can name it. You can see here's the video duration, here's my media type, here's my frame rate. And once again, if you don't see the information you want, you can right click, go over here to metadata display, and then you can unfurl this little guy over here, and then you can add whatever you want inside of here, right? You can see this. So just go ahead and check the boxes if you want to see certain elements on there if you like. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of that. Okay, and I'm going to do the tilde key to then make that nice and big so I can be able to see everything within here. Okay, so just a little review for you in case you forgot, but in case you wanted to see certain elements like the video info, right? It's way over here, right? You can see this is really important information, especially if my sequences are conflicting with each other. I might want to have this way over here as like one of the first things that we see, right? Like, okay, that's actually really important. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the tilde key once again, come back here, and then I'll be able to see, good, there's my video info and I can see, good, they all match with each other. Just in case they don't, again, you check out your sequence settings to make all that happen. Okay, so now let's go ahead, now I'm gonna go ahead and expand this out a little bit, and I'm just gonna start kind of telling the story about, my restaurant and everything, right? So I've labeled these accordingly, according to my kind of storyboard, but then again, that might change. So let's just see what we can do just to basically start a timeline sequence of what I might want to have in here. All right. Some of you may have already started inside of the source, but I want to give you another set of options that you can also do it looking at the timeline. So what I'm going to do now is just drag this into my timeline, and then bam, that now gets created. Okay. So I now have a sequence. And again, notice that I now have a new icon that's appeared, and it's related to this sushi chef close-up. Okay. I'm going to rename that, and I'm going to move this into my sequence folder. Okay. So I'm just going to call this Exploratorium Doc. Okay. And now I'm just going to go ahead and just drag this. It's going to go up into my sequences. Okay. It doesn't really change anything in terms of what's going to happen on this side, except for the name. But now I'm good to go. All right. Now let's just go ahead and just watch it. I'm going to hit the space bar. You'll be able to see it up on top. That's great. Awesome. Good. All right. Wonderful. Now, if I change my mind, I don't want that anymore, I can just simply go ahead and select it and then hit the delete key, and it's gone, right? The delete key on my keyboard, and it's gone. Okay, so as easy as that. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to bring in something else. So let's go ahead and bring in, let's say, the restaurant sign entry. That's going to be maybe a good way to kind of tell my story. I'm going to bring this in. Okay, that's great. And then notice, because the sequence has already started, I can actually just bring it in as it is currently existing, right? So I don't need to really necessarily worry about having to do a whole new thing all over again, because it already exists as essentially a file if you think about it like that. Okay, so I'm going to come back to the beginning. I'm just going to hit the up arrow, and that takes me all the way back to the beginning. And I'm going to hit the space bar. Great, that's a nice introduction to it. And then maybe I'm going to tell a little story about, okay, the restaurant long shot. So I'll go ahead and bring that in this way, and notice how I can just kind of just let that snap right into place. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and back this up a little bit. Okay, good. So pretty simple, just bringing this stuff in this very nice little kind of linear manner. All right, so let's just kind of build this off a little bit. So then I'm just going to go ahead and just take my sushi chef at another angle, just bring that in. All right, Great. Good. And then we're going to see him again. We're going to see him close up. And now we start to see, as I do that, my timeline's getting a little bit crowded. Okay, like, oh, wait, what's going on over there? Right? What's missing on the right-hand side? So let's see how we can zoom in and zoom out of our timeline a little bit. So if I hit the minus sign, look at that. This is the minus sign on my keyboard, plus sign on my keyboard. Zoom in, zoom out. There's no control, there's no command, there's no shift. It's just simply minus and plus. And it's very valuable because your timeline is going to start getting pretty crowded pretty quickly. All right. So nice thing to know about there. Now, sometimes you also may want to be able to see some of the content in here. You might want these to be a little bit taller and shorter. Okay. Now you can use your mouse to do some of these things. If you notice over here on the right-hand side, right? If I drag down, notice that's going to make it a little bit taller. Okay. And then if I hit the plus sign, so I'm able to see kind of a little thumbnail version of that. Okay. So again, all I did was do this. Okay. Now, if I do Control plus plus, see that? That allows it to grow taller, just the same thing as the way I did the first time. If I do Alt plus plus, that makes the audio grow. Okay, so if I start to kind of really build this out more, I'm able to see, okay, good. There's a nice little kind of preview of things, but also kind of bigger targets for me to isolate as I start doing my edits. Okay, so it's something you're going to want to really practice, get some of that fluidity down. All right, now let's just review some of these shortcuts. Okay, so if I just hit the up and down arrow, that goes from going from the beginning of a clip to the end of a clip, all the way to the end, just like that. See that? Really nice. Okay, if I just hit the minus key on my keyboard, that just zooms in and zooms out, right? Plus zooms in, minus zooms out, just like that. And if I do the Control plus, that will now make the clips taller on the timeline for my video. And if I do Alt plus minus, that will do just the audio. So this will be something you're going to want to just play around with. And again, if you prefer to use the mouse, you can go ahead and just do this way, and you can see that does the same thing. Okay, now let's go ahead and explore some of the other elements that are on the timeline. Now, you'll notice a few things that might be familiar to you, like a little eyeball here, right, to make this visible or invisible, right? So if you do that, then not only you're not going to see it here in the program panel, but when you export it, you will actually not see it. So this is basically saying, hey, I might want to do, one version without this video. Maybe you've got some B-roll on there, or maybe you're going to take away some audio. You just take that away, okay? Notice down over here, you also have some familiar letters, I hope, right? Notice when you move your mouse over it, you can mute this track, right? So therefore, when I play it, I won't be able to hear anything. Or you can say, this is just going to only play this particular track. So this is going to be the solo track. Okay, so really nice. Only that's going to play. So in case you have some voiceover there over your music, you just want to hear how the music is going to be, or just the voiceover, you're going to only want to hear the voiceover. And this implies you have other tracks, right? Because right now, notice that we only have one video track and we have one audio track. So if you have other ones, if I were to say, hey, only play this one, it's going to mute out the other audio tracks there, right? So just keeping that in mind. Okay, you'll also notice that I have this option to lock, right? So therefore I can't mess with this. If I'm accidentally clicking on it, whatever it is, just getting in the way, right? I can just lock that, right? So therefore notice I can't do anything with it. As much as I try, I can go and unlock it, and then bam, there that is. Now we also have a few other things here, like our V1, our A1. We're going to talk about a little bit more about that in a little bit with our track selectors. And what these two things do is, the first one on the right-hand side, it basically tells me which video track am I on, which is V1, and this is going to be audio 1. Now what these two are going to be talking about is where they are going to be locking and tracking from when we go to our source panel and then bring them in. So when we bring something in, we may not want it to automatically track to one of these audio tracks or this video track, we might want it to be to V2 so we can tell it to do that, right? We're not going to do that right now, so just stay tuned for that video. Then you've got a few other options here that we're going to explore in just an upcoming video in a little bit. So just kind of keep an eye for what we see up on top here. And we also have these toolbars here, which we're going to explore all kinds of different things here. Okay, so in the meantime, go ahead and practice and get comfortable with all these different elements on the timeline for making yourself more fluid as far as zooming in, moving around, right? Making things bigger, smaller. Okay, and then also working with these elements as far as muting, locking, toggling your visibility, etc. Okay, so pause the video, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In the last lesson, I talked about our track selectors, right? Meaning that where do you want our source, when we have our source video, what tracks do you want it to end up on inside of our timeline? So notice how we have V1 to V1, A1 to A1. That's pretty simple. But sometimes you want some of your video or your audio, whatever, to go on a completely different track. So what's nice about working with digital video, as you know, is that you can layer your tracks on top of each other. So if I look at this video that I have in my timeline, I'm starting off here with my sea glass. But let's say I want to have a part of my sushi chef in action. Maybe I want to have him on top, right, above, right, where it comes into sea glass, and then bam, it goes very quickly to the sushi chef, and then it goes back to the sign, and this and this and that. So I want it to be on another layer. Okay, so I can easily move this up and down. I can go here to there, whatever, and I can notice I can do that. Okay, I can move this down here if I wanted to, right? That's pretty simple. I'm just going to do Control Z or Command Z on the Mac if you want to do that, but pretty straightforward. But now, what I want to do is actually use these tools to be able to do this and do it pretty kind of fluidly. All right, so you'll notice here I have a nice little in-out right here. So I can go ahead and just select this panel and I can watch it. Okay, let's come over to here. Okay, there he is. Okay, and then maybe not so long. So remember, I can just go ahead and bring this in. Okay, he's going real fast. I love that. So let's just go ahead and grab this. You just wait for the hand there. Okay, and then I think maybe about second, 2 seconds will be good for that. Perfect, okay? And then I want this little bit to end up on the top layer here in V2 and also the audio down below here. Or maybe you don't want audio at all. It's totally up to you. Remember, you can also just say, hey, listen, only do the video, only do the audio. But let's see what we can do now to make the tracks go where we want them to go. So I'm just going to very simply choose this right here. You can see, bam, and then I'm going to come over to here. And now notice what I'm doing is I'm basically sort of like tracking them so they can kind of link to these ones that I now have selected. So this is coming from the source, but it's going to end up over here, right, inside of this V2. So let's just take a look at this now. How's this going to work? You'll notice here I have my insert and I have my overwrite. Let's see the difference between those two. I'm going to simply click on that and you can see, oh, what does that do? Insert. Oh, okay, that might work, okay, because it kind of splits things apart a little bit and it makes everything go over here, and that's not bad. Okay, all right, there he goes, and then we're back to this. Okay, cool. So we're just kind of setting up, you know, kind of the layout for kind of this sort of, you know, speed and drama and everything. Let me go ahead and just undo all that. I don't necessarily want that necessarily. I'm going to explore some more, and this time I'm going to go to overwrite. So when I choose that, and again, notice I'm going from V1, A1 right here to then go to these layers right there. I do that, and then notice more or less the same thing is accomplished where they go to the corresponding respective layers, to the right tracks, but it doesn't actually split anything apart, right? It doesn't kind of like divorce those, the kind of the integrity of how these video clips were to begin with. Okay, so it doesn't expand the time. It's another way to look at it. So let's take a look at it now. Great, and that was nice, fluid jump from one scene to the other. Okay, so kind of an important thing. I could do that manually, certainly, right? I can kind of bring another one over here. Let's just go ahead and find my little hand. Let's just grab this, okay? And let's see what that looks like. Okay, great. And then maybe later on, you're trying to do a completely different one from here. Like let's maybe just grab this. And then this time I could just say, hey, listen, I'm only going to drag the video, and then I could just drag it right here if I wanted to, just the same, because this track now exists. It's active, it's live, and you can see I can go to here, and then there's going to be another one right there. Okay, a little bit odd in this case, but just know how easy it is to be able to do that. Okay, so just a quick little lesson on our track selectors. See how that works, because you might see that. You might see these other layers and these other tracks. You can say, well, how does that work? And then why is one clickable versus the other? You're basically just saying, hey, track to this track. That's another way to look at it. Okay, so practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, one of the most important and most widely used tools you're going to see with the timeline is the razor tool. Just think about a razor tool like you would see if you're going to be doing some old-fashioned editing, right? We're just kind of cutting things up, cutting up our film strip to make things piece together and remove things that we don't need. So we're going to kind of jump around a little bit out of order on these guys here. You can see I have all of our tools here, and there's one that looks like an old-fashioned steel blade, and that is going to be your razor. So if you move your mouse over, it's going to tell you, in fact, what it is. Okay, and you can see, bam, that is the razor tool. You'll also notice that you can just hit the C key. Now, the other important one in this same little grouping here is this one right here, which is the selection tool. So I'm going to hit the V key to go back to that, hit the C key to go back to that. So really important ones to know about. So think about C like cut, and think about V like the shape of this icon. That's a good one to remember about. Okay, so now let's just see how this is going to work for us. I'm going to zoom in, just hitting the plus sign, and I'm just going to drag this over a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to just watch this. So we see I have a lot of kind of lag time before really anything kind of happens, but I want to kind of just wait for his head to turn a little bit. Okay, so, all right, so I don't really need all the stuff here, right? All that kind of like lead up. Yeah, those lobsters are pretty cool, but maybe I'll just put that into another shot. So like right about here is where I want to cut that. So if I hit this right here, or if I just tap on the C key, I'm just going to go right over to there. Notice how it locks right in. Okay, it's kind of nice. I click on that, and then notice I now have two separate clips. Okay, and right now we're just noticing we're not clicking on anything. Why do I not want to click? Because my razor tool is still activated. So that's why we just learned about the V key, so I can go right back to my selection. So that I can click on this and then just select it and then delete it. Okay, so really important, because guess what? I don't want this, but I do want this, so I can very easily get rid of it. Now watch what happens when I hit delete on my keyboard. Big old gap. Right? We don't necessarily want that gap, of course, right? Unless we're planning to put something else in there. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that. So instead of just hitting delete, I'm going to hold down the shift key and hit delete, and then notice what that does, right? That basically does what we call this like ripple delete. So basically it says, hey, listen, let's go ahead and just get rid of all those extra spaces there that was there before, and just close it all up and then bridge those two together. All right, so that's a really, really important one. We're going to talk about kind of the ripple tool and the roll tool in just a little bit, but I want you to see how we can do that kind of maybe a little more manually. Okay, now there's another really important keyboard shortcut I want to show you, which you can kind of do things on the fly rather than actually having to go to your razor tool if you want to accomplish the same goal here, right? So say this is just happening a little bit too long here. I just want to clip some of this stuff out. Couple of things we can do. Right? In this same conversation about the razor tool, if you just do the Command or Control K, notice what that does. Okay, Command or Control K essentially just clips it right where the playhead is. Okay, so I don't actually have to go over to my razor tool to be able to accomplish this. Then I'm going to do my Shift Delete, and that goes away. Okay, so really nice. Okay, now there is also trimming. I'll do a separate lesson on that right after this. Okay, but just try that out, work with the razor tool, work with the keyboard shortcut, and then again, understand if you hold down the shift key and then delete, you're gonna get rid of that extra space. All right, we'll see you in the next lesson. Let's now talk about trim edits. And this is gonna be one of the more basic and pretty straightforward ways that you can make some edits. So if we watch our sushi chef coming over here, great. And let's say we decide we actually want a little more of what's on there. What's really neat about this is that even though I have been working and I've already edited some of this stuff out to be shorter, and I've gotten little pieces of it from my in and out from where it started in my source, The stuff that we can't see, which is like over here or over here, right, prior to what we did our in and out, is still available to us. So if I come over here to the right, notice how I'm getting this little red bracket and an arrow, and I click and drag out, I'm actually able to see the stuff that I didn't get the first time, right? And I just said, oh, you know what, that's actually what I wanted, right? But I said, listen, I didn't want that part. And then notice on the right-hand side, it's going to show me where it's going to actually begin and also how it's going to edit from my C glass over there on the left-hand side, right? So I can see, is that going to be a nice edit between from here to there? Okay, so it's really neat that even though we've decided what our in and outs are going to be initially from our source, we can always get those back without having to really do the edits all over again, right? So now if I watch this, starting a little bit later, but then I'm getting something a little bit different. But let me go ahead and just bring a little bit more out. Let's just go all the way to the end this time. And we'll be able to watch it. It's going to be longer, and we're going to see the chef a little bit longer. Okay, that's pretty great. I kind of like that. I don't really need to see the sign. And if I make a mistake or if I decide, you know, something creative a little bit different, I can always bring those things back. Okay, so that's pretty neat. All right, now let's see it from another perspective. Let's go over to here to this clip right here. I'm going to watch this and it's okay. You know what? That little part came up a little bit too much. I don't really need all that. So I'm going to just make all that stuff go away. So I'm going to go over to here and then notice how my little bracket is facing the other direction. If I come over to here, it's facing this direction. So it's kind of important depending on where you're going to be trimming from. So and if I just go ahead and just trim this way, watch what's going to happen now. Because I have two clips side by side, there becomes that gap, just like we saw in that last video. And that obviously is not what you want. So what we're going to do this time, I'm going to go and undo, is I'm going to hold down the Control or Command key as I do that. Watch this. And then as I do that, notice how it doesn't matter, right? It just basically says, hey, we're going to take that, and then it brings it back over to the left, right? If you see that, how it says, hey, not a big deal, because I'm going to close out that gap. This clip here is going to be shorter, but it's going to bring it back. This clip does not get affected, but everything else, right, gets a little bit shorter in terms of the entire length of the video, but only this one really gets shortened, right, because that's what I just trimmed, okay? But I didn't get any gap as a result of that, okay? So really nice. So let's just do another one that you might do very often just from the beginning. So I'm just going to go ahead and just hold down my Control or Command key, look for that little bracket, and then notice I don't lose anything from the beginning. See that? Let's go right to there, and then, okay, great. So there's no gap, no nothing right there. It does make the entirety of the video shorter, okay, but all I'm losing now is just the beginning of that sign. And a few of those other things were edited out as well. Okay, and then here's another one I don't really need to see. These bartenders, I'm really just focused on the chef. So again, hold down the Control or Command key, and then I just wait till we see him. And you notice here, there's a little preview. There he goes. That's really all I care about. I don't really need to see them. So notice the previews in my program panel. Good. He's the most exciting part of this. And now because I'm holding down the Control or Command key, I'm not going to be losing anything. There's no gap or anything like that. Let's watch that again. And now, great. Wonderful. Okay, so practice that. Definitely necessary, definitely useful, definitely valuable, definitely powerful. All right, so we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, I've reached a point in my project where I decided, listen, you know what? I'm going to mix things up a bit, and I want to bring in some other video that I've shot from my science bin. And I want to kind of mix up all my restaurant stuff a little bit in the beginning. So I want to bring in something like, you see I have my little beginning of my Tesla coils. I'm going to have these little hands coming in. You know, so I'm going to go ahead and clear this in and out. And you can see I'll have some things in there. I want to bring those in, so they're just going to come right around here. Okay, now I have a few options of how I can do that. Some of the stuff we've done already before, but we did them with our timeline more or less being empty. Now when things are getting a little bit more crowded, let's see what our options are for bringing in this content, right? And it's going to be very similar to what we saw, but we're going to have a little bit of kind of nuance Okay, so we see here we have our insert, we have our overwrite, and we also have the ability to do our ins and outs. Okay, so I'm going to wait for like the hands to come in there. That's great. So I'm going to say in, play it. Okay, and then that's a pretty good one. Pretty cool. All right, I like that. Now, notice where my playhead is inside of my timeline. This is where it's going to end up. So I kind of want to just wait and see when's going to be a good time, right? He's just kind of looking at his phone or something like that. So it's like, okay, that's not necessarily as engaging. We're going to see him in action anyway. So maybe like as soon as we move away from the food, we start showing something from this Tesla coil. Now let's just see what our options are here. First thing I want you to notice is that I put my track setting back to where they were initially. Remember, I moved them to V2 and to A2. I want to move them back to here because I want them all on the same track. I don't want to have any B-roll or anything like that. I'm going to have them just right here. And my goal is to have it kind of sandwiched right into here. I'm going to kind of eat away at all this stuff here. Okay, so let's just see what our options are here. So if you'll notice, again, I have my insert and I have my overwrite. So let's see what happens when I do insert. You'll notice, oh, okay. That's interesting. Just kind of pushes that away, pushes it over. Go ahead and undo that. Let's now try overwrite. And then notice what that does. It essentially just gobbles up all of that video information where the video length is still the same. So let me go ahead and undo that one more time. Notice how this is 18 seconds. You can see the whole video length right there. I'll do it the first way. Now it's 20 seconds. Right? It basically pushed everything off to the side. So it's leaving, it cut it in half, right? But it's leaving all this stuff in there that I don't really want. Okay, so it's like, okay, yeah, that's interesting. What do I do there? Well, the reality is I want to overwrite this. So because I want to keep the same length of time and I just want to kind of gobble that up. All right, oh, that's pretty cool. Great. And now it's still 18 seconds. And now I can see, all right, very good. Okay, but he's still there, right? And of course I can get rid of him. I just learned about, how we can just hold down the Command or Control key and then just bring that in if I want to. Okay, so not too shabby, and you can see how easy it is to be able to do that. Now we can see the difference between insert and overwrite in a different context. Okay, now let me show you potentially a different way you might want to do this to be potentially a little bit more kind of exact, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and just undo that, and I'm going to clear out my ins and outs here. But this time I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to do an in and out on this part here, right? In my program, I'm going to do an in and out because what I'm going to be doing in this case is I'm going to be telling Premiere where that I want to actually overwrite. Okay. So essentially I'm kind of marking it to basically say, hey, listen, this is where, things are going to start getting a little bit like, no, thank you. So I'm going to just say in right there. And now let me go ahead and just go right to this spot, right? And I can just hit the down arrow, right? Makes it a lot easier. Notice how that down arrow clips right to it. I'm going to say, oh, just like that. Okay, you see that? So it's like, I know for sure, I just don't want any of that. So I can be very precise about it because I've selected the whole part that I don't want and what I do want to be overwritten. Okay, so think about that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and just say overwrite, and then notice what it did. It's perfect, right? I got just as much video as I needed to overwrite that guy, and then it goes right into that. Okay, so understand what we did there. You can do the in and out from the source panel, or you can do it in the program panel where you can say, hey, listen, this is the area that I want to overwrite. Okay, not this is the stuff that I want to take and overwrite something else. Okay, so nice way to kind of just, jerry rig it a little bit to kind of be a little bit more kind of precise, a little more creative and kind of nuanced of how you want to overwrite or insert your data. Okay, all right, so try that out, practice all this stuff. Make sure it makes sense, make sure you're fluid in your process, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the ripple edit tool and the rolling edit tool. And where do we find those tools? We're going to find them over here with all these little icons. Now, if you'll notice over here, there's this little double-sided arrow. If you hold down your left mouse button, you will see you have them kind of hiding in there. And kind of the culture of these programs is you see that in the lower right, you can see you have these little triangles there that tells us that we have other icons living in there for other tasks that we can accomplish. So notice here is the ripple edit tool, which is the B key for a keyboard shortcut, and the rolling edit tool, which is N for the keyboard shortcut. Now, we've already explored what the ripple edit tool can do, but just as a little review, let me just go ahead and zoom in a little bit. And I'm going to come back to the beginning. And if I wanted to, I'm just going to go back to this. If I wanted to actually just cut out some of that beginning part, I can do the ripple edit tool without even accessing the ripple edit tool, just by doing my trim, but my ripple trim. So if I hold down the control key or the command key on the Mac, and I just go ahead and just bring that like that, notice how it's just eating away as a part of that beginning part, but it doesn't leave a gap and it doesn't really affect anything else. And that's kind of the distinction between the ripple edit and the rolling edit. But let's just try that in another scenario. Okay, and I'm actually going to use the tools that are here in these icons. Let me just go ahead and just make this a little bit smaller, hitting my minus key on my keyboard. And notice where my playhead is here. And I'm just going to bring in this little tornado video right there. Okay, and then also notice that I'm at V1, V1, A1, so that's going to be locked into those tracks. That's great. And then very simply, I'm going to just say insert. And you can see how it just inserts it, right? Just kind of just to say, hey, listen, here is this little beginning part of that like Tesla coil with the hands, and then it comes again just like that. Okay, and that's quite a bit there, but I can play around with these to a certain extent. So let's just see what the difference is between what the ripple edit can do and what the rolling edit can do. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to access these. And the first way I'm going to do it is with my mouse by just clicking on it. And then later on, I'm going to get to the rolling edit tool by using the N key, right? Just kind of getting that habit. So let's just see what the ripple edit tool can do. So I want to ripple, so my tornado gets a little bit smaller, right? My tornado clip gets smaller, but it doesn't affect anything else, okay? So just notice here, my arrow is facing this way. I'm just gonna go ahead and click and drag that way, and you can see, bam, how everything gets smaller, okay? Pretty straightforward, okay? I can go ahead and do it this way too, how that my tornado tool, my tornado clip, that also gets smaller, right? But my timeline in its entirety also gets shorter. Okay, so we can see that, right? That's relatively intuitive. We've seen that before. Let me go ahead and undo a couple of times. And now let's see what we can do working with the rolling tool. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here to N, right? And again, just as a little review, you can see there it is, the rolling edit tool, and that's just gonna be the N key. Let's see what the difference is here. What this is going to do is it's actually going to affect two things at once. Notice how there are 4 arrows, right? It's saying, hey, I'm going to affect you to the right. I'm also going to affect you to the left. That's kind of the big distinction there. Okay, now it's also keep an eye on the timeline length. So I'm now going to go ahead and click and drag to the left. I want you to notice that, oh, okay, look at that. It doesn't affect the length of the timeline, okay? But it affected 2 clips at the same time. Okay, so you can notice here, as I click and drag, see, I'm actually going to see on the top part of my program panel what I'm going to see and where that cut is going to happen. Okay, that's great. Let's try it on this side, because this was kind of our key part of what we wanted to kind of see. Okay, you know what? I want to see a little more hands there, and then that tornado gets a little bit redundant after a while, but the hands are interesting. Let's bring this in. Okay, so it's affecting both Tesla 1 and tornado at the same time. Okay, so that's really your big distinction. People get a little bit confused about the ripple versus the rolling. That's your big takeaway there. Okay, so are you affecting one versus the other? And then you'll notice where my edit actually changes a little bit, right, on both sides of things. All right, so practice that. Use your keyboard shortcuts for that, in terms of accessing them. But also remember, you can access the ripple tool by holding down the Command or Control key while you're doing your trim edits. Okay, very good. We'll see you in the next lesson. We've discussed the rolling and the rippling edit tools. Naturally, we're now going to talk about the slip and slide tools. Okay, so a lot of fun with these and not quite as intimidating as you might think they are, okay, because the names don't necessarily lend themselves to understanding kind of what they do. But once you kind of give it a little bit of kind of grace, you'll understand and kind of have some forgiveness around it. Okay, so let's just see what and where the slip and slide tools can do. So they're in this same area over here where we have our toolbars, and you're going to see that over here is our slip, and our slide tools. So let's just first take a look at what the slip tool is and notice what the keyboard shortcuts are. And I want you to notice here what's happening with this particular clip here. Now, let's just say I have this clip inside here, but I know that there's some other stuff that's living inside of this tornado clip that I can't necessarily see, but I want to be able to see it, right? I want to be able to access it. So we've talked about earlier where, like, even though we didn't get some of the stuff that's coming from the source and we might want to actually get to it again, it's still there, right? So what we can do while using, again, the slip tool, we can then see what's living inside of this. Now, this is not necessarily going to edit what's happening here on the timeline. It's just going to move what we view within this clip and within the source that's now out of sight, and it's going to bring it into sight. So check it out now. Watch what happens now when I just click and drag right on here. It doesn't affect the timeline so much, but take a look at my program panel, and we're going to be able to see what I can see before and then after, right? See that I'm able to move throughout the original clip to say, hey, listen, I want to go all the way to the end of that clip. That's actually a lot better for me, okay? So all I've done was kind of shift what is living inside of that little space for the clip to be able to bring that in, okay? So now when I view it, I'm able to see, and now it's going to go all the way to the end where it didn't do it before. Okay, very good. That's kind of neat. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go a little bit different ways. So now I'm still inside that and it's like, you know what? Let's actually, it's about as far as it can go. And just know that you're kind of at the mercy of the length of your clip also, because if you reach a dead end, that just means that your clip is only a certain amount of time. Okay, so then you're not going to see anything more, right? Because you can't really invent that. So now let's do it one more time. And we'll see I just kind of shifted it over just a little bit. Okay, and that's going to hang out there, and then it's actually going to go back up this time. See that? Do I want that or not want that? Okay, totally up to you. Okay, now let's see what its little partner in crime does, and that's going to be this slide tool. And that actually does make some structural changes to your timeline. So if you want to keep this exact same clip that you decided on by starting off with the slip tool, but you want to kind of move it around, you can very, very easily do that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and check that out. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab this, and I'm just going to move this over here. Okay, look at that. That just goes right over there, and then everything else kind of falls into place, right? Let's move this back. Okay, great. And that goes into place, right? Let's move this back over there. Okay, great. So you'll notice how it's just kind of taking the entire clip by itself, right, as a chunk, and then kind of moving it. Okay, so you can see you could just kind of just shift these things in place. All right, so it's something you just want to practice and see if that's going to work for you. Okay, there's other ways to do this, right? You can use the rolling edits to do the same thing, or you can do it this way. You know, a lot of different ways to accomplish the same goal. All right, so again, pause the video, practice the slipping and the sliding. Let us know how you've done, and we'll see you in the next video. Let's now talk about how we can adjust the speed and duration of a clip. So sometimes for creative effect or for dramatic effect, you may want to slow things down, or you may want to speed things up, maybe for comedic effect, you know, for lots of different reasons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with this little tornado that we got. And then right towards the end, I kind of want to make this so it's going to kind of slow down a little bit for me. All right, so like right when I start to see kind of like the crown of it, I want things to kind of slow down. Okay, so very easily now, I'm just going to clip this right here. So I'm going to split it by just doing Control or Command K right there. And now this is its own separate element right there. You see that? So they're now two separate clips. And now what I'm going to do very easily is I'm going to right click on the clip and I'm going to say speed duration. All right, and now just notice the length of time that we have here. It's now 34 seconds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed this down a little bit, right? Because right now the speed is at 100, okay? And I'm going to make this have a 50% speed, okay, right there. Now, a few other options you can do here is kind of nice. is that you can reverse the speed, right? So you can kind of go backwards, right? So maybe you're having people go really fast, but they're going backwards. Again, kind of a comedic effect if you want to do that. This is really nice. You can maintain the audio pitch. So if you have somebody speaking really fast, they don't kind of sound like a chipmunk. So you can maintain that as well. All right. Now, this is probably the most important part, I would say, is to make sure that this, in fact, is selected, right? The ripple edit, shifting, and trailing clips. Okay. By default, this is not selected. And what that's going to do, because this is going to be 50% slower, what it's going to do, it's going to make the whole video that much longer. So we want to make sure it doesn't eat away at anything to the right of it, okay, on the timeline. Because if that's the case, then, right, the video is going to be the same length, and then we're going to lose a lot of the stuff that's in the adjacent clip to the right of it. Okay, so we just want to make sure that we do a ripple edit. Okay, so let's just see what that's going to do. I'm going to click OK, and you can see now we've gone to 35 seconds, and now you can see here it is, and then normal speed, and then pretty cool. And then it goes back to normal. And let's just try that for this one too, right? Maybe that's going to be a pretty neat effect. Let's do it one more time. Right click, speed duration. Okay, and then I'll make that again 50. Keep the same thing here. Click OK. And again, that gets a little bit longer. See there? Nice. I like it. And it goes back to here. All right, good. And then let's find our speed demon sushi chef, and let's see if we can make him going even faster. Okay, so let's now bring him here towards the end. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring him in. All right, and we'll watch him in action. Okay, so let's go ahead and right click, speed duration, and let's make him go twice as fast. So we're going to say 200%, keep everything the same, click OK. And then notice how it's actually shorter speed, but let's just watch him go, or I should say shorter time duration. Okay, so, again, you're going to see when the time comes to do this, right? Because sometimes you're just kind of like, hey, listen, this is just kind of a hodgepodge of a lot of different things. And whether it's for dramatic effect or just basically showing as much stuff as you can in a short period of time, you can see that the speed and duration can really help out with that. Okay? Very good. Test that out, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, we're going to talk about linking and unlinking our audio from our video. So earlier we talked about our timeline, how we have all of our different tracks, where we have our video track or we have our audio track, right? And we also have multi-track sometimes. Now you'll see here that when I click on either my audio or my video, they both get selected. See that? When I click here, this gets selected. When I select here, this also gets selected, right? If I click down here, they both get selected. There's going to be times when you don't necessarily want them to both be selected, because maybe you want to delete your audio but keep your video, right? And you might want to do that because, hey, listen, you're going to have a voiceover, right? And that background from, let's say, a restaurant or something is getting in the way. You just don't want that there. Or maybe it's your voiceover, it's your music, it's whatever it is that, like, hey, listen, that background audio just doesn't belong there. Maybe you actually just want to unlink them so you can move your audio around, right? And maybe you're actually going to take that audio and you're going to put it someplace else. Right now, they're kind of glued together. You might not necessarily want to have them together, and you want to have a little more fluidity and a little more independence and kind of isolate the two. Okay, so again, let's just take a look at these, right? So if I look at, let's just say, for example, like these people are kind of talking, if you can listen to this. I don't necessarily want that. I'm going to put in some like funky music behind that, or maybe behind everything. So I don't want this. So what I need to do is unlink these so I can delete my audio. If I hit the delete key right now, they both get selected. Again, I don't want that. So if I right click on the clip itself, you're going to notice there's this option to unlink. Okay, so if I click on that now, you'll notice now they're independent of each other. So I can click on this, hit my delete key, and then bam, there's that. And then if I wanted to, I can put in any audio I want there whatsoever, whether it's audio, voiceover. I can even steal some of this audio and bring it over there, copy and paste it. You can be as creative as you want to be, because now this is a single player, right? It's basically got like, it's not connected to any other audio anymore. So if I play this now, see, now it's silent. Hopefully you can hear that through my video, but you can see, okay, great, there's nothing there, so I can work with that nicely and easily, okay? So the other thing you might want to consider doing, and that is related to this right here, is this link selection, okay? So basically, if I click on that, that basically makes everything unlinked, everything that's now inside of this timeline, whether you want that or not. So now, like I could kind of just marquee over everything and just be like, okay, listen, you know what? No more audio. So it makes it let me a little faster to be able to do that. So let me go ahead and just undo that and maybe undo that. And then I'm good to go and I'm back. All right. So just some nice little tricks to keep in mind. Okay. And again, a lot of times we don't want one and the other. So we have the choice to be able to unlink them very easily, to be able to have them independent and isolated from each other. Okay. See you in the next lesson. In an earlier lesson, when we were discussing the source panel, we have been talking about both the insert and the overwrite tools. But now we're talking about the program panel and the timeline panel. So let's talk about its counterpart, which is going to be these two guys over here, right? So if you move your mouse over, you see we have the lift tool and we have the extract tool. So they're essentially going to do something similar to what we've already seen from the source tool, where we're going to bring it into the timeline, but it's going to essentially do its counterpart of taking it out from the timeline. So if you just say, for example, I have, this little in point right here, okay? And then I'm going to go and do a little out point right here. I want you to notice here, if I choose lift, notice what that does. Okay, it just actually extracts that out for me. Okay, so it could be similar to what we've done already with just splitting something, right, and then cutting it out, right, if you want to. Now let's just go ahead and do its counterpart, which is going to be the extract tool, and you can see what that does. That removes the gap. So that could be maybe a little bit faster of a way for you to be able to accomplish something that might take 2 or 3 steps. With using the razor blade, with using, rolling or rippling or whatever you're planning to do, this might be a little bit faster way for you to work with it. So again, it's coming back to those standard sets of tools that we learned about working with ins and outs, right? You're still going to use those. And then once we establish what's our in and out point, then we can come back and say, hey, listen, either want to lift it out and then put something in there instead of it, or you can use your extract tool, which basically just closes out that gap and then just puts it back into place and everything else falls in accordingly. Okay, so I just want to kind of throw that out there just so we can see kind of what some other kind of nuances we can do. So you have the options, okay, because everybody's going to want to do things in their own way, what's going to be the most comfortable, the most efficient for you. So there's a lot of different ways to do a variety of different things in our timeline, and it's going to overlap with how we work with our source panel and our program panel as well. Okay, so give that a shot, try it out, see how you go, and again, we'll see you in the next lesson. Let's now do a follow-up on our discussion about markers. Now that we're a little more comfortable with the program and we may have a little more to work with, let's now see how we can work with markers in both the program panel as well as the timeline panel. All right, so what I'm going to do very simply is just go over here to my program panel. And if you recall, the keyboard shortcut is just simply M for marker. Now, it's very important I establish where I want my marker to be. So again, I can use my up and down arrows to go right through the beginning of that clip. And I'm just going to hit the M key. And you'll notice here, bam, very good. There is my little marker. I can go ahead and double click on that. And that's going to pop right up. Okay, and then I'm going to say, should we speed him up or slow down? Okay, that's great. Okay, or maybe I'll even put that as a comment. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that and just call this speed. Okay, great. And then I can maybe color code that. Fantastic. There it is. And notice it's going to be both on my program panel as well as my timeline. Okay, so pretty neat. You can see both things are kind of interwoven with each other. All right, now let's see it in a little bit of a different way. I'm going to go back over to my Tesla coil and I'm going to activate this particular one right here, right? I'm going to activate my timeline panel. And then this time when I hit M, I want you to notice very subtly, I'm going to see that I have this little guy shows up right there where I'm going to have my little timeline marker there, okay, for me to establish as my timeline and whatever and do things with it, right? So you can see, bam, that's pretty cool. So I can see that if I want to, okay? So 1 second here. And likewise, if you had actually created your markers in the source panel themselves, they would come together with all of their markers on here, which is actually kind of nice. You can see them there. Okay, now let's see what we can do as far as actually seeing our comments. Okay, because sometimes we want to be able to see the comments as we put them in, right? So there's a nice little sort of shortcut that you can do to be able to see, okay, what did I actually write here? I can mouse over it, that's pretty nice. But if you hold down the Alt key or Option key on your keyboard, notice I can actually open this up to be able to see my comments. Okay, pretty cool. Let's go ahead and do another one. Let's go over here to Tornado, right? So I'm going to go over here to this one. And again, I could use my up and down arrow there. Okay, and I'm going to hit this time. I'm going to show you kind of a double trick. With this selected, my program panel, I'm going to hit the M key twice. Okay, and then notice what that does, right? Really cool. You can see how it actually opens up to my dialog box. Okay, I'm going to say remove voices, yeah, or just add some cool music. All right, good. And let's make this a different color. All right, and then I know I got some stuff there. And now what I'm going to do here is hold down my Alt or Option key and then just open that up a little bit until it goes right to the end. And then I'm going to go too far. Okay, that's pretty cool. And now I can actually see everything there. Okay, so some nice little tricks working with our markers. Okay, so again, you can put the marker on the program panel and that ends up on the top of the timeline. You can put markers on the actual clips themselves, kind of neat. And then you can use the double M key, MM, to not only put a marker down, but it's going to open up to the dialog box where you can put in your content all within one, set of steps without having to actually, double click on it or right click it or something. Okay, and then finally, you can use your Alt or Option key to then open up the marker to be able to see what those comments are. Okay, so making it a little bit more interactive, more engaging, more collaborative with your team. All right, so go ahead and practice that. Lots of good stuff here. Get yourself nice and organized and strategic, and looking forward to the next lesson. See you soon. And welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to talk about cropping. How do we crop our videos to take something out that we don't want to see, right? Something's in the frame, you just want to crop that out. Or maybe you want to zoom in on something. So you're cropping everything out, but really you're just getting really close up on something that you do want to see. And that's what we're going to focus on mostly in this lesson. And we're also going to learn how we can do picture-in-picture using a lot of the same tools. Okay, so let's just take a look at this particular clip here. You can see we're watching this, and then we can see his hands are going really fast, and we want to see, okay, what's he actually working on there? I didn't actually get the shot I wanted while I was holding the camera. So I can post-production really zoom in on his hands to really get the shot that I wanted to focus in on, right? So I couldn't necessarily get it, but post-production, I can do that. So I'm gonna really just zoom in essentially by using the crop tool. So how do I actually do cropping? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to here to my program monitor here, and I'm gonna bring this back down to 10%. Because once I double click on my little video image there, I want you to notice what happens. I double click here and you're going to see how I get this little bounding box. So that essentially takes me to the ability to resize my image. Now, why would I want to resize the image? Take a look at the frame that's right here. When I resize the image, the frame stays the same while the image gets bigger, but so big that it can't actually fit in the frame. So if I grab from over here, you're going to see my frame stays the same. And what I really want to do here is just focus in on his hands right there. Okay, so really nice. And now when I'm going to play this, you can see, okay, great. He's going to really kind of get zoomed in on that. Okay, so very cool. Okay, so, okay, I like that. So now I can say, okay, he's showing this here. And now I really want to kind of zoom in on, okay, great. Now, okay, it's a little bit off, right? So really what I should do is I'm going to go and undo all that. And I'm going to start off by kind of just giving myself a kind of a positioning shot here that like, okay, great. That's what we're looking at. And then I'm going to just split this, right? I'm going to slice this right where the playhead is, again, by doing Control or Command K. And then bam, I have this and I have this, two separate things here. Now this is going to be my kind of long shot. And then as soon as we get to this part here, it's like, oh, what's he doing? Bam, and we're going to see, in fact, what he's doing. So we're going to do that by zooming in on it. So let's go ahead and double click here and notice what clip I'm on. And now let's just go ahead and just drag out from the corners here. And again, remember I'm at 10%. And then let's just go ahead and get a nice little shot there of his hands. Maybe that's a little bit too close. So again, double click if you lose it. And then just get right to that double-sided arrow. Okay, very good. And now let's just watch it. Let's just watch it from a few seconds before. And let's come back to the fit window so we can really see it. Normal shot. And then what's he doing? Bam. Okay, great. Now we can see that a little bit better. Okay. And then maybe I don't actually need all the rest of that right towards the end. Right. It kind of does a little bit of that. So I can easily trim that. Right. So I was like, okay, I don't need that's a little bit too much extra. Okay. And then maybe I would even like slow it down or whatever I want to do there. Okay, so you can see how nice that is just to be able to, okay, great. Let's go ahead and tell my story a little bit better. Now it's coming in a little bit granular, a little pixelated. That's because I'm at this playback resolution of just a half. So when you have high resolution video, 1080, 4K, you're not going to run into this issue. But keep in mind, if you are going to be zooming in like this and it's low resolution and low quality, it might look pixelated like this. Okay, but this is high quality, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so pretty neat. All right, so what we're going to do next is I'm going to show you kind of another sort of variation on what we can do when we're cropping, and that's with a picture-in-picture type of situations, which we are going to cover in the next lesson. So stay tuned and we'll see you soon. Okay, so the last lesson we talked about cropping. Now I'm going to get a little bit more kind of creative with our cropping tools and talk about picture-in-picture. So picture-in-picture and cropping kind of go hand in hand in a way, because essentially when we are cropping, we're just resizing the image, and we've resized the image so far to fit in the frame where it's going to be bigger so it zooms in. In this case, we're actually going to make our pictures smaller, and we're going to put them onto another track altogether. So let's now work on a different part of our Exploratorium. I'm going to bring in our percussive machines here, and you can see how this is going to be maybe potentially a nice backdrop for some things. And as I do that, I might want to have some other elements of the Exploratorium on the foreground of this. And these are going to be kind of in the background, right? So we have a little bit more kind of visual interest, a few more things happening on the screen. Okay, so it could be for a variety of different things. And then maybe eventually later on you learn how to move some of these things around so there's some animation happening. Okay, so let's just go ahead for now, just for our purposes. I'm just going to bring in our tornado. Okay, and when I say bring it in, I mean I'm going to bring it in to another track altogether. Okay, because this part is really important where I actually want to make it so it's going to be on the track above the track that I want to have in the background, right? So think about layers, right? One's going to be in the front, one's going to be in the back. So very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and drag this over here. So it's going to be on V2, just like that. Okay. Now, when I play it, I want you to notice it just does that, right? Which isn't so bad, right? And we're lucky because of the screen resolution that it actually is portrait, right? So it's actually tall rather than wide. So you're able to see kind of what's actually happening here. But it is taking up a lot more than I'd like. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my best view here. I'm going to go down to 10%. And with this selected, I'm going to go ahead and just double click on here. You can see that I now get my bounding box. I'm going to resize that. So now that's going to be just kind of coming in over here, whatever you want to do, wherever you want to put that. Okay. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to make this so it's going to come in a little bit later. So I have a little bit of the positioning of what I'm going to see there, right? And then I might want to put something else on top of that to make it so it's going to be coming up simultaneously. So guess what? I have another V3 that's coming up. So let's just go ahead and take a look. What else can I put in there? Okay, let me just go ahead and play this. See it? Okay, let's try another one. Yep, kind of like that one. Let's try it again. Great. So now let's go ahead and I'm going to come back over to here. I'm going to hit the minus sign. Okay, so I can see everything there. All right, and then let's go ahead and do Control minus so I can have a little more room there. And then just drag this on top of it. Maybe I want to have them come in around the same time, right? And you can see now I'm going to have some kind of competing elements here. All right, but let's start working with both of these at the same time simultaneously. So look at that. I have these two, Tesla One and Tornado, and I have my percussive machine underneath it. So I'm going to go ahead and select my Tesla One, double click that, resize it, bring this over here, and you can see now I have them side by side, these two things here, and I have this as my background. Okay, so let's just go ahead and just move this down a little bit, double click on this, resize this a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe zoom in a little bit more so I can kind of see their sizes a little bit better. Move it to there. Okay, that's great. Okay, move this over there, move that over there. Okay, lovely. Now let's see it in action. So you're going to see how this is going to come up, the percussive machines by themselves, and then this is going to come in maybe a second or two later, combined with this, and you're going to see they're on separate parts of the frame. And of course, I don't need all this stuff here, so let's just go ahead and close that out. And then just like that, and let's see what that's going to look like. I'm going to make that nice and big. Okay, now let me just go ahead and get out of that, hit the tilde, and then you know what? Let's actually bring this so they start off at the same time. Let's come over to there. Okay. Great. And now let's see it. I like it. All right, so you might have some more creative ideas as far as how you might be doing picture in picture. You might have a person who's your kind of omniscient narrator talking over something, or maybe someone is discussing their project and you see their face, and then behind them you actually see the project of what they're discussing. So you can see how easy it is to be able to do that, right? So the fact that you just need to have another track that you're putting one on top of the other, and then you're just resizing it. Right? So really simple. So go ahead and practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Well, thank you for joining us. I've had a great time teaching you all the wonders that is Premiere Pro. And I hope you are feeling empowered, excited, and creative around what you can do with this amazing program. Let's do a quick recap on some of the topics we covered. We began with understanding the Premiere interface and seeing how we can customize it to our needs. We then imported and organized our content into bins so we can view and curate our content. Once we did that, we were ready to bring them into our timeline for editing. And editing we did, like trimming, rippling, slipping, sliding, cropping. We also did a cool picture-in-picture effect. And even though we covered a lot in this class, there is a great deal more to learn. Again, thank you for joining me here, and happy creating. Hello, and welcome to this training on Adobe Premiere Pro. And congrats on making the decision to learn and master this incredible program. Premiere Pro gives you the distinct ability to harness your creative energies in the form of video editing like no other. And once you learn even the basics, you'll have a skill set that can be used in almost any industry and field. Now, just a quick note that this course is designed to be an interactive, hands-on course. So occasionally, you'll hear me say things like, pause the video and practice on your own. This will ensure you get the most out of the course and learn the program in a more experiential, hands-on manner. I'm looking forward to teaching you all the cool things that Premiere Pro has to offer, so stay tuned and get ready to learn. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to talk about text and titles and captions and all kinds of good stuff here. So before I do that, let's do just a little bit of quick review because I kind of want to get some of my panels changed up a little bit so I can see things a little bit better, so I can actually have some content to work with. Okay, so if you recall, I have all my bins and everything over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up my video bin here, and I'm going to open up to where I have my science and everything, but I'd actually really like to see everything that I have inside of here to have a nice little preview of it. So I'm just going to go over to here to this icon view, and then I'm going to open up to, let's say, video, and then I'm going to open up to science. Very good. Now I can actually see everything there. And remember, I can do my little scrubbing there, and I can see kind of what's what. All right, so just a little review on that. Okay, and then of course, you can see how I have my little tabs here. And you can see I can go from tab to tab, so I can see kind of what I had before. And then you can even go over to here to see kind of what's underneath there hierarchically. All right, and then I can come back to here where I started if I like to. All right, so I'm going to come back over here. And what my goal in this exercise is to find a backdrop for some text. Okay, because it's kind of a nice effect to have a little bit of, some kind of visual interest behind my text, behind my titles, behind my caption, just to kind of just show a little preview of what's going to be there, but a little excitement, a little bit of context. So if I go ahead and just double click on this, it's going to show up over here in my source panel. And you'll notice here I can play this. And when I play it, you can see there it is. Okay, that's great. And I also notice here I have an in and out still chosen there. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that out. All right. And then maybe I can just go back and I sort of scrub it and say, okay, what do I want there? All right. You know what? That actually looks pretty great. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do my in and out. So I'm going to say in, keep playing it. All right, good. And then right when it kind of starts to fade out a little bit, then I'm going to do my out. Okay, so again, that's just the I key and the O key on your keyboard. All right, now I'm going to place my playhead on my timeline to be where I want it to go. All right, so if you recall, I could do a number of different things here. I could just drag my video, just drag my audio, whatever I want to do, or I could even use my insert, or I can use my overwrite. What do I want to do, right? So it just depends. I'm not really going to be overwriting anything. I actually want to just insert this, and just notice I can also just use the comma key, and then bam, notice what that does. Okay, great. And it comes in, bam, and there's my opening shot. Very good. So I have that there. That's amazing. Very cool. All right, so just a little bit of review there, again, in terms of your organization, little review in terms of how you can get content in and be able to kind of pick and choose parts you want from your source and then bring it into the timeline. Excellent. So my goal here, right, is to have some type on top of this little backdrop. And this is going to be my little introduction to get people a little excited and everything. It's like, whoa, exploratorium, wow, psychedelic, really cool stuff. Right? So people say that. So what I'm going to do now is bring in some text. Okay, I'm just going to type out a few words there, and then I'm going to edit that text. So how do I bring in text? So you're going to see here on this toolbar that we've explored quite a bit already, we're going to see that there's this option that says T, and you'll see there it is. Move your mouse over it, it should say this is the type tool. So you click on that, and now I'm in the type tool. And very easily now, I can just start typing, right? After I click and drag and make a nice little big box here. And you can see I'm able to now start typing some things out. You'll also notice that a new track appears on V2. All right, so I'm just going to start typing out Exploratorium After Dark. All right, great. So you see how that comes in, just like anything else, just draw out your text box and start typing. Now, what you don't see here, which I'm expecting that you expected to see that, is that you probably wanted to see some editing tools, right? You wanted to see some formatting options. Okay, so it's not very obvious, it's a little bit hidden, and it's also kind of in a place that you wouldn't expect it. And that's going to be in a new panel called Graphics. Okay, we have not explored this. Okay, and they're considering text as graphics. So this is going to be one of those things you're like a little head scratcher. Well, why is it in graphics? Okay, it is because it is. That's what Adobe has said for it to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on graphics. And then if you just wait about 5 seconds or so, things are going to change pretty dramatically because I'm going to be in the sort of graphic workspace. Okay, so things kind of shift around a little bit, right? Not dramatically, but things do shift around a little bit. And you're going to see now I have this essential graphics panel that opens up here. Okay, and then this is broken down into 2 tabs. You can see I have my Browse tab, which we're going to be coming back to in a little bit, and I have my Edit tab. Okay, now some of these, especially those of you who have some Adobe experience, working with Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, some of these should actually look very familiar to you. So if we come down to this section here, you're going to see we have a text section, and we have all kinds of good stuff here. We can see here's where our font is. You can see you can increase the size of the font. You can adjust the alignment, the tracking, the leading, the line spacing, okay, all those good things, right? So line spacing is also known as leading, okay, and then you can see tracking is going to give us some space between all the letters within the word, and then kerning is going to give us space just in between individual letters, okay? So if you want to explore some of these other ones as well, feel free to do so. Okay, so not a big fan of this font. So what I'm going to do now is make some changes to it. So super easy. I'm just going to go ahead and highlight it. And now again, because I'm inside of my graphics panel, I'm inside over here, Essential Graphics. And then I'm going to come over here down to my text. I'm just going to go ahead and click. I'm going to find something to work with. Okay, let's just try maybe Monsters Attack. Okay, Exploratorium After Dark. Okay, maybe I'll try to find another one here. How about this one? That's kind of fun. All right, and then maybe I'll make that a little bit bigger. And just notice that you can actually increase your font size in one of 2 ways, right? You'll notice here I have this little ruler right there. I can just go ahead and slide that over. But I also have this guy here, whereas if I move my mouse over it, my cursor is going to turn into a little double-sided arrow, and then I can go ahead and resize it that way. So if I click and drag this way, you can see, bam, I can do that. Or if you move your mouse over it, you can see how you can go left and right on top of that just the same. Okay, so whatever your pleasure is, that's how you do it. Okay, now let me go ahead. I'm going to make Exploratorium about that same width, and then I'm going to make After Dark maybe another width. Okay, or I should say size. Okay, and I'm going to make everything centered. All right, and then if I want to adjust, let's just say the line spacing here, you can see here I can adjust that. And that's going to be this section right here. Oops, excuse me. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom in on that. You can see that's going to be my leading. Okay, so pretty happy with that, but let's just say I wanted to change the color. All right, let's just say if I want to change the fill color, which is going to be basically what you'd expect it to be, that's the color on the inside, versus the stroke, I might want to add on a little outline to it. I can very easily do that down here. So if I want to change this, let's just say to maybe a dark red color, I can very easily do that. I click away and I'll be able to see that. And then if I wanted to maybe put an outline around it, that's going to be a stroke. Okay, and then I can maybe increase the size of the stroke, right? You notice here it's just showing a 1, right? Let me just make that. I'm just going to click on it this time and just say 5. All right, and then in order to kind of like settle this and say, okay, I'm kind of done, so I don't actually accidentally kind of click and make another text box, I'm going to go back to my selection tool so then I can actually really see it, what it's going to do, right? So then it kind of like takes me to my sort of home base there, right? And that looks pretty cool. Right? I'm pretty happy with that. So just know that's essentially how this is done. Now, if you wanted to have more type on this, you could very, very easily do that by coming over to this section right here. So you can actually have another layer of type if you wanted to. Like if you just wanted to have something completely different where you just didn't want it to be part of this text block, you can do that by coming over to here where you can say, hey, I'm going to do a new layer, right, of what? Of text. Or maybe you're going to do a shape, right, of some kind, right? You can very, very easily do that. I'll just do it for fun right now, just so you can see, wow, that's just going to show up right there as a new text layer. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit delete on my keyboard, and that goes away. Right now, let's see this in action. So I'm going to go ahead and come back to here, or I can do it from here. I'm just gonna hit the space bar. All right, and there we go. In a little bit, we're gonna learn about transitions and stuff. So I know it's a little bit jumpy, but you'll notice what happens here. Okay, and maybe some of you have already caught this, right? What's actually going on and why am I seeing my text over this next clip, right? Because it's a little bit too long, right? So that's a really simple fix. I'm just gonna come over here and trim that, and that just locks right in there, okay? And then by the way, for your locking, when you do see that little magnet thing, that's typically happening because of this snap-in timeline, right? It snaps right in there. Okay, so you'll see that all over the place, right? Whenever you want something to snap in there. If it's not snapping properly, you just need to turn this on. Okay, so let's just watch it again now that I've made those changes. Okay, very good. Nice and clean. All right, so love that. Super happy with it. If you want to make the edits again, let's come back here, right? And I can go back to my type tool. Right, and then this is highlighted again, very good. And now I can make whatever changes I want. Okay, you can always come back to it. So just think about it as its own separate object. All right, that you can go ahead and click on it. And guess what? I can even move it around if I wanted to, right? Do all kinds of good things to it. All right, so if you wanted to kind of just play with it with different layers, if you have other text on there, you have full control over it. All right, so very good. And then lastly, what I'm gonna do with this, I'm just gonna kind of shift this over, but then click on this little guy right here to adjust the alignment of the object, right? To make it so it's going to be perfectly centered within my frame. All right, so you have all the tools you need all right here, but it's a little bit harder to get to because it's not obvious, right? So we're gonna go to the graphics panel here, and then we see everything that we need right here. Okay, now let's see what we can do with a few other things, all right? I wanna actually stay within this essential graphics, and let's now see what we can do with this browse option. So this is pretty neat because we're gonna see that Adobe gives us some nice little freebies, all right? It gives us actually a few kind of off-the-shelf little captions and titles and things like that that we can use. Some of them have little animations on there. Some of them have backgrounds, preset text, you know, things like that. You can see your title here. Just explore these. You'll see some of them a little more creative than others. Okay, and then sometimes you're going to use certain ones versus others. Okay, so let me just go ahead. I'm going to go to our famous chef, right? And maybe like I'll just do one of the times that we see him kind of for the longest amount of time. And I want to put in a caption there, right? And this might be like the caption I decide to use like all the time, right? So you can see there's this kind of lower third situation that you can see something like this for sports teams, right? It's like, okay, it doesn't have to be a sports team. They're just letting you know that that could be something you can use it for. So we'll see there's a bunch of other ones, maybe something like that, how graphic you want to get. But it's kind of nice because they do give you, you know, some pretty fancy ones. Okay, so let me just go ahead and find a decent one that we can work with. Okay, that one's not bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and just drag this right there in my timeline. It locks in place. And then, bam, there you go. All right, not too shabby. Didn't have to do too much at all. And if I play this, we're going to see what happens. Great. I even get a nice little animation out of that, right? Didn't have to do any animation, don't have to know any special things in After Effects or even Premiere to be able to create that. It does it for me. It's all off the shelf, okay? And again, you can see there's probably about like 50 of them in there. All right, now what I'm going to do is I need to put in my own stuff here, okay? So when I click on this directly, right, and I'm still in my selection tool, notice how this gets highlighted. And also you're going to notice that it automatically now takes me to my edit tab. Okay, and I can go ahead and change all the different things if I want, right? So I'm just going to go ahead now and just double click on this. Okay, I'm going to say Chef Bob. Okay, and then add title here. Okay, so Sushi King SF. All right, and of course I'm going to come back to my selection tool. And it's as easy as that, right? So then if I play it, let's come back. Let's just watch it as it's leading up into it. Nice. And that looks really cool, really professional. You can see how long it stays up there, and of course I can change that. I think the default's going to be about 5 seconds. So if I don't want that to be so long, if I want it to be even longer than that, I can very, very easily do that. Okay, now if we come back to this, you'll notice because this is one of these off-the-shelf graphics and text captions, you're going to see that there's actually quite a bit going on here, right? You can see here this says shape, right? And then I actually have 2 layers here. That stuff automatically comes in there. So you may want to explore some of that stuff if you're kind of hungry for, kind of doing things on your own and doing things a little bit differently, right? You can actually see, like if I click on shape, there's a nice little gradient there, right? And a few other options that you might want to explore. Okay, so pretty cool stuff just like right off the bat. Okay, now the last thing we're going to do in this segment, so I want to talk about how we can bring in kind of a title in the beginning. All right, so if I go over to my beginning right now, it just kind of starts off with this, right? Which isn't so bad, but maybe I want to do something that's kind of like opening credits, or, just want to have something that's just going to be with like a black background, right? That's not super obvious, right? There's not like a black background option for us, hey, but there is something that's very similar to that that's going to lead us to that place. And what we're going to do is we're going to come over to here, back to our project panel where all our bins are and everything. And we're going to go over to this little guy right there, right? Something we have not actually used. If you click on that, you're going to see you get a lot of options here. Okay, and in our advanced class, we're going to go even some more of these, like our adjustment layers and a few other things. But what we're concerned with here is something called the color mat, because that's what I want to do. I essentially want to create a background, right? Or even just think about it like a video file that has nothing on it except for color. And the reason why I'm doing that is so I can have a background, so I can just put some basic text on there, right? Plain and simple, right? So let's just go ahead and click on that. And then it gives me, the size and everything like that, right? It should match up to my sequence. So I'm going to click OK. That's going to ask me, right? Very simple. What's the color you want to have in the background, right? And you can choose whatever color you want, right? If you know your RGB value, right? And some of these other things here, you can do that as well. Totally up to you. I'm going to choose black, right? That's going to be nice and easy for me. I click OK, and I'm just going to call this black BG for titles. And I can use that over and over and over again. Now, you'll notice as soon as I hit OK, this now appears, right? Black BG for titles, right? Now, it just exists. It doesn't go into the timeline. So what I need to do, of course, is bring it into the timeline. Now, I want to bring it in so it's before everything else, okay? I don't want to overwrite anything. I don't want to, put it on top of anything. So what I'm going to do is hold down the Control key on my keyboard or the Command key on the Mac and just drag it in. And now notice when I drag it in, I let go, it just pushes everything over, right? So it doesn't actually overwrite it, it just inserts it, okay? And of course, it's because of that special keyboard key that I press down as I've dragged it over, right? Which is Control or Command on the Mac, okay? So now I have this black background. Now, so what I'm gonna do next is very simply, I'm just gonna go over to here to my Essential Graphics panel. I'm gonna go over here to Browse, and I'm gonna bring in one of these preset titles. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna drag this in. You're gonna see, very cool, right? And that's gonna be all ready to go. Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and just drag my playhead over a little bit so I can actually see it. And then very easily, I can just go ahead and double click on the text box. I'm gonna say a Kazuto joint production. Okay, very good. And then down here, I'm going to say 2021. All right, very cool. And then again, you can see I got all kinds of different layers happening over here. I can change my font if you want to, but this is all preset. They're giving you a nice little gift, so you can choose whatever you want, as a result, or you can just kind of keep it as is, right? Totally up to you. All right. Now, you'll notice that when I play it, it just does all these nice, cool little animations and all that cool stuff, right? And you'll also notice that I have my little black background, everything. If I decide I don't want this color background anymore, it's very simple to change that. You just double click on the track right there, and this is going to come up, and let's just say I want to kind of do like a kind of a deep color red. I click OK, and you can see how easy that is to change it, and it changes the whole thing. And I play it, and then nice little animation comes in, and then it's going to transition. Bam, just like that. Okay, and we're actually going to learn about like real transitions in a little bit, so it kind of fades in a little bit more gracefully. But you can see how awesome this is, right? So it's just like this is really integral to all of your projects, right? Working with text, whether it's going to be just a title of some kind, right? Maybe something that's going to have a color backdrop, it's going to have another video backdrop, right? Or potentially like a lower third situation for captions. You know, if you're doing a documentary, something like that, for a variety of different reasons. So you see that it's relatively easy to do, but it can be a slight bit of a challenge to find where all your content is. So you simply just do the T, and then you go ahead and you select it out, and you can put your stuff in there. But then you need to make sure you go to the graphics panel, go to Essential Graphics, and you can see how everything's broken out into 2 tabs, and then you are good to go. All right. Now I'm going to say one quick thing here just to know that like if something weird is happening where like you can't actually edit your type, right? I'm just going to give you a quick little note on this. And it could be because your display is not set to your default display for your computer. So Adobe doesn't necessarily respond well in this case if your display is set to like 125% and it's not like the native resolution for your computer. So what you could try to do is switch it back to 100%. Okay, so you might notice that my screen might look a little bit different than other videos that you've seen prior within this title. And that is because I changed it back to make it so everything does work. So things might look a little bit smaller, and that's why, because I normally had it 125% for instructional purposes, but now I've got it for back to 100%, so I can actually show you how titles work, because ordinarily they would not work. Okay, so word to the wise there. Nice little tip in case it's not working for you where you can't actually make any edits. All right, so as always, pause the video, practice it up, have fun. Hopefully you're starting to see all of this come together for you working with some of my videos, if you get some of your own videos, but this really kind of culminates everything together, makes it a full piece. All right, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to work with still images. Sometimes you just have photographs and you just want to bring them in to make a slideshow. Sometimes you might want to bring them into your actual video and you want to incorporate them into the timeline. We did a lesson on that earlier when we exported a frame and we brought something in, or you can see where that actually lives as a JPEG. Now, before I show you how to actually do all of this, I want you to see what we can customize a little bit inside of our preferences. So if you're on the PC, you're going to click on Edit and then Preferences. And if you're on the Mac, you're going to click on the Premiere menu in the upper left. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over to here to the Timeline option. When we go to Timeline, you're going to see that there's all kinds of different preset options that you can choose as your own for preferences. What we're going to focus on here for this lesson is going to be this: still image default duration. How long do you want it to be? Right, so it's going to save you a lot of time for when you bring in your images, right, into the timeline. Do you always want them to be 10 seconds, right? You don't have to change it every time. You can change it right here to be 10 seconds or just 3 seconds or whatever you want it to be. The default is, so you don't have to make any changes after the fact. You can do it ahead of time in your preferences. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just keep it at 5 seconds. I'm pretty happy with that. Click OK. All right, and then also, by the way, sorry, before I leave here, also notice that you have these audio default transitions and also video transition defaults. So we're going to talk about transitions in just a little bit. So this will be a nice little kind of preview of where to go in case you wanted to change some of these things ahead of time in case it's not coming in how you want it to. Okay, so let me go ahead and click OK. And now let's see how we can bring in our still images. Currently, I have an empty timeline. So what I'm going to do is go over to my bin here called Still Images, and you're going to see I have all of these images that I want to bring in to make a slideshow. Okay, so pretty simple. I just go ahead and click on the first one, scroll down, hold down the Shift key, and click on the last one. If you wanted to actually see what they look like ahead of time, you can certainly do that. And I can always hold down, hit the tilde key, and I can see everything here as well, right? Kind of nice, right? Pretty cool. So I have everything there, hit the tilde key, and then again, have everything selected, and then just drag it into my timeline. And just like that, I now have all my images here. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit taller so I can see them there. All right, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and hit the plus sign so I can see, okay, cool. Now I can see what's happening between all of these. So let's just go ahead and hit play. You can see that they're gonna come in for 5 seconds, 3, 4, and 5, and it's gonna go ahead and transition to another and another and another, right? So pretty straightforward, right? So it's just like, okay, that just comes in as it is. And notice I actually have 2 of the same images there. So no problem there. I'm just gonna hold down the shift key and then hit delete. And then you can see how that ripples and that goes back to there. So very good. So you can see kind of a realistic experience that you might see here. All right, so very cool, right? So now we're gonna keep it like this for right now. In a little bit, I'm gonna show you how we can do transitions, but I'm gonna show you one other thing here before we go. And that's going to be a tool that's going to help you really kind of automate the process, but also kind of go through a slightly different, more personalized experience for some of you who already have your things all numbered or you have them sorted in such a way. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new sequence. So far, we have actually not created new sequences from scratch. We've been creating sequences from our content, right? From our images, from our video. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to this little new tab here down on the bottom, and we're going to say new sequence. And you get a lot of kind of like dizzying options here. For right now, we're just going to keep the default. You can kind of study some of these things here and you can make some changes to them if you want to. But for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and click OK. I'm not even going to rename this. I'm just going to go ahead and just say OK. And now you're going to notice how I have a new sequence here. Okay, in addition to the one that I have here, and of course I could change the name of that, which I will. All right, but you can see I have this blank sequence. What I'm going to do now is use this feature called, you're going to see it down here, it's going to be automate to sequence. So I'm going to change my view to list view, and I'm just going to choose my images here, and then maybe I'm going to kind of sort them in a certain way. Okay, great. And then I have these guys there. Let's make sure I don't have 2 of the same ones again. Okay, good. Looks like I do have those 2 again, so I don't want those. So I'm going to hold down the control key, command key on the Mac to then deselect that. Okay, very good. So this is in a slightly different setup for me. Okay, and again, it could be ways that you have it set up where you have it sorted, you have it renamed in such a way. But what we're going to do is we're going to come down to this little icon where it says automate to sequence. When we click on that, you're going to see how it gives you this from Explore SF project, the ordering. Do you want it in the selection order or do you want it in the sort order, right? So I'm going to go ahead and choose the sort order. That's more what I care about. And again, if that's how you're doing it, right, you may actually want it to be because it's alphabetized or whatever it is or by number, you can do that. You can see here also placement. Do you want it sequentially, okay, or at numbered markers? We don't actually have any numbered markers, but know that in the future, if you did have markers, this would actually be really helpful for you, okay? So that's not something we really talked about to a large degree, but if you wanted to go the next level with markers, you can see how it's another use for it, okay? So method, okay, overwrite, edit, okay? So right now we don't have anything else in there, so it's not gonna really make a difference whether it's gonna insert or overwrite, okay? And then we're going to see here, do you want to have a little clip overlap? So let's see what that's going to look like. Okay, and then we're going to see still clip duration, okay, use in and out range. Okay, so you're going to see basically ultimately what this is going to look like at the end. Okay, so let's just take a look at these transitions are going to come in, right? The video transitions, everything we saw prior within our preferences in terms of how many seconds, that's all going to come in. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit, come over to here, all right? And now we're gonna see that when we play it, it comes in the order that I asked it for, right? Slightly different order than before. And you're gonna notice here how it actually automatically comes in with a little bit of a transition this time. Even though I didn't even really ask for transitions, I didn't even really talk about transitions, anything like that, right? They're all going to be there, right? As a result of me doing this automate to sequence. All right, now you also might be wondering, okay, I'm gonna come back to here this time, right? If I wanted to like crop in on one of my images, you can see I can do that as well. Because some of these, if you notice, are actually maybe a little bit kind of weird, or I don't see everything there. It maybe kind of didn't have the same kind of resolution as far as my sequences are concerned and my images. You can fix all that stuff. So again, what I'm going to do is just simply double click on this. And you remember from when we did our cropping of video, you can do the same thing here, right, within your still images. So let's go ahead now. I'm going to bring this down to 10%. And I want to really zoom in on this thing here. So I'm just going to make it so that's really the thing that I want people to focus on. Great. And then, yeah, this is a little bit too far of a shot. I really want to focus on one part there. So I'm going to go ahead and select this, double click it, and then let's go ahead and find our corners there. Okay, that's great. That's nice. A little more detail in there. So you get the picture now, right? So really slick. Okay, the fact that I have that kind of control over it relatively simply, relatively easily. Okay, now what we're going to do in these upcoming videos is we're going to add on a little bit of transitions. We're going to do it manually as opposed to how we did it with the automate to sequence. We're going to bring in a little bit of audio, okay, and we're also going to do some movement around them. So we're going to go into the effects panel to be able to do that, right? Have them pan across, maybe have them zoom in. Okay, so I think maybe one last thing we'll do is just adjust the length of these, right? Just to have a little bit of review of how all that works, right? Just before we move on from here. Okay, so of course, if I wanted to stretch this out, it can pretty much do this like indefinitely. If it comes in at your 5 seconds, I can very, very easily do that. Again, if I want to bring this over here, okay, notice I have a bit of a problem there. But if I then hold down my control key, notice how that's going to do it that way, right? You can see that, fantastic. And you can see, great, I can make that extend out. I can make that stand out, right? Extend out. All right, so you have that kind of creative control and that type of layout control anytime you want. Okay, just a little footnote, just as some review from what we talked about in the past with video, then applies also to our still images. Okay, so very good. We'll see you in the next video and practice up. In this lesson, we are going to talk about transitions. So transitions, basically, we're going to move from one clip into the other in a little bit more of a subtle, kind of graceful sort of smoothness that's going to just allow the user to have not sort of a jumpy move or shift from one scene to the other. All right, so earlier we saw some transitions, right, when I did that automate to sequence. Now we're going to be able to do this manually. I'm going to show you how we can do this with our still images, and then we're also going to go into video and how to do that, and we're also going to show you some good keyboard shortcuts that are really, really going to help you out quite a bit. All right, so where do all of my transitions live when I want to apply a transition? So if we go over to here to the effects tab, okay, so you can see here, this is a new tab that we have not explored yet. When you click on that, you're going to see a lot of things change, just like how we went to our graphics panel, everything kind of changed. All right, so as soon as I go there, you're going to notice that on the right-hand side, I get a whole bunch of effect options. And you're going to see in our upcoming advanced Premiere that we're going to get into a lot more different effects. So we're going to touch on just a handful of them here, and in particular working with the video transition. So you can see that we have a bunch of presets, we have audio effects, we have audio transitions, right? We have video effects, and we have video transitions. So if I go ahead and click on this here to expand that out, we're going to see we have quite a bit of different categories of transitions we can work with. Okay, so if I choose, for example, page peel, notice how there's page peel, page turn. How about wipe? You can see, wow, quite a few there. So these are all kind of different types of transitions that you can do. If I go over here to this dissolve one, you're going to notice that I have a whole bunch of dissolve ones, and one in particular, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here, has a blue box around it. That's because that is the default. That is the default transition, and that's going to be very important for us in just a few moments to understand what the default is and why that's going to be important and how we can apply the default very easily and quickly. All right, so let's go ahead now and let's just apply any one of these, right? So let's just go ahead and go over to my wipe, and I'm going to choose this band wipe, right? And I'm going to make it so it's going to go from here to here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag, and I'm going to move it so it's kind of like right there in between. And then if I really, really show you here to zoom in, you're going to see that there's now this new transition that exists. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just do kind of plus plus so I can really, really see it. Notice it even says band wipe there. So let's play that, and let's just see what it looks like from image to image. Keep your eye on your program monitor. You can see, okay, pretty cool, right? Maybe, maybe not. So if I don't like that, I can just go ahead and select it and then hit delete. So notice that I'm selecting the object of the transition. I'm not selecting the actual clips themselves. Okay, so let's maybe try a different one. Let's go ahead and just try one here. Film dissolve. Okay, very good. Let's try that again. Oh, that's pretty nice. I kind of like that. All right, so lots and lots of different options, and definitely lots and lots of ways, I should say, much easier to do it than you might expect, right? You just simply just drag it right there where the two clips meet. Okay. Now, if I wanted to adjust the length of the transitions, if I double click on the transition itself, you'll notice here it says set transition duration. If you recall from an earlier lesson, I showed you under the preferences what the default transition length is. This is making it 1 second, which is essentially just a half a second on either side. So if you want this to be a little bit longer than that, let's make this 2 seconds. Right? Notice how that goes out a little bit further, and you can have a little more of a subtle fade from one to the other. Oh, that's nice. Very graceful, very romantic. Okay, so really cool, right? To be able to work that way very quickly and easily. Now, notice you can also use the trimming options to be able to do the same thing. So if you only want, you can see how I can do this way, right? You have a little bit more sort of fluidity around that. You can notice what's happening with that, right? The duration is coming up. And you can see you can do that way, or you can do that way. Okay, so that's kind of nice, right? You can see, all right, very good. Okay, but now that could take a long time to do all of these pretty much like one by one by one, you know, because if you've got a whole slideshow of 100 images, that could take quite a bit of time. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all this here. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove this transition. And let me just zoom so I can see everything just like that. And I'd like to actually use this cross dissolve, I decided, right? And I'm deciding just because now it's currently at the default. And again, how do I know it's a default? Because it's the blue square. How did it become the default? Is if you right click on any one of these, notice it says set selected as default, right? You can see now that becomes the blue. I'm gonna come over to here and make this. Now this become the blue. Now, why is this gonna be important and how is this gonna help us? There is an amazing keyboard shortcut that is gonna allow us to apply transitions very quickly and easily. And especially if I have everything selected just like that, I can now apply it using that keyboard shortcut, which is, wait for it, Shift D, right? And you'll notice how everything now has that transition. So let's watch it. Nice, that transitions. Wait about 5 seconds or so. Another one comes in. Very cool, right? Didn't really have to. Okay, love that. Pretty great. Now let's just try a different one. Okay, so I'm going to make this, I'm going to say dip to white. I'm going to make this the default transition, highlight everything all over again, do Shift D. Okay, that now changes. See that? Dip to white. You barely noticed it on the timeline, but in fact it did change. Okay, so depending on what you're trying to do, right? So really cool. I'll do that one more time. Let's go ahead and highlight everything. And again, I'm going to make this, I'm going to say, let's do our film dissolve again. Make that, notice again, the blue box. All right, I'm going to do Shift D. And now let's watch it. All right, very good. And that's where I'm going to settle, right where I started. Okay, so pretty happy with that. Now let's go ahead and take a look how the experience would be working with video. So let's go back to our project. And if you remember, I had a sequence, right? I actually had a sequence folder, right? You can see my sequence bin. There that is. And I have this My Exploratorium doc, right? Nice and flushed out there. And we can see, let me go ahead and select this, minus, minus, so I can see everything there. Very cool, getting nice and filled out. And it might be cool to have a little transition kind of going from like here to here, so it's a little more kind of subtle. So I'm gonna go ahead and just select both of these. And then if I just do Shift D, notice how that gets applied nicely and easily, right? And let me just go ahead and zoom in a little bit more so I can see that there. And now let's watch it. Now it's going to kind of zoom in. Actually, let me make it even better to have this be a little bit bigger. Let's go 25%. There we go.
That's so cool.
All right, and then you may want to actually adjust this, right? So like this maybe doesn't transition so much over here, right? Or maybe it only transitions on one side. Just notice how easy that is to be able to affect that. See that? So really cool. Now that's going to be on this side. Yeah, I like that. So then that part comes in. All right, and then you can certainly do it on here as well. So let's go ahead and select these two. And I'm just going to drag this into here. All right, so it's making sure everything gets affected. Nice. Okay, so we have a little bit more kind of like visual interest. All right, let's just do a couple more. Let's just see what else could benefit from this, right? We're just kind of transitioning from one scene to the other. And sometimes you don't want to go crazy with the transitions, just kind of keep in mind you want to really kind of make it so it's communicating something, maybe make it so it's going to be, part of the sort of, energy and sort of style that you're creating, right? So you have certain kind of music, you might want to match the transition to that, right? You don't want to be jumping all over the place with transitions just to be able to show you have transitions. So let's just kind of keep that in mind. Okay, so I have these two here and I want to basically make this go into there. Okay, and it tells me here, it says, insufficient media, the transition will contain repeated frames. So let's just see what that's going to look like, right? Because sometimes if your media is too small or too short, then it may not know what to do with it, okay? But that's totally fine. Pretty happy with that, right? Nothing big is happening. Now, what I want you to notice is that because I'm working with video, and I now click on my transition, notice how I'm getting this kind of split screen up on top. It's showing me kind of where it's going to kind of come and go to, right? Do you see that there? So I can see where the split is going to happen, right? So you can see that like, okay, it's going to go from here, right, to there. And when I hold my mouse down on this, it actually shows me that kind of split screen. And let's just go ahead and maybe finish it off for the rest of these. Let's now just do transition just because we can on all the clips here. And you might see that you're going to get that insufficient message there, okay? But that's okay. I think we're okay with that. They're just letting us know that, again, the transitions might be a little bit longer. That's not going to be a lot of footage to show, all right? So let's just go ahead and take a look at it now. Let's see. I'm going to transition from that to that. And then the next footage, slow motion, goes into the next thing. That's cool. Pretty neat. All right, and this could be a good thing if you're fading out or fading in. You might want to try different ones. Like if you're starting off where you're introducing your new content, maybe you want to do one of these like, dip to whites, right? That could be a good one where it's like, hey, lightness is coming, right? Or you're dipping to black. You're saying, hey, this is now over. Okay, so that might be a little bit of a different look that you want to create. So if I now just go ahead and select this and I hit delete, okay, I'm just going to go and get rid of that for the sound as well. And then I could just do one kind of ad hoc right here. Okay, and then bam, there you have it. And then we can watch what dip to black does. And then maybe I even want to make that a little bit longer. Okay, so it's going to be just kind of a nice slow fade out. Okay, or maybe even longer than that. Or I can double click on it again, maybe make it go a little bit longer than that. Okay, so let's just do it like that way. One more time, let's keep an eye on it. And then slow fade to black. Okay, very cool. And of course, you do the same thing with audio transitions if you like, if you want your audio to fade out equally. And we're going to talk about audio in just a little bit. All right, so have fun, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a quick overview on how we can work with certain kind of effect controls to create movement. So if we look at our slideshow here, we can see, yeah, kind of nice. However, when it's coming in and out, it's a little bit boring, a little bit static. So what we're going to do is we're going to move things around a little bit because maybe we're going to have them kind of pan from left to right. Maybe we want to have them zoom in a little bit. have a little bit more control over what people see. Okay, so in order to do that, we've got to go to a completely different panel again. All right, so we've been working with effects, we've been working with editing, okay, we've been working with graphics. Now we're going to move over to one called effect controls. You see that there? So here is effect controls here. And then there's a lot really going on here. It could be a little bit intimidating at first. So we're only going to explore just a handful of these for right now. But you can see, what can we affect? We can affect the motion, right? Meaning the position and the scale. Where is it on the X and Y values? Where is it on the scale in terms of the size of it? Okay. But now what we're going to learn about is something called keyframes. Because if you think about what a keyframe is, it's basically just saying, hey, it's going to start off in one place. That's your keyframe number 1. And it's going to end up in another place. And that's going to be keyframe number 2. It's essentially going to kind of fill in the gaps between those 2 points from beginning to end. So we're going to see here that I'm going to have my ability to then make this kind of go from one thing to the next, right? So let me go ahead and just zoom this out back to 10 so I can see what I can do at first. All right, so I'm going to bring this back over here to the far left, and notice how my scrubber, my playhead scrubber, matches what I see on my timeline down below to what I see up on top over here. Okay, so that's great. So notice that I'm all the way on the far left because that is where my first kind of movement is going to happen, if you will, right? So let's make sure that, we're there. We're pretty happy with that. We're good. And now we're going to now play around with the actual movement of things. All right. So the first thing I want to do before I set up anything is I'm going to click on this little stopwatch thing. So I'm telling Premiere that like something is going to happen in terms of like a keyframe and a time going from one thing to the other. So I'm going to click on that, and you're going to see how that gets kind of lit up. And then you'll also notice how I have this little blue thing that lights up. It's saying that there's a keyframe that's there. And if you'll notice here, there's another little kind of like diamond there that's also telling me that a keyframe has kind of like happened, if you will. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come all the way to the end of my clip. I'm just going to hit the down arrow, but then I'm going to come back 1, right? It's kind of a nice little trick because if you go down all the way, you're actually going all the way to the next clip. You don't want that. You want to go to the next clip -1. So therefore, it's going to now affect the end of that first clip. Now, I can do a few things here. I could work with my positioning by going to my, is it my 1296 or 968? I don't even really know what those things mean, but I can go ahead and click and drag on those to then make it move. Okay, what's it going to be? Like that? Okay, maybe that's what's happening. Sure, potentially, right? But, I might want to actually do things a little more kind of, I don't know, sort of fluidly, right? It's like, well, you know what? Or more sort of like concretely or tangibly. So I can just simply click and drag. And if I hold down the Shift key, I know for sure I'm getting it straight. And notice I'm now working with my x-axis. All right, so we can see, okay, that's pretty cool. And now if I were to watch this, I know it's going to go from left to right. See that? I've now created that movement. So let's take a look at what's actually happening. I have keyframe number 1 here, keyframe number 2 over here, right? So keyframe number 1 starts off at 1296, and just watch how the numbers grow as we go over here to keyframe number 2. Okay, so pretty cool, right? So it's very easy to do that. Let's now continue on with that, where I'm going to go to my scale, because I actually want my scale to be a little bit bigger because it's not taking up a whole lot of the screen at this point. So I'm going to come back to the beginning. I'm going to click on my little clock, all right? And I'm going to make it start off big. I actually want it to be big the whole time. Okay, so I'm going to come back here, double click, and I'm going to go ahead and make that nice and big. I might want to see what it's going to look like. All right, and now you can see I'm not losing any information. By the time it comes over to here, it doesn't completely die off. Okay, and if I wanted to, I can always come back to my positioning at this place, and then I can even control it still. See that? So I'm coming back to position. So notice how position and scale are both highlighted in blue to tell me that, okay, this is where some keyframe sort of movement is going to happen. Okay, so let's now see here. We take a look. You can see my position is going to be at 1386 and my X, okay? And then it's going to start off 162%, right? So instead of 100%, it's going to be 162, but it's going to remain at 162. I don't necessarily want it to grow in this case. So let's just take a look at it. It's beautiful. That's great. I love that. And then the transition happens. Okay, great. And now let's try to find something else we can work with, right? Slightly different modification on our movement. So I have now this little snake. So let's say, for example, I wanted to kind of zoom, starting off zooming in on the head of the snake, and then I'm going to kind of zoom out so we see the whole kind of broad perspective of it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the down arrow there. And I can see I'm still on the frame, right? I'm beginning from the frame itself, and then I'm going to now work with my scale. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on scale. And in this case, I'm actually going to start off by, again, clicking on the little stopwatch, and I'm going to zoom in just by adjusting it here a little more manually. Okay, so to kind of be a little bit, let's just go ahead. I don't want to rotate it. Come on, Premiere. Let's try to find maybe another spot. You know, she can rotate it. It's a nice little thing you could do. Okay, good. And now let's go ahead and start off again. It can be a little bit tricky getting that corner. There we go. And if it is a little tricky, don't worry about it, because guess what? We can always play around with these numbers here, right? So I can always click and drag to kind of move this over just like that, right? And I can always click and drag to move it this way as well. And notice how that's affecting both the X and the Y position just the same, okay? So I'm going to make both of these start off as a keyframe at this place, right? But where do I want it to ultimately end up? So I'm going to create this kind of pan and zoom effect where we're starting off looking at the snake, and then we're going to pan out, right, at some point around here. Okay, and again, I'm going to use my trick, down and then back one. All right, now let's take a look at that's what we need to do. Okay, so now ultimately I'm thinking about, like, what do I want my viewers to see at this point? So I'm going to go ahead and double click back on there. All right, and now let's go ahead and bring that in. And I'm just going to just use this guy since I can't see the bounding boxes. No big deal. Drag this in. Make that a little bit smaller again. Kind of bring it into the frame. Okay, and as I'm doing this, I want you to notice all these two keyframes have now appeared for both the position and the scale. So I'm able to have this nice effect for panning and zooming, right, for both my X and Y and also my scale. So let's just go ahead and see what that's going to look like now. So now transition, and then, okay, cool, there's a snake. And then, whoa, how big is it? How big is it? Right? Got to stay tuned. Whoa, that's a pretty big snake. Wow, holy cow. Right? So we're now creating that sort of drama, that little suspense through that kind of like slow pan and zoom. All right. So this is a nice little foundation for the concept and application and process around keyframes and working with your effect controls. This is really just the beginning, but once you kind of get that concept and process down, it'll help you immeasurably with just an untold amount of things that you can do within Premiere. All right, so go ahead and pause the video, practice all this stuff up, go to your effect controls. You can do the same thing with images if you want to. You can do the same thing with videos if you want to, right? So mix it up. You see the process is essentially the same. All right, so we'll see you in the next video. Up until this point, we have discussed all kinds of video editing tools. We've discussed our interface. We've discussed different effects and transitions and rippling and all kinds of good stuff there. But we have not talked about audio so much. We've seen our audio in action. We've unlinked our audio from our video, but we have not learned about how we can bring in our audio and make some edits to our audio. So let's just see how we can do that. Just like how we brought in our images and brought in our other video clips, it's going to be just as simple to do that. So I have within my bins here, I have a folder here called audio, and I have one audio file, and I simply just want to bring that in. Now, if I double click on that, I can listen to it if I want to. Okay, I can even do my ins and outs on that just the same way. If I only want a certain part, I can move that around, just do that over there. If I know a certain part that I want, I can very, very easily do that. Now, if you recall, if I'm also working with a video, but I only want the audio part, I can use this guy right here to say, hey, listen, only drag in just the audio. Okay, so remember all kinds of different options to be able to do that. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and clear out my ins and outs. So I'm going to right click, clear in and out, and I'm going to bring in this audio, and this audio is going to go underneath here my slideshow that we've been working on. So very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and drag that in, and then notice it's going to go right there in from A1 to A1. Now keep in mind also, if I had some other audio there, I could bring it into A2, and I can set the track to basically make it so it's going to go to that particular track, right? To make it so it's going to automatically go to A2 or A3 so it doesn't override any of those other tracks, okay? So now you can see, here we are. I'm going to play that. All right, and I like it. All right, but now let's go ahead and see what we can do to maybe not have all this audio over here. I can very easily trim that and treat it just like I would if it were a video. Okay, and I just go ahead and trim that, and then it's going to end at the same time as all of my video does. Okay, now keep in mind, if I decided to like extend this, right, and if I wanted to extend this out, it's still here. Even though I've trimmed it, I can still extend this out just as far, just the same way as I do with my video, with my images. I can extend the audio out just the same, as long as there's information left, right? So if my video is like 45 minutes, but my audio is only 10 minutes, I can only go so far. So of course I can bring that audio back out if I want to, and then repeat it. Okay, so that's how we can work with our audio within our stills. So now let's just take a look at our Exploratorium video here, our sequence that we've been working on. And you can see here I've got quite a bit going on here. And do I need these? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. So I need to decide what I'm going to be doing with some of these, right? So do I actually want to remove some of this audio that I don't necessarily want? Okay, so if I listen to, if I start off here, so I can actually hear like some voices back there and stuff. I don't really need those. Okay, so if you recall that when I select one of my clips here, notice that these are still linked up with each other. So if I right click on that, I'm going to say unlink, and now I can then isolate this and then delete that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one too, because I don't need that one also. That one's separate, left over from before. Okay, but now you can see when I play it. All right, so what I want to do is I want to actually take this same audio and put it here on the audio 3 track, right? So that's going to be below everything else. Now, are they going to interfere with everything else inside? Are they going to compete with each other? That remains to be seen. So certain things I might want, certain things I don't want. So let's just see what we can do. Let's just go ahead and bring this in, bring this down, and now let's go ahead and play it. Cool, I like that. All right, it's a good way to start. Okay, now so you can see that, yeah, it works pretty well, but there's certain elements that are going to be necessary, but maybe I don't want them to be so dominating, right? So what I can do now is just bring down the audio to a certain extent on parts of these, and I can maybe even raise the audio on some of these parts to a certain extent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and hit the tilde key. So now I can have a nice bigger version of my audio that I can see and work with. All right, and if you recall, if I can do my Alt+++, notice I can actually make that a little bit bigger to work with there. So that's kind of nice. So you can see, all right, great. I can then now work with this little line right there that we have not talked about too much. And all that's going to do is allow me to adjust the volume on that particular part right there if I want to, right? Or if I wanted to increase or decrease the volume here, I can do that same thing. All right. Now, You will notice, just so we understand about how the sound works, there's an L and an R in there. These are set in stereo, right? We'll talk about that in just a little bit, but these are actually set in stereo, so that's a left and a right. So sometimes you actually may have a mono where it's not going to be left and right, but it does give you a little bit of control sometimes in terms of what sound is coming in from what side or whatever it is, to kind of have a little more control so they're isolated out from each other. Okay, so just so we have a good idea of kind of what we're looking at here. All right, so I'm just gonna hit the plus sign to actually make this spread out even more. All right, so let's go ahead and just kind of see what I can do with this. So let's just back up a little bit, and then it's coming in. Okay, that's a little loud. So let's just go ahead and make this a little bit lower. So notice where my mouse is right there. I'm just gonna bring that down just a little bit. Okay, and now not so bad. Good, and I have this one competing with it. Let's get rid of that, don't need that. And then notice how that jumped up a little bit, right? So I probably all of these, right, I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. Okay, and I also again want to decide, hey, listen, do I even want these to begin with? So I'm gonna watch these, right? Are they competing? Are they adding anything to my story? Right, totally up to you. Okay, so now I'm gonna hit the tilde key and I'll watch it and listen to it. All right, so let's go ahead and do the same bit of editing here while I'm in a smaller version of this. Okay, great. All right, wonderful. So you can see how easy all that stuff is here. And then notice there's also some transitions here, so you can have the sound fade in and out like I showed you from our effects panel. Okay, now let's take a look at this, and I want you to notice that as I'm actually playing this on the right-hand side, you're gonna see your little channels going up and down on there. So it's going to give you some indication about kind of what's going on. So let's go ahead and play it. It's a little bit lower. And then you're going to see the next one's going to come down a little bit more, which I actually prefer. So I want a little bit, something subtle, and you can see you can do this all day long. All right, now let me just show you one quick thing, and this might kind of take you to the next level of audio editing and understanding if this ever comes up. In our advanced class, we get a little bit more into audio, but let me just go ahead and right click on this, and I'm gonna go over here to my audio channels where you can see what's going on here. Sometimes you may or may not want to have, both or one or whatever it is, and maybe if you're showing here as mono and you want to play with it a little bit, you can very easily do that. Okay, so you can see how I can turn this on or off, right? So there's going to be times when you're going to want to do that in case maybe you're getting like a hiss on one channel and you want to actually say, hey, listen, I don't want that hiss. You can actually make it so it's going to be like two lefts, right? We don't necessarily have anything like that, but if that does come up, this is a good way to address that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just cancel that. And now, one last time, let's go ahead and play it. All right, and leave it at Chef Bob. Excellent. Very good. So hopefully this helps. You can see how easy it is on a lot of levels to just bring in the audio, how easy it is to adjust the volume, how you can unlink and separate out your audio from your video. So lots of things you can do, and hopefully pretty straightforward on how to do it. All right, so go ahead, pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Believe it or not, we have made it all the way to our output phase of our project. Thank you for sticking around. Hopefully you have made it this far and you've either worked on creating something from this bit of video and audio that we've got here for you, or maybe you're working on something on your own with your own content. So what we're going to do is learn how we can just simply export this and render it as a video format that can be available to put on a website, publish it to YouTube or Vimeo or whatever you plan to do. All right, and you can see it's relatively straightforward. Premiere does all the heavy lifting. And I'm going to simplify this process for you, just so you don't have really too much to think about. But For those of you who have very specialized needs, I'm going to show you the window you can go to as far as what choices you need to make, but we're going to keep it nice and simple for our purposes here when we do our exporting. So I have my Exploratorium doc video and it is now ready to be rendered. So how do I do it? I'm going to go over to here to my file menu, click on file, and you're going to see mostly way down here is export. And all I'm going to do now is just choose media. If I do that, dialog box is going to pop up and you're going to see here, all I need to do is tell it what format I want to export it as. And I also want to say, okay, what's going to be the name for it and the location. Now you can see it's also giving me a summary of, where it's going to live and all that good stuff here, and even stuff around my sound, right? And you also have a few other options here that's going to tell you some bits of information also that maybe you even want to change some things at this point. But again, we're going to keep it relatively simple. And then finally at the end, you just simply click on export. So good standard to go by is this H.264. When you click on that, you're going to see we get a lot of options here. Okay, some older formats that are really not as useful, like AVI and even MOV files, and some of these things. And maybe that's going to come up for you, but this is typically kind of your industry standard at this point, and it is the same as an MP4. So when you do see H.264, you should really be thinking MP4, right? So it's a certain standard of MP4. Okay, so you're going to get a really good high resolution. So it's going to bring everything together in terms of your audio, your video, and you will have a quality output. All right. And then again, you're going to see this area here for output name. So when I click on that, that's going to take me to, okay, so where do I want to export this to? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and export this to my Premiere Pro intro folder here. It's going to be an MP4. That's great. All right, so now I've set what the location is going to be. I'm going to keep it at the same name as where it started. All right, and then again, if you want to explore some of these things here, you can see if there's any kind of effects that you're needing to be working with or anything like that. Just know what these options are. If you need to change the codec or anything like that, just know that the options are here within this export window. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it as is. And then finally, we're pretty much good to go as far as our purposes are concerned. And we're to come down here to export. So I click on export. And as this is waiting, you can see over here in the lower left, it tells me the size. It's going to be 202 megabytes. So just good to know that before you actually, commit to something. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause the video while we're waiting for this, and I'll come right back right when it's about to be done. Okay, and we're back with about 5 seconds left to go. And here we are. That wasn't so bad. But just know, of course, for a longer video, it's going to take more time. Okay, there it is. It tells me here, your video has been exported successfully. So let's go ahead and get to my folder so I can see it here. There it is, Exploratorium doc. And I can go ahead and play that. It's going to open up to my default MP4 player. Two minutes, 35 seconds. Let's see it. That looks very cool. I'm very excited. High quality, coming together. And I can very easily upload that to my favorite streaming service, put it onto my website, send this to Exploratorium, do whatever I'm going to do to it. Okay, so pretty awesome. So congratulations. Well done. And give that a shot. All right. So stay tuned for our future classes on Premiere. Hopefully this was a good foundation for you. And congrats once again. Have fun, and we'll see you next time. Let's now continue our conversation on customizing our window. So let's go ahead and open up to any file. So I'm just going to go ahead and open up to a video here, and I'm going to go ahead and double click on this here. Now, I want you to notice that within both the source panel and also the program panel, you're going to see this little wrench right here and also right there. Okay, now that wrench is going to allow us to do some customization to bring up certain elements that we may want to see on the screen. Okay, so what are those things? You click on that, and there's a ton of options that are going to come up here for you. Many of these things you probably will never use. Some of them you will realize that, oh my God, how did I live without these? Okay, so as an example, let's just go ahead and first of all, bring up, for example, our ruler. I click on that, you can see, oh, that's really nice, right? So when is this going to be important? Potentially you're bringing this into a website and you need to know exactly how big the video is, right? You need to know exactly how this is going to fit in to a page of sorts, right? So you need to know, okay, what is going to be the width and height of this in pixels, okay? That's great, very nice. So let's go ahead and add on another thing. Let's bring up the guides. So I click on that and nothing really happens. But if any of you have ever worked in other Adobe programs like Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, you'll note that you can actually create guides by simply using the ruler by clicking and dragging and then just saying, hey, listen, this is where a certain element is going to go, right? So let's just say, for example, I want to bring in some type. I want to have like a lower thirds type of thing. I can say, okay, great. This is where my content is going to go. So I've created a guide now to be able to actually show that. And then I can use this to say, listen, this is where my text is going to go. Very good. Okay, so I can go ahead and click on that and say, listen, I don't want to show the guides anymore. And it goes away. Click on that and I can say, listen, I don't want to show the ruler anymore. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on with this. I'm going to click on my little wrench. And now what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to click on Safe Margins. Click on that and you're going to see what comes up here. Now, this is going to tell us now what may not be shown, right, on a screen. So if you're going to have important information here, you want to be within these safe margins, right? So they're pretty much like telling you kind of where these things might get cut off. So you want to be aware of that. So if you do have kind of a history of this and you want to, wait, why does this keep getting cut off? What's happening here, right? These are going to be really helpful for you. Go ahead and turn that off. Okay, let's go ahead and add on some other elements to our program panel. So if I click on my wrench again, you'll notice there's this option for time ruler numbers, right? So you can see here's your ruler, but that's not really giving me a lot of information. I might want to see that a little more clear in terms of where I am here. So you can see if someone tells me, let's move it right to 16 seconds, I can see, bam, there it is. Of course, I have my timestamp right here, but this gives me kind of reinforcement of what's what and where things are, right? If I did not have that before, so I can click on my wrench to add that on there. All right, and then the last thing I want to talk about is your playback resolution. You can see here, it's saying it's coming back in half resolution. You can see, I can also see that here as well. So you can see the difference there. Now, what does that actually mean? Essentially, it is not showing my video in the full original resolution as it's going to when I finally render it. Why might it not actually show it in full? It's to basically save on my computer's processing power, right? So it's going to say, hey, listen, we know you got potential, but for right now, it's not necessary, but I could turn that to full. And you can see I can have that, also change that here as well and change that. Okay, just the same playback resolution. I can change that to one of these options here. Okay, and again, you have all the same options here within your source panel as well. All right, so go ahead and just play around with those in a little bit. We're going to come and see how we can actually customize some of these buttons as well in the program panel as well as our source panel. Now, Premiere gives us some pretty good options in terms of keyboard shortcuts. It gives us some really good options in terms of all these little buttons here to be able to do any number of things here. All right, but now this list is by no means exhaustive. There are a lot of other icons and features and tasks hidden in this little plus sign and also this little plus sign. So if you are not a keyboard shortcut person, or if you want to just know what else is available, you might want to think about opening up to this little plus sign here to say, let's just see what other options we can add. So we are now currently inside of our button editor. Okay, so you can see some of the buttons are going to look familiar to you, right? You can see there's your in point, your out point, and some other things is clear, right? And also clear out, right? Just like that. Now, you'll notice that as you move your mouse over, it's also telling you the keyboard shortcut, right? We've already know this one, the in and the out, but what about clearing the in? Oh, cool, look at that. Control-Shift-I, and of course you're on a Mac, it's going to be Command-Shift-I. But you can see that if you wanted to add some of these things on here, you absolutely could, right? So I'm going to go ahead and bring in this one right here. And you'll notice that I'm just going to move this right there, and I'm just going to drag this just like that. All right, so really nice. You can see I'm starting to customizing my button panels here. Now, you'll notice that there's some other ones that, may have value to you, right? We've already got overwrite. We've already got our insert. Okay, there's our safe margin, right? What we talked about in our last video. If you want to have that there all the time, you can do that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now let's go over to here to our program panel and do the same thing. I'm going to click on the plus sign, and you're going to see how maybe we have a few different options here because this is our program panel. A little bit different, right? Because again, this is going to be for rendering it. We may have different options that we can't necessarily do within our source panel. Okay, so you might see some options for our VR. You're going to see some different effects things here. You're going to see there show our rulers and a few other things on here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do some of the things that we already talked about. Let's go ahead and just drag this. I like to show my rulers all the time. I also like to have my guides up there all the time. Cool. And I don't want to have to go and click on the little wrench every single time. Makes it nice and easy to be able to do this. So you might want to explore these. There's my safe margin. Okay. You can go ahead and export frames. Okay. If you're working with multi-camera. So many different options you can explore. And as you get deeper and deeper into the program, you're going to want to come back here and see what options are available to you to be able to make it a lot easier for you to access these and also implement them. Okay, so you'll also notice that there are keyboard shortcuts associated with these. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And you'll notice that when I click on the wrench, it doesn't necessarily tell me the keyboard shortcuts. But when I move my mouse over this new icon that I just added on as a button, you can see, oh, there is just Control R. So that's really nice. And I just learned a whole new thing. What's this one? Oh, it's going to be Control and the semicolon. Oh, very nice. And it comes right back to the guide that I created earlier. Pretty cool. All right, so we get a little added bonus there, right? It tells us that. And now that we're maybe accustomed to the keyboard shortcut, we can then go ahead and remove it. So let's just go ahead and click on the plus sign, and then I can go ahead and just drag this out. I don't need it anymore. Okay, and if you want to reset it back to where it was, you can simply just click on Reset Layout, and it goes back to where it was when we first started. Okay, so this is really all about you taking control over the program, control over your documents, control over your process. Okay, so I just learned one last thing here is I want to get rid of that guide. So I'm just going to do Control semicolon, that goes away. Control R for ruler, and that goes away. Coming back full circle. All right, so get used to that. Get your flow down. I know we're already advanced at this stage and you're probably chomping at the bit for more stuff, and we'll get to that right away. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about transitions and do a little bit of basic review, but then go a little bit more complex with some of our options within transitions. So we have a sequence here that I've created called Iceland, and you're going to see here how we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 clips, and I want to be able to transition them going from one beautiful waterfall into this geothermal activity. Is going to these beautiful horses, and then it's going to go to something else. Okay, so I want to be able to make a nice little transition that's going to go into all these. Now, how do I get to my transitions? You're going to find all your transitions in the Effects panel. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Effects, and you can see there it is right there. Now, if you unfurl to this little section here where it says Video Transitions, you're going to find all of your video transitions right there. Now, you can always do a search anytime. This is the same thing for any of these panels that have multiple options, and you can go ahead and just do a search for it. So if I knew that I was going to find, let's just say dip, you can see, bam, there it is, dip, right? I'm going to go ahead and just say cross, and you can see, bam, there's my cross dissolve. Now, you will notice that this transition, right, has a little blue box around it where the rest of them do not. That means that is the default transition. And why is that important? It means that I can do a keyboard shortcut to apply that. Okay, so for example, I'm going to go ahead and just highlight both of these, and what's my default keyboard shortcut is going to be Control D. And you can see, bam, as I do that, this now is going to pop up, and let's watch it transition into it very nicely. Okay, and that's going to be my cross dissolve. Now, if I wanted something else to be my default, let me go ahead and open this up. It's very easy to do that. I'm going to go ahead and open up to my transitions. Okay, and then here we are. And let's say, for example, I want it to be dip to white. So if I right click on that, I pretty much just get one option, and now that is going to be my default. You can see there it is, dip to white. And then all I need to do now is just simply either click and drag that on there, or what did we just learn about? We learned about the keyboard shortcut of Control or Command D, and now that is going to be my transition. Okay, so depending on what kind of effect you're trying to get. Now, I want to show you kind of preemptively an error that you may see with transitions. Okay, so let me just go ahead. I'm just going to highlight both of these right here. I'm going to do Control or Command D, and I'm going to get an error message. Insufficient media. This transition will contain repeated frames. So it seems a little scary, and it seems like it's not going to work, but let me just show you. If I click OK, you'll notice here, right, this looks a little bit different, right, compared to this one, right? You see how this one is solid. This one has a little kind of like zebra stripes going on there. Okay, they're telling you essentially that because you're sort of at the end of this media clip, there's not a whole lot for it to sort of go off of when it's transitioning from one clip to the other. So it really just depends on kind of how meticulous you want to be, but typically the naked eye won't be able to tell that it's going to repeat some of the frames. So if you really take a look at it, you'll see that it's going to kind of just do a little bit of a still shot of what we have here, right? You can see it's going to kind of just add on some frames to be able to kind of make up the difference. You really can't tell the difference there at all. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that just by simply selecting it and then hitting delete. All right, now the way to get rid of that is to simply make it so you've got a little bit of wiggle room to play around with. Now, how do I know that this is the end of the clip? I want you to notice here that there's this little triangle there, right? It's telling me this is pretty much the whole clip right there. Now, if I hold down the Control key, and you can see now I do not have a triangle there on the left-hand side. I'm going to do the same thing, hold down the Control key and click and drag that way. Right? You can see it gets rid of it on that side. Okay, so depending on what you want to do, right? So let's just go ahead now. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that side. You can see that's great. And now, good. Now I have no issues on this side, right? You can see how there's no triangle to have it indicate to me that there's no footage for it to work with. Okay. So let's go ahead and take care of this one as well. Okay. And bam, I should not have any issues at all. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of these and just do Control or Command D and see that? No issues at all. Okay. So in case you ever see that, don't freak out. Not a big deal. Even if it does come up and even if you don't want to fix it, it's just basically telling you that you're at the end of that clip. All right. Let's now go next level here. Let's go ahead and just see what's going on with these individual transitions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just watch this. You can see as I kind of like go right from here to here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click directly on the transition itself. And you'll notice now I have this option under my effect controls to basically see kind of my A and B comparison and also to be able to control my transition in terms of where it's going to begin and end, and also my duration and also my alignment. All right, so we're going to start getting into a little bit more advanced stuff here. So at the most basic level, you might want to just increase the length, right, of it. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just going to type out 300. Okay, and that's now going to be 3 seconds. Okay, you can see that made it a little bit. Let's go ahead and just type out 400. That's going to be a little bit longer. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch it. A nice slow fade out, like, whoa, wow. Okay, and we just got, dusted out there. Like, what are you trying to communicate? Okay, pretty cool. So you can do that. All right, now the alignment. Okay, what are we talking about in terms of alignment? The best way to understand it is to look at this part of the panel right here. This is my geothermal clip. This is my horses clip. Notice how this guy is right in the middle of them. Okay, that is my alignment to show where is the transition going to begin and end. Right now, it's perfectly in the center of the two. But if I click here, I'm going to say start at the cut, and you can see what it does here. Okay, right at the cut, that's when it starts. So it's like, okay, so do I even want it to do that? It's like, okay, see that? See that? So it's a little bit more clouding over the beginning of the horses. Okay, let's go ahead and try it a different way. Let's go ahead and say end at cut. And then notice what that does. That goes onto the other side of it. Go ahead and play that. Okay, you see that? That if you were to play this, I'm not sure if you could hear the audio actually comes in a little bit later, right, than it did the first time, right? So you can see it might appear to be the same to the naked eye, but it is actually delaying which part comes out before or after the transition itself. Now, of course, all this can be done manually as well, so you can see how you can even move this, if you like, to make it kind of perfect. Just like, okay, when's that going to come? When's the transition going to come? And then when's it going to fade in and fade out? Okay, so let's go ahead and try that with another one so you can see it can be very similar. So I'm going to go ahead and just select this transition, hit delete, and I'm going to do a different one. Okay, let's just go ahead and do this film dissolve. Let's go ahead and drag that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and click on it, and I'm going to make that a little longer. I'm going to type out 300. You can see that gets a little bit bigger, and you can see now as that's a very different one. Very nice. Okay, nice fade in, fade out. All right, so you have really a lot of control over these. All right, so practice all that. Now let's go ahead and go to maybe a different type of transition so we can see potentially how we might be able to actually get more options potentially depending on what the transition that you're going to be doing. So I'm just going to go ahead and maybe get rid of this one. And I'm going to go over here to my iris. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and just drag this to iris box. Okay, and I'm going to make this maybe a little bit longer. I'm going to type out 400. Okay, and I'm going to bring this so it's a little bit bigger so you can see. And I want you to notice that underneath all these options here, I have now the ability to customize this because this particular type of transition allows me to have different types of features and properties around it, like a border width, a color. I can make it go in reverse, right? All kinds of different things you can do. But let's now go back to the actual transition so we can see what that does. Okay, now I want to be able to customize that. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm just going to scroll down this time. I'm going to say my border width. You can see that border starting to come in. Just dragging over that. It's going to get a little bit thicker. Border color. Let's just make it red so we can really see it. And you can see, right, kind of interesting, right? So maybe you want to do things a little bit differently. So let's go ahead and try that. And there's my transition.
Like it says cap.
Okay, so you can see you can get a little creative with these, right? It's a transition, but it's like it's kind of giving birth to the next frame. So it really looks like it's kind of coming out of nowhere. It's not like a fade in or fade out. So it's a little different. And we've also framed it, right, to really kind of get the eyes focused on it. So you want to kind of pay attention to these things because some of them can be a little bit hidden down below. All right, so let's go ahead and try reverse this time. Let's see what that does. Okay, so now it's just swallowing up the image and it's going in the other direction. Okay, so a lot of creative options here. Okay, so play around with it, right? Just know that there's a lot more than meets the eye. Know these keyboard shortcuts, right? Play around with some of these other video transitions. Come and play with the duration, play with the alignment, okay? And then some of them may even have other options for you to play around with in terms of border sizes and things like that, okay? So pause the video, practice, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about something called subclips. Now, subclips are going to be useful when you want to use a clip over and over and over again and have quick and easy access to it. So typically, you're going to start off by having an in and out point for your clip, and you're going to want to save it as a subclip and then reuse it over and over again. Okay, so what we're going to do is let me just go ahead and get my stuff all set up here. And you'll notice here I have a subclip folder where I'm going to save part of what's in this video as a subclip and put it into this bin. So watch what happens now. I'm going to go ahead and play this, hit the space bar. And I know I want to go from here to about here. Okay, love that. I want to use that over and over again. So let's come back to the beginning. I'm going to hit I for in and then wait for it to be about maybe 4 or 5 seconds or so. That's great. Now I want to make this a subclip so I can use it over and over and over again in a variety of different places. Okay, so how do I make it into a subclip? If we go over to here to clip, you'll notice that there's this option for make a subclip, and there's also this Control or Command U, and then bam, this is going to pop up saying, hey, let's make this a subclip. Okay, so I'm going to say flying elf. Okay, that's great. Now we're going to talk about what this is in just a second, right? Restrict trims to subclip boundaries. Okay, I'm going to keep that checked for right now. That's going to be your default. I'm going to go and click OK. And you can see here is this flying elf that comes in. Okay, bam, there that is, right? And it doesn't affect the original. It just basically extracted out one little bit of it right there so I can use it anytime. So I'm going to go ahead and come into here, and then I'll be able to then open this up. Okay, and you're going to see when I play it, it's just going to be that 4-second clip, right? So now it's independent of the original, okay, which is pretty neat. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and bring this into the sequence, right? And you can see, bam, there that is. Okay, pretty neat. Okay, and I could use this anywhere else, right? If I had another one that was happening, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and go to my sequences. I have one called Iceland. Let's go ahead and open that up. Notice I have 2 tabs. I'm going to bring this in to here. You can see, very cool. I can use that over and over and over again in a variety of different sequences as much as I want, right? So you can see it's going to make it much more efficient for you. So a lot of people will do that where they might have, different types of content they want to be able to use repeatedly, or maybe you're going to use it to stay organized with different content as you're viewing it. You're saying, let's make that a subclip. And it's a really great way to also label your content. Let's say you're doing an interview, and then you might want to just say, hey, listen, here's an in and out point of that one thing that they talked about, where they were from, their experience in the war, the time that they were, playing in front of 50,000 people at Yankee Stadium. Cool. That's the part I want to take out. And then it suddenly becomes its own identity. Okay. So there's a lot of different reasons to do it. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do that one more time. And this time I'm going to do it for another Iceland clip. Okay. So let's go over here to our waterfall here. Okay. Another one. All right. And let's go ahead and see, where do I want to watch this? Okay, let's go ahead and get out of this. Okay, great. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make this my endpoint. And that's going to be my out point. That's great. Now, I'm going to do Control U this time, or Command U on the Mac. And this time, I am not going to have this checked, and we're going to see what the difference is going to be here. Okay, so I'm going to call this Voda Foss. Okay, and I'm going to uncheck restrict trims to subclip boundaries. And we're going to see what the difference is between those two. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and I'm going to have a new, there she is right there. There's my subclip. Okay, so let's go ahead and just drag that into my subclip. All right, I'm just going to drag this over to here. And I'm just going to move this so we can kind of see what our distinction is between those 2 subclips. All right, let me go ahead and just zoom in a little bit. I want you to notice that this particular one has those little triangles that we talked about in the last video. This one does not. What do we know about that? It basically means that this is the beginning and end of this, right? So I can't really go beyond what I have clipped out. With this one, it does give me the option to then go beyond this and to even slip and slide and do all those things to go further and make this longer. With this one, can't do it. Can't do it this way or that way because I've restricted the boundaries around that. Okay, so it's an important thing to know about because you won't really be able to do anything further, but maybe that's what you want. Maybe you've committed to that. Okay, that's all you want. You don't want anybody mistakenly going beyond those boundaries. So that's why you've clicked on that box. But with this one, it does give you the option to do that if you do feel comfortable doing that on your own. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind. Okay, now the last thing I want to show you here with our subclips, I'm going to change this from going from icon, changing it from thumbnails back to our list. I just want you to see how your subclips look a little bit different, right? You'll notice here how the icon is different than regular clips. Of course, this is the sequence right there. Okay, and that's relating to this sequence that we have here. But I want you to notice if we go back up to these, right? So it's going to look a little bit different than what we have here. So it's basically telling us that this is a subclip. So that's how you'll know. And you can go ahead and add on your metadata display, and you'll be able to see that down below within our Premiere Pro project metadata, you'll be able to see you could get some information about your subclip start and end very easily. And of course, you'll have to make that nice and big, and you'll be able to see that this in fact has information on the subclip, where the other ones do not because they are in fact not subclips. Okay, so lots of ways to understand kind of what's going on here using our little icons there, and of course also looking at the subclip beginning and end. All right, so you'll definitely find a lot of utility for subclips, so use it, practice it, and we'll see you in the next video. In this next video, we're going to switch up gears a little bit and we're going to talk about speed of your videos. In our intro to Premiere, we talked about how you can actually speed up an entire clip or you can even slow it down. So a little review on that. If you right click, you'll notice here is the option to go to your speed duration, and you'll notice here I can make it maybe 2 times faster by saying, okay, this is going to be 200 speed instead of 100 speed, and notice the duration changes. I can go in reverse. If you have some sound, you can go ahead and maintain the audio pitch so things don't sound too crazy. Okay, and then also you want to make sure that everything else before and after it, everything gets rippled, right? So you have all that stuff if you want to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and you'll notice it's going to be twice the speed, running super fast. But what if you want to have variable speed? Okay, what if you want to have just for certain parts of it, it's just going to go super, super fast, and then it's going to go super, super slow. Okay, that's what's called time remapping. All right, so my timeline right now, I've set it up to be having my video to be a little bit taller. Okay, so you can see I can go ahead and make that smaller, or I can make that taller just like that. Okay, you can also work with these guys here. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I wanted to have this little effects option shown here because I want to be able to work with the different levels of certain types of effects that I can now work with keyframes to be able to apply those effects at certain part and then apply them in other parts, but they're going to vary all throughout. This is going to be our first introduction to what keyframes are. So this is going to be very important that we understand the concept of keyframes because the concept is the same all throughout, but the utility and the application is going to be slightly different depending on where you are within the program. Okay, so let's just see what our options are here first of all. So I'm going to go ahead and go right to my clip. You'll notice there is this FX option right there. If I right click on that, I want you to notice I have motion, right? Which all kinds of different options right there, which is pretty neat. We're going to get into our different effects and effects controls in a little bit, and we'll be able to change a lot of these things. Okay, you'll also notice here is opacity, and by default, believe it or not, we are actually in opacity, right? So if I wanted to actually make some changes to this in terms of how see-through it is, I'm in opacity already as it is, right? So you can see here, if I were to drag this little line down, just like that, notice how this gets a little more dim, but if there was something behind it, I'd be able to actually see it. So by default, you are going to be in opacity, right? Without having to really do anything at all, you should see that selected. What we're gonna do now is something called time remapping, and speed. Okay, so how is this going to work? I want you to notice that there's this line right here, okay, and this is the speed that the video was taken in. Okay, so nothing's really changed, right? And if I were to go ahead and make this come up like this, right, you notice how everything now changes, right? Everything's going really, really fast. So it's very similar to what I did the first time, right? When I actually right-clicked on it. So I don't necessarily need to do this, but it is another way to accomplish that same goal. All right, but what if I want to do something a little bit different? Let's say I want to have her kind of starting off running really, really slow, and then have her go really, really fast, and then go slow again. All right, just for a little bit of kind of fun, a little creativity, and also maybe it's communicating something. So how do we create keyframes on these lines? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply hold down the control key on my keyboard. If you're on a Mac, it's going to be the command key. And I want you to notice I'm going to get this little plus sign. And I simply click, and then I get this little guy right here. I'm going to go ahead and do this one right over here about, and I have another one, and I have another one here, and then I'll just do one more here. Okay, I want you to think about a keyframe as sort of the beginning and end point of some type of change, right? So it's going to start off one speed here, and then it's going to vary, right, on when it gets to here, and then I have individual control in this part right here, and then it's going to change right after this keyframe is here. Think about it as sort of like an elbow or a joint, right? Where it's like you can kind of bend at one point and then something else starts on the other side, right? So each of these are like individual joints. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by dragging this part here lower. So only from this part here, from like whatever it is, 5 seconds, right, is going to be slower, where the rest of these are going to remain the same. Now, as I do it, it's going to look a little bit odd because the actual clip itself is going to change. Why is it going to change? Because the length, the duration of the clip will also change, right? Maybe it'll get longer, maybe it'll get shorter. So I'm going to go ahead and just move my mouse over this and click and drag down, and you'll notice what's happening there. Okay, go ahead and do that even more. Let's go real slow. Okay, because it's going to be slow, it's then going to make the clip a little bit longer. So let's just go ahead now and watch. That's going to be slow, slow motion. And then right when it reaches that second keyframe, it's going to go to normal speed. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to bring this back up a little bit, so we have to wait so much. So it's going to go, you notice how the little percentage is coming up there. So we're just going to go a little bit slower for this segment. And then suddenly, she's going to be going real fast for this part. So let's watch this. Let's have to wait so long. Let's go over to here, running pretty slow, and then all of a sudden, and let's have her go slow once more. A little more on this side. And we finish off with the regular speed. Okay, so pretty neat feature, right? Because you've probably seen that done, you know, in a variety of different formats and maybe different scenes you've seen. How do they do that? So you do have that little bit of control, you know, where it's like you might see that where, you know, a car's coming in or lots of things are coming in and you want to be able to speed everything up. And then suddenly when the object that you want to see actually just comes in, you want to slow it down. So it's like, okay, great. So all in one clip, you can have that variable speed, okay? And it all starts with right-clicking on here and going over here to time remapping and then changing the speed. And then, very important, we're going to create these individual keyframes to be able to have them all independent of each other, to be able to do independent speed elements all throughout one clip. All right, so you want to practice that, and you can certainly do that for some of these other ones here as well, but we're going to try and work with other effects, right, in a slightly different way when we go over to here to our effects panel, and we can see different things that we can do that are similar to this, right, to some of these options that we have here. They're going to give us a little bit more control, but this time remapping really gives you probably the most amount of control. And of course, we do have time remapping within the effects as well. Okay, so we'll be able to see all that in just a little bit. But in the meantime, please go ahead and practice this up. Try to do it on these clips if you like to, or try it out on your own. Okay, and we'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, we are going to cover some of the basics of color and lighting, but more specifically, we're going to work with effects. So we're going to learn how we can use the effects panel to do some very basic and very simple, but very sophisticated changes to our video. So if you look at my video here, you're going to notice how it is what it is, but I think it could be improved. I can have a little more contrast, right? I can maybe brighten things up a little bit, mess with the white point and the black point to have a little more texture. Okay, so this is going to be some really great post-production tools. Now, what this is also going to allow us to do is get introduced to the effects panel, because there are a ton of options within the effects panel. So let's go ahead and click on effects. And you're going to see on the right hand side, I'm going to have my effects panel here, and let's go ahead and make that so it's kind of grows a little bit so I can see more of it. Now there's a lot of stuff built into here. We'll explore a lot of these things. We've already gone into our video transitions. You'll also notice that there's a bunch of different presets that you might want to explore, but I think we'll take a look at a handful of these at some point as well. But it's definitely worth checking out some of these things here. But what we're going to do at this point is do a quick search for contrast. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just click on the box there and just type out contrast and spell it correctly. Now you're going to see I have a lot of different options around contrast that now appear. So there's so many options that searching like this really can save you a lot of time, and it comes up relatively quickly if you know how to spell, unlike me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is very simply, I'm just going to bring in this auto contrast. And where am I going to bring it in? I can certainly bring it in to my timeline here, but you'll also notice how I have this effect control panel right here. And this is where a lot of your stuff is going to come in. And some things may even look familiar to you, right? Like time remapping. You might see some things around your opacity. In our last lesson on Premiere Pro Intro, we did some stuff on movement as well. Okay, so what we're going to do now is simply bring in our brightness and contrast. I'm going to bring it into here. So you can see now I have a new set of parameters for me to play around with for this video. Okay, and it's now embedded onto this timeline. Even though we don't see it, it's actually here. But you will see very faintly this little FX thing there, and that tells me that there's something going on there. All right, so nothing's really happening, but let me go ahead and just play around with the contrast. So I'm going to move my mouse over this right here. You can see contrast, and you can see, oh, very nice. I'm getting a nice little bit of richness on my image here. Let's go ahead and bring down my brightness a little bit more, maybe bring it up a little bit, right? So you can see, very nice. That gives me a lot of control around that. Okay, so I can very easily reset those by coming over here, just the same, right? Let's go ahead and bring up my contrast again. And let's see what's hiding inside of here. And you'll notice that there's a ton of options potentially living inside of brightness and contrast for me to have maybe a little bit more control and maybe even a different way to interface with it. Okay, and as I did that, you'll see that a lot of the other options that we're hiding also appear as you expand it out. Okay, so each of these is going to have their own set of parameters and options that we're going to explore as we go through. Okay, so let's go ahead now and bring up our auto contrast. I'm going to go ahead and bring that in here, and you can see what that does. And you can see I have my black clip and my white clip, so let's go ahead and bring that up a little bit. You can see, ooh, it brings a little bit of texture. Let's bring that down a little bit. Maybe you want to see the clouds a little bit more. A tiny bit like that. And you kind of spice the taste as you come together. All right, so I can go ahead and bring this up here a little bit. Bring that, it's a little too much contrast. Okay, fantastic. Now, one thing to note about the effects panel, right, the effect control panel, is that there is kind of an order of operations here, right? So depending on which one is on top, you might get a different effect. If I drag this above here, notice how that actually changed things a little bit. Let's bring this down a little bit, and that changed things a little bit as well. All right, what we're going to do in the next exercise is we're going to learn how we can do black and white, and that's going to be also a difference of like how do you want to actually show it in terms of the stacking order, and that's going to demonstrate a different look depending on what order things you're going to be in. Okay, so let's just go ahead and just take a look at it. And you can see how the grass is a little bit more rich. Okay, not too bad. And maybe I'll go a little bit further with my black. And very nice, right? So it really brings out those greens. Okay, so you can really experiment, and by just looking at some other elements inside of here, let's just type out, depending on what your levels are here, you can see there's my auto levels, right? You can see, bam, I can bring that in, and then if you're comfortable with this, you can say, all right, you know what? Let's actually go a little bit deeper with each individual level of the lighting inside of the image. You can see that there's a lot of different things here that you can play around with, right? That's going to give you a lot more creative control around this. Okay, so this is definitely a spice to taste kind of thing, you know, and there's really no harm in doing this, but you can see, right, how you can actually take a look at that. So you get a very different look there. Maybe I'll bring that down a little bit. Okay, so, you know, you really want to experiment with these. Okay, now I'm actually going to remove this, and very simply by simply clicking on levels there, I'm just going to hit the delete key, and that goes away, but the other ones remain. All right, so really I want to encourage you just to go experiment with what's inside of all these. You see there's really going to be a ton of them to play around with, and we're going to be doing a handful of these in this video series, but whatever we don't do, feel free to experiment on your own. Okay, so that's about just working with some basic lighting, contrast, brightness, and a little bit of levels. And a little bit, we're going to look how we can make this into a black and white image. And I'm going to show you how we can do some pretty neat different keyframing to achieve a pretty nice creative effect. Okay, we'll see you in the next video. Well, thank you for joining us. I've had a great time teaching you all the wonders that is Premiere Pro. And I hope you are feeling empowered, excited, and creative around what you can do with this amazing program. And even though we covered a lot in this class, there is a great deal more to learn. Again, thank you for joining me here, and happy creating. Hello, and welcome to this training on Adobe Premiere Pro. And congrats on making the decision to learn and master this incredible program. Premiere Pro gives you the distinct ability to harness your creative energies in the form of video editing like no other. And once you learn even the basics, you'll have a skill set that can be used in almost any industry and field. In this class, we really get into some fun stuff. We will cover color correction, blur effects, masking, a deep dive into several different key framing techniques. You will also learn to apply and master adjustment layers, clipping masks, 3D effects for video, and also use blending modes on your video layers. We also spend a good deal of time covering a ton of special text effects, including basic text and typography techniques and styles, making text disappear in a really cool way, using special caption overlays, applying and animating shapes to your video, and finally, we learn how to apply and use green screen to your videos. Now, this course is designed to be interactive and hands-on, so occasionally you'll hear me say things like, pause the video and practice on your own. This will ensure you get the most out of the course and learn the program in a more experiential, hands-on manner. I'm very much looking forward to teaching you even more cool stuff that Premiere Pro has to offer, so get excited and get ready to learn. This lesson is going to be all about masks and keyframes. And in particular, we're going to be working with the black and white effect, where I want to actually make it so part of my image is black and white, and part of it is in color, also known as a mask. I want you to think about mask as like a blindfold. You can't see anything at all, and what you see here is essentially blindfold mode, right? There is actually no effect happening, but when we have a mask, we poke a hole through it to be able to see parts of it in that different effect, right? So that hole is going to allow us to see through this color in black and white only in different components and different parts of the image that we show. That'll make sense in just a little bit. Where the keyframing aspect of it is going to be where it's going to start off as one size, meaning the mask, and then it's going to get bigger, right, as we keyframe throughout. And earlier we talked about keyframing and we defined it as one thing changing to another, right? And then we have another keyframe that goes into another. In this case, it's going to be one size changing into another size. All right, so let's go ahead now and we're going to apply the black and white effect. You can see here it is. I'm just going to go ahead and just drag that right onto my clip. And you're going to see that I now have a new black and white effect right there. And not a whole lot happens. But what we do have is this little circle here and this little square. This is going to be our masks. Okay, so notice how it says create ellipse mask. And notice what happens as soon as I click on that. You'll notice how my black and white kind of goes away for a certain part of it, right? And you can notice here, I can move this around. You'll notice how only that part is in black and white. So that's actually kind of cool. So if I were to just now show this, you'll be able to see, oh, that's kind of interesting, right? Maybe that's what you want to do, maybe not. Okay, but you can see what it's actually doing. Let's come down here to the bottom, right, of this list, what now just appeared, and I'm going to choose inverted. You'll notice, oh, that's kind of interesting. Let's look at the difference there, inverted, right? So maybe, go ahead and play. See that? Maybe you're just trying to spotlight that thing just in color there. Okay, so really lots of options that you can do here. All right, now this particular ellipse, this can be resized, right, in a number of different ways, right? You can go ahead and just grab from here. You can move it around if you want to, as I just showed you. This little guy is going to play around with the feathering of it, so it's not such a hard circle. Okay, so you can see it's a little bit fuzzier, right? Let's go ahead and do it again. Okay, so you can see you can play around with all that stuff there. Okay, now what our goal here for this project is to make it so it's going to start off in black and white, and then as we progress through the clip, it's now going to come in this kind of like Technicolor dream a la Wizard of Oz. All right, and we're going to do that by using keyframes. And remember what a keyframe is, it's going to start at one property and it's going to finish at another property. All right, so let's just take a look at what we have here with our new mask options. The first thing I want you to notice is these little guys right here. These little stopwatches, okay? These are very important. This essentially is saying, hey, I want to do a keyframe. We're basically starting off our beginning of the keyframe for one of these particular elements to say, hey, start off doing it this way and then end up doing it another way. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off way at the beginning. Notice here is my scrubber, and as I go left and right up on top here, it's also going to match it down below, because at the beginning of my clip, I want to have it start off in a certain way. Okay, so my goal here is to make the color almost non-existent in the beginning, and then it's going to grow, right, as the timeline progresses. Okay, so if you'll notice here, I have this mask expansion right here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring this down smaller, right? It's almost like to nothing. Okay. Now, I need to start things off at this place for my keyframe to progress. So watch what happens now when I click on my little stopwatch. I now get this little guy right there that's telling me that a keyframe has now begun. You'll also notice this little area right there. See, I can have this little keyframe right there. So you can see that's telling me that this is now in keyframe mode. Like the rest of these are not going to be affected at all, right? Nothing's really happening with these. I certainly could play around with these if I want to, but I'm going to make it so it's only going to be playing with the mask expansion. As I grow, right, as I move, this is going to grow. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it so at about this amount of time, she's going to be in full color. All right. So what I'm going to do next is now just simply expand it out. And as I do that, I want you to just notice, right, that's going to happen. And automatically a new keyframe appears. I don't have to necessarily say add new keyframe. That's what's kind of neat about this, is that you'd think you have to give the command of add keyframe, which you certainly could, and that option is here, but by virtue of the fact that the playhead is here, I don't have to do that because it automatically did that. Okay, so just so you understand that. Okay, so just remember, what did it do? It started off at like negative mask expansion, and then what, just a few seconds later, it went really, really big, and then she's in color. Okay, so let's just go ahead and go real fast, and let's just see. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Very cool. All right, but let's just go ahead and perfect that a little bit more. I'm gonna go ahead and just bring this back to the first keyframe, and notice how I can click on these guys to be able to do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, just have a little bit more kind of nuance, and I'm just gonna go ahead and just resize this. So maybe it's gonna be maybe a little bit more of a wider circle. Maybe center it a little bit. And then when this grows, you're gonna see kind of what's gonna happen now. Okay, so it's just gonna kind of explode right from the center there. Okay, and if you wanted to actually make it so it's going to be happening a little bit later, or i.e. taking a little bit longer, you can click on this individual keyframe. You can see that there, and then just drag that out. So then maybe it's going to take a little bit longer. Okay, so let's just watch that now. You can see there's the shape of it. You can see how it's taking a little bit longer. Okay. All right, let's now just play around a little bit more. Let's come over to here, and let's now play around with the mask feather. So I'm just going to go over to here. I'm just going to add that, and I'm going to increase the feather. Okay, and then notice how I have a new keyframe. And then I'm going to go to the next keyframe. So you notice it bounces right to it. I'm going to make that even more fuzzy. And let's just see what that does. Nice. He's a little more subtle now. Do you really know what's going on? Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so you can see how you can play around with a variety of different effects within the same element, okay, just by tinkering with the different parts of the keyframing and all the different parts of the individual elements within it, but on the timeline to make it come in very slowly and gradually. Okay. So you're going to want to practice this, right? And you can do this with a variety of different effects. Black and white is a nice, easy one to do, but really understand, what a mask does, right? Because it does either reveal it or conceal it. Okay. But also working with the keyframe to make it so things are going to gradually move or grow as a result of where the keyframe started and where it's going to end up. Okay, so that's really kind of like the basic tenets of working with a lot of the stuff within Premiere, is understanding masking and also understanding keyframes. All right, so pause the video, practice it, and we'll see you in the next lesson. One of the effects that you're going to be using most often is going to be around color, to basically do some post-production work on your video that maybe some of the colors didn't come out the way you wanted to because the lighting wasn't so great, your camera's not that great, whatever it was, right? So within Premiere, you have some really nice features that you can use. Now, we've already worked with our levels, our contrast, our auto contrast to be able to do some fixes to these. But let's now go to more specific color options within our effects to allow for some nice specific changes. So I'm just going to type out LUM, and you're going to see as I get into here, you're going to see there's a lot of these Lumetri presets. Now I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to bring up Lumetri color down here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just drag that into my timeline, and you're going to see that I have this Lumetri color option right there. And we've already seen some of these, like basic correction, creative curves, etc. Now let's just go ahead and just go a little bit deeper into these. Okay, now this is going to be more specific around color. And you're going to see that these little changes are going to really go a long way. And this is, I usually just recommend to people, this is going to be more or less the first thing you do with your video, to really kind of get the most out of what's showing, to be able to bring out of what you really want to be shown, essentially. Okay, so let's start off with working with our highlights and shadows and our blacks and whites. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and play around with my shadows for right now. And let's just see the difference here. When I bring this down a little bit, you see how it becomes a little bit more rich, right? A little more contrasty, right? So it's only affecting my shadows there. So let's go ahead and bring that back to the original and you'll see the difference there. So let's just go ahead and bring that down. Okay. And then in this same vein, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing with the blacks. With the blacks, it's going to be, it just finds like the darkest parts, and you're going to see I can then isolate those so they're going to be a little bit even darker, but only affects those darkest parts there. So again, you can see the difference, right? And that kind of contrast makes all the other colors really stand out. Let's go ahead and go to the highlights, and you can see only the highlights now get affected. So then you can see some of the brighter colors then now come into focus more than they were before, because the eyes like to see that contrast. So when we see that the shadows and the blacks get darker, it makes the other ones get translated and interpreted as being brighter. So even if you didn't play around with the highlights, you'd be able to see that major difference. Okay, so let's now go ahead and play around with the whites a little bit. You can see it really kind of starts to shine without being overexposed. Okay, now in that same discussion, you can see you do have the ability to play around with the exposure if you want to. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring that up, and just notice how that can be a little bit too much. You know, maybe bring down the exposure sometimes works a little bit better for me. Okay, so just bring that down or whatever. Okay, that's just going to be, you know, probably I'm not going to do anything at all to that. Okay, this is all going to be under the tone. Okay, now let me go ahead and just collapse that. And you'll see a few other options here. Like you can see we have some other options under creative, right? So let's just bring up our saturation a little bit. Let's just bring that up. So all of the colors are going to get that much brighter. Do you see that? Let's bring that down. Let's go ahead and bring that back down to 100 so you can see how it changes. Bring this down to like nothing. Okay, let's bring this back up, maybe just a tiny bit over 100. We can see how things are going to get a little bit brighter. Okay, so not bad. I just went up to 103. Tiny bit of a difference. Let's just try going maybe to 110. Okay, and it's not too garish, not too much in your face. Now, vibrance works really well, especially when you have people in your image, because people's skin tends to get a little bit too orange if you work with saturation. So vibrance is actually a really nice one, but let's just see the difference between saturation and vibrance. We can see it's going to be a little bit more subtle, right? Let's just see the before and after. You can't really see too much of a difference there, but when you have people, and you'll be able to see. But you'll notice here, there are certain things that are getting affected by it. So again, kind of a spice to taste type of situation here. Okay, sharpen. That really brings out your image. Notice how the edges get a little bit sharper. Notice I can make that blurrier, but there's another tool for that. And that really does make a difference. Okay, so again, this is something you really want to start your color correction with, is working with this particular one. So you can see a lot of good stuff here just working with our Lumetri color. Okay, so the curves, we played around with that earlier, so we can skip that. Our vignette, I think we did a little bit of that as well, but we can see how we can play around with that a little bit. So let's just go ahead and bring this up. Okay, or if you go less, that makes it darker. Okay, let's go ahead and bring that. So that kind of brings in your eyes into those colors when you have a nice little vignette there. Okay, so and you can see again, you can play around with some of these things as well. Underneath there, you can open that up. The midpoint, the roundness, the feather, right? How much do you want it to be feathered, right? So you can just kind of really play around with these things here. Okay, now what we're going to do in a little bit is we're going to save these presets, because let's just say you have a whole kind of series of things you want to do, right? And it's like, okay, I have a lot of photos that look just like this. I might want to save this as a preset. We're going to do that in our next video, because I would like to not have to do this all over again. I want to remember it so that I can apply it onto these other videos so I don't have to do it again. So it's going to be a huge time saver. All right. So again, this is going to be one of the first places you go when you're working with adjusting your colors and a little bit of the lighting and putting in, vignettes and all kinds of good stuff. Now, I'm a big fan of what I just did here, and I want to use this again and again and again. So let's just go ahead and take a look at this, and it looks pretty great, and you'll see how it did lots of things, not just for what I was looking at, it does it for all of the video, including all my ocean, everything like that. So I want to use that again and again and again. So I love that effect, because I'm going to have all kinds of other images that are going to be just like this. So I'm going to save this as a preset. So therefore, I don't have to do all that work all over again. Okay, so you'll notice that way at the top of my effects, I have something called presets. So that is where the effect that I just created is now going to be saved when I save it, so I can reuse that over and over and over again, right? So a lot of the things that we've done already, including, the black and white, and some of the other things we did with the monochrome and a few other ones, right? You can save these as presets so you can then apply them very quickly and easily without having to remember what you did, all right? So how do we do that? Very simply, I'm going to go ahead and see my Lumetri color. There it is. And then just simply right click. I'm going to say save preset. Okay, and I'm just going to say color correction with vignette. Okay, and you can put a little description there if you want to. And if there's any type of anchor point happening in terms of a keyframe or anything, you'd want to set it up to do this, but we're not going to worry about that for right now. Okay, so now let's go ahead and find a good candidate for this. So let's just see, this one might be a good one. So let's just go ahead and bring this over here. And now you can see there is that vignette for this one. You can see it's still there, nice little colors there and everything. This one does not have that. So what I want to do is go to my preset, and you can see there it is, color correction with vignette. And very simply, I drag that on top of it, and bam, look at that. Brought up some nice color, brought in my vignette. It was very quick, very easy to apply that. I don't have to worry about it. And what's so cool about this is that if it's not perfect, I can go over to here to my effect controls, and I will see that I still have this Lumetri color, and I have the ability to then start playing around with all these things a little bit more if I want to. So I can just see what's going on with some of these guys here. Okay, great. Oh, that one actually could use a little bit more color, whatever you want to do here, so you can start playing around with these a little bit more if you like. So let's just go ahead and give that a shot. So I'm just going to go over here to my basic correction, and let's just maybe bring up my shadows a little bit, and you can see how that is making the changes right there. Okay. Let's start playing around maybe with sharpening it a bit more. Okay. So we have this like individual. So then if you wanted to, you can now make this a preset just the same. Okay. So again, if you know that you're going to be doing these things over and over and over again, you may want to then save it as a preset. So then therefore you're going to save a lot of time. All right. So that's pretty much this lesson. Just know that you can do that very, very easily. Know where they're going to end up. Know that you can apply it very easily. And then know that you can then make edits to that after it's been applied no problem at all. It's not necessarily linked up to this one. Okay. All right. So again, pause the video, practice it up, try it on your own videos if you want to, not just these, and see how you do. Now, so far we've been talking about applying effects to individual clips and then maybe adding on another clip and then adding on some effects to those clips. Now, that could be very tedious, very time consuming. And if you ever wanted to change your effect, right, your lighting or anything like that on your videos and on your clips, that's going to be even more time consuming. All right. So what we're going to talk about is a way to address that. And that is through something called adjustment layers, an adjustment layer. Okay. So think about an adjustment layer as a kind of container for all of the clips that you want to have an effect on. Okay. But it's basically going to be sort of this overarching sort of like envelope for all of the elements inside of it. And basically that envelope takes the effect and it puts it on top of all of those things within the envelope. All right. So this again is called an adjustment layer. So let's see this in action. All right. So you can see I have all of these clips here. Okay. And let's just say, for example, I want them to all be black and white, right? I don't want to have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different clips. And for some of you, this is going to be 500 things. We don't necessarily want to have to go through that. So let's see what we can do now to make it very efficient. So how do we create an adjustment layer? So let's just, first of all, I'm going to just be very handy here. I'm going to go over here to my adjustment layers and notice how it's empty. I'm going to create a new adjustment layer. By itself, an adjustment layer is really nothing. All it is just an empty envelope, right? So I'm going to go ahead and go over to this little new item, and you're going to see here is an option for adjustment layer. I click on that, and then it just pretty much asks me just, okay, what's the size of it? What's going to be your frames per second? That's great. Happy with that. And you can see here's my adjustment layer. Okay. And it's really pretty much like nothing. There's nothing happening with it yet. I just have to now move it over to what I want it to envelop, right? Think about it like that. Like what do you want it to contain? Okay. So I'm going to just simply drag this over to here. And you can see right now, it's just very small. It's only 5 seconds or so. I want to make it envelop all of this. Okay. So it's going to be one thing, right? One item, one object that's going to carry the load for all of the objects underneath it. Okay, so watch this now. I'm just going to go ahead and just do like monochrome. Let's just do like this monochrome faded film. And notice how what I'm doing, I'm dragging it on top of one object, and then it's going to affect everything that lives inside of it. See that? Now, watch what happens. As I go across here, got a nice faded film that could be Italy in the 1950s. Okay, and then wait for it to go to the next clip. You'd think that it's going to maintain its own, but guess what? Very nice. Okay, and what's neat about this is that I can then make changes on my effect controls to this monochrome faded film. You can see this there. And let's just go ahead and play around with some of the things I can do. Let's just go ahead and bring up my contrast a little bit. And you're going to see how that's going to affect everything, not just this one clip, but everything here. Okay, so let's just now watch this one, and we'll just see how that gets affected just the same. See that? Let's come down here to creative. Let's do some sharpening. Okay, and that's going to speak for everything underneath our adjustment layer. It's such a smart way to work. It's going to save you a ton of time. And again, if I want to make a change and I want to add in some more, I just add it to one thing, and then it speaks for everything underneath it. Okay, so you're going to really want to start to kind of get some of these processes down to make it so it's going to be a little bit more efficient for you, not only for when you're actually applying something, right? You're going to applying it to like a whole swath of different clips, but also thinking long term for when you're going to want to be changing something after the fact, right? You don't have to change it on 5 different clips. You just change it on one adjustment layer, and then it affects all 5 or 500 of those clips underneath it. Okay, so that's adjustment layers, right? Practice that up, really get to know it, and then use it in real life. Use it in a project and see how you do. All right, pause the video, practice that, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, one quick addendum to this discussion on adjustment layers is the fact that you can actually cut up your adjustment layer into several subsections if you wanted to, kind of making them as individual clips using the razor tool. So if you don't want everything to be black and white, you want to kind of mix things up a little bit, you can absolutely do that. So notice my playhead is right here. I'm just going to hit the down arrow, and that takes me right to the end of the first clip. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the razor tool by coming over to here or just tapping on the C key. And I'm just going to go right to where it is there. You see that there? So it kind of knows where to go. I click on it, and now you're going to notice that this is going to be, I'm going to hit the V key to select this. This is now separate from this. Okay. So I can then put a different effect on this if I want to, right? So this is going to be somewhat separate from this, right? So if I wanted to remove the black and white, I absolutely can. And then maybe I'll put in like a fade or something like that, so you can just really kind of play around with these, right? So let's just go ahead and just see what that's going to look like, right? So I can go ahead and just remove this, right, from that one. And then notice there's my color coming right back, right? And then if I notice how that just goes right from there to there, right? And I don't really lose anything, right? And then bam, that goes black and white, okay? And if I wanted to, I can then put, a nice little fade on there. So I'll just do my cross fade, okay? So I'll cross dissolve or whatever you want to do. Let's just maybe try a different one. Let's do cross zoom, okay? And let's just see what that's going to look like. Okay, so kind of an interesting one. All right, let's just maybe zoom in a little bit. And let's get into our remember that from a few lessons ago. Let's maybe make that a little bit longer. All right, and let's just watch that go. Okay, so you can kind of see what that type of effect can do, right? Let's just try one more. Let's do cross dissolve. We'll replace that. Okay, so then you just kind of play around with it however you like. All right, so I just wanted to kind of put that out there to show you how you can have these to be separate. All right, in a little bit, we'll just do a couple of more effects, right? I'm going to show you maybe how you want to do maybe a 3D effect on some of your images and kind of just be a little more creative with things. But just wanted to kind of throw that out there for the adjustment layer kind of next part, just so you can see kind of different things you can do. All right, so pause it up, practice it up, and we'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to make a kind of movement collage, working with different kind of basic elements in terms of transformation, bringing images in so we can kind of resize them. But we're going to use some keyframing for movement as well. All right, so let's just kind of back up to kind of get over some basics if we haven't gotten some review on this. So let me just kind of get this nice and big for you so you can see kind of partially what we're going to work with. So you can see here is 3 very short clips. Okay, there they are. Okay, and we're going to bring in a 4th winner. So I just did these 3 just in the interest of time, and then I'm going to bring in this 4th one just so you can see the process of how we're doing this. And then ultimately what our goal is, we're going to actually kind of have them move in. All right, so let me go ahead and get out of this. And let me just kind of give you a little bit of kind of deconstruction of what we have here. We have 3 individual images, right? One is here, one is here, one is here, right? As different video clips, right? All coming in 1, 2, 3. And I position them somewhere on the canvas, right? So they're going to play independent of each other, right? So it is kind of like a picture-in-picture type of situation, right? So if you want to have a picture right in the middle of it, you can absolutely do that. So we're going to learn how we can bring in another video clip and then also resize it if you haven't done that before. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually put on some movement onto these as well. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and bring in this vineyard clip. I'm going to drag this up and out just like that. And you're going to see it's going to come in pretty big just like that, right? It's kind of covering the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is very easily transform that to make it the size that I want. Okay, so there are some transformation options within the effect controls, and there is definitely a transform effect itself that you can add on to this, right? You can change the scaling, you can do all kinds of different things, but the easiest way that I find is to simply double click on it. Now you want to make sure that the arrow here is active, right? Your selection tool, because that way, when you double click on it, you're going to be able to see it gets highlighted, and you have the ability to then just transform it and scale it like you would in any other program if you've done that before in Photoshop or even Word or PowerPoint. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab it from the corners and then just try to kind of fit it in like so, right? And this is actually be nice where guides might come in for you as well. So remember how we talked about that earlier on. And then of course, if you want to zoom in, you can see that as well. Okay, now if I double click it, and if I want to kind of nudge it, if you hit the arrow keys, it doesn't do what you think it's going to do, right? Notice the arrow keys on your keyboard, right? Just kind of go to and from like, the end of the clip, right? So, but if you hold down the shift and the control key, or if you're on the Mac, it's going to be shift and the command key, you can see then you can actually do a little bit of nudging. So that's kind of a nice thing to know about, okay? Because sometimes you do want to nudge these things just a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the tilde key, bring this up a little bit. Now I can see that nice and big. And then let's watch it. I got a nice little montage collage. All right, and then just set to some nice music. That wouldn't be too bad. Okay, so let me go ahead and just pause that. And now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on these kind of moving in. Okay, so I'm going to kind of have them move in a variety of different directions, but I'm going to start off at this starting point because this is where I know it's going to end. So I'm going to kind of work backwards with my keyframes. Let me actually just trim this in there. Okay, very good. So I'm going to start backwards with my keyframes, right? Because I know this is ultimately where I want them to end. Okay, so let's go ahead and just make this a little bit wider, and then bam, I'm going to put on a keyframe here at the end, and again, kind of work backwards. All right, so it's essentially the position that I'm concerned with for each of these, right? So if you see here, here's my position, and I bam, just have a keyframe right here. Okay, so easily done. And now when I go back over to here, it's like, where is it going to begin, right, for my vineyard, right? So I'm going to have that maybe coming in from the right. Okay, so my position now for this keyframe, this beginning keyframe, is going to be off the side. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just move this over just like that. Okay, so then you're going to see I'm going to have this movement happening just like that. Okay, so it's going to come straight in. Okay, and I'm going to continue doing the same thing for the rest of these. All right, so now let's just see some good ways to do that. I'm going to go to this one right here, and I'm going to come all the way to the end. And what am I going to do? I'm going to add on a keyframe, right? So I'm going to say toggle animation. Right? Because again, that's where I know where I want it to end up. Come over to here. Right? And that's my Roma subway. All right, that's going to be this one right there. And this one, I'm going to have it coming from underneath it. It's going to be coming up from the bottom. And that's going to be my y-axis here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that down. Make sure that's off the frame. All right. And now we can go ahead and watch it. Little dynamism there. Okay. Pretty cool. All right. Now I'm probably going to ultimately end up changing where that last keyframe is going to be. And maybe I'm going to even make it so they're going to come in at maybe different times. You know, maybe you want to kind of have them collide with each other and then move back. So a lot of things you can do once you establish kind of what your movement's going to be and you establish what your process is going to be. All right. Now let's go over here to our Positano. And I'm going to pretty much just do the same thing. All right. So let's go ahead and add on keyframe. And if you want to experiment with some other ones too, like the scale and things like that, you absolutely can do that. All right, and then this one is going to come, let's have that one actually come also from off on the top. And one more of the Piazza and the people, that's going to come in from the left. So now going back to the beginning, and then I'm going to be working with my x-axis. All right, now at this point, when I play it, when it ends, it's going to kind of disappear. So let's just watch. You're going to see kind of coming in a little slow, and all right, that's interesting. And maybe there's some cool music happening, and you know, you're making a shape, there's some text happen or something like that. It's taking a little while for it to get there, but you can see what's happening. And I'm going to have some control over it ultimately, but you're going to see, bam, they're going to connect, right? Perfectly. So let's now decide where these are going to go. So where is it going to end, right? At what time do you want it to actually finish, right? So meaning it's going to take about whatever that many seconds until this guy gets there. Notice how he's there before everybody else. All right, so let's establish that. So let's just say 7 seconds. Let's go to here, bring this over there, 7 seconds. And then maybe just for fun, I'll have this one come in a little sooner. Okay, maybe we'll do the same thing for this one. A little bit of visual interest, a little bit of dynamism. Okay, some Italian music's coming in. Everybody come to Italy. Amazing, fantastic, great. And then bam, here we are. Okay, so you can do this in a variety of different ways, right? I'm just showing you one very simple example of movement, you know, from the position, but it's really about you really understanding how keyframes can work in this complex level. And you'll see how I actually started with the end. You know, and that's the kind of thing you can think about kind of creatively, right? So it might be something around color, it could be something around movement. We're going to talk about 3D in a little bit, right? It can be done with so many different things that where do you want to begin? Where do you want to end? And in this case, it was just about our X and Y values. But again, it could be about color, it could be about black and white, it could be a vignette, right? It could be so many different things. You're going to want to experiment with it, okay? So, and later on we'll talk about text. Maybe text, you want to have that come up on the screen. Maybe just basic shapes. You want to have that move across the screen. It's all about keyframes to be able to do that, to be able to accomplish that. All right, very good. So practice that, create something. If you like something like this or something different, love to hear from you in the comments, what you've created, and we'll see you in the next lesson. All right, and welcome back. We're going to continue on with this project here, and we're going to do something a little bit, I don't know, a little more whimsical. All right, we're going to learn about the 3D effect. Okay, and the 3D basically allows you to have some kind of texture and dimension and perspective to something that's otherwise flat. And in this case, we're going to make it so there's going to be some movement around that particular video. So it's going to come in, it's going to be almost sort of like flipping in the air. And this is just to give you one little example of the process so you can see how it's done. And then you'll be able to apply that to text and shapes and possibly other images. Now, you may not always want it to move, but I am going to show you all the different process around making it 3D, right? Which maybe that's all you really want to do. But I'm also going to show you how we can make it move using 3D with keyframes, moving from one part to the next. All right, so we are going to use, let's just go to this guy right here, which is going to be our Amalfi Positano. And I'm going to apply a 3D effect to this. All right, so how do I do that? I'm going to go over here to my effects, and all I did was type in 3D, and then notice here is this basic 3D. So very simply, just I'm going to drag this on there. And then, of course, I now have this basic 3D effect that shows up in my effect controls. Now, I have to ask myself, well, how do I want it to end up? Just like I did with my position, I know I want it to end up at the 7-second mark looking normal like the rest of these. But when it starts off, it's going to be kind of flipping. It's going to be a little bit askew. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit this guy here. So it's going to lock right in to that particular time. All right, now I know that I want this particular time, I want my 3D to be non-skewed at that point. So now that my playhead is here, I'm going to go over here to my basic 3D and just basically tell it, hey, you know what? This is going to be a keyframe at some point, and then maybe it's even going to be a tilt at some point. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do at this point, so I'm going to put a keyframe on both of these properties. Okay, good enough for right now. All right, now, in order to actually see what it's going to look like, right, I might want to actually not go all the way back over here, because if it's at second 0, I can't see the actual effect. So just for the purposes of me being able to see the effect, I'm just now going to keep it here, maybe about the 5 or 6 second mark, and then ultimately drag over my keyframe so it starts off with that effect. Okay, so my goal is to make this kind of flip a little bit. So let's just see what swivel does, right? You can see that's going to allow me to do this kind of like swivel effect. Oh, left and right, left and right. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So you can see what 3D does. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. I can go ahead and remove that. I don't want that. Let's just see what tilt does. You can see, oh, okay. That's kind of interesting. So it's coming in from the top. So I may want to actually have that kind of look like it's like really flying from outer space, kind of like Superman 2, if you remember that. Okay, so when they're kind of flying through space. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just make that exactly-ish, just about that. All right, so it's going to kind of flip 2 times by the time it gets there. And you'll notice that it has a new keyframe automatically, right? Just added that on there, right? Which is pretty neat. Okay, again, I don't have to do anything. But now I need to move this to the beginning, right? So I'm going to simply just click and drag that. You got a little preview of what it's going to do. And now let's watch it. All right, that was a lot of turns. Okay, and it took a long time to do that. Okay, which is fine. You know, I'm not too unhappy about that. But maybe I'll just experiment with it. See what it does this time. It's going to come in a little faster. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Could be kind of fun. All right, and then let's just, for experimentation purposes, let's just now do our subway people. Let's go ahead and do the same thing, but we're going to have them flipping kind of left and right. Okay, we're going to be using a different one. So let's now go ahead and just say basic 3D. Okay, do that same exact situation. I'm going to go ahead and make it so I'm at the right place. Remember, you want to lock right in to where you know it's going to end, right? So bam, there that is. So just go ahead and say next keyframe. And now I'm going to say swivel. And in this case, I know I'm going to be using swivel because I know it's going to be going left over right. All right, and then let's back it off a little bit so I can see what that's going to do. And ooh, I guess I'm on the subway. Okay. And then just for fun, I could even decide to make it smaller as it's coming in, right? So why not? So I can go ahead and let's just say I'm going to make this start off a certain size. So I got this already laid out, and I know I want it to start off like that, but I also want to make it so there's going to be a scaling thing. So when it comes in, it's going to be small, and then when it lands, it's going to be the normal size. It's very important that we have this size at the end. So again, I start with the end. I'm going to say scale. It's exactly what it is right now. But then I want to start off small. So I'm just going to go ahead and let me just see what that's going to look like, of course. Let's go ahead and just make that really small. And then bring that from the beginning. And let's just watch what that's going to do. And it's going to grow, 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 and just pop right into place. So, you really just want to kind of think about this is, just a kind of a weird example, maybe not the most elegant, but I want you to kind of see it on this grander scale, how you might have kind of a more of a elaborate type of thing that you can do with all these different elements, right? We have positioning happening. We have 3D happening. We have swivel. We have tilt for different ones. We started off one way and we ended up another way. And then I just decided, you know what? Let's do a little bit of scale. And maybe you want to play around with the rotation. You're just trying to get a little bit of a visual interest. Okay. And again, if you're working with text, if you're working with another image on top of something, whatever it is to kind of just draw your user in, you can do that with this movement, with 3D, with size, with all kinds of different things. All right. And of course, we talked about color and black and white and masking, right? So there's so many things you can do creatively and uniquely with a lot of these tools, right? Now that you have the skills under your belt. Okay. So practice that up and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to switch up gears a little bit and start working with our blur effects. So we've been looking at a number of different effects so far, and we know how to actually search for our effects so we can find them. And in this case, we're going to be working with what's called the Gaussian blur. So we're going to put a blur effect on the outside of our video. So it kind of has this nice ethereal sort of glow around it, but it kind of draws your eyes in closer into the subjects, into the center of the subjects. So we've done a vignette before, and you can see a vignette is very similar, but it's going to be with kind of an ethereal black and white. With this, it's going to be an ethereal blur around the outside. Okay, so we are going to first of all bring in some video into our timeline. I'm just going to use these horses here, and you can see there they are. Okay, and they just cannot wait to be blurred. All right, so let's go ahead now and search for blur inside of our effects. And you see there's lots and lots and lots of different types of blur effects. We're going to work with the Gaussian blur, probably the most commonly used blur effect. So very simply, I'm just going to just drag that right on top of the timeline. And as you can expect, you're going to see here is, in fact, a Gaussian blur effect. Okay, and as you can expect, there is also these masks here. Okay, and you can also see there is the blurriness of the blur. Okay, and also a few other dimensions and everything like that, right? So we've seen this pattern so far with all of our other effects that we bring in the effect, and we have the ability to change it to whatever properties it is, but we also have the ability to add on a mask, okay? And then also we have the ability to do keyframes around it. So maybe that's a keyframe, you want to kind of bring it into focus, right? So there's lots you can do with this, right? To kind of just really sort of draw the user's attention in and have some visual interest, okay? So now I'm working with this, but instead of drawing out either the ellipse mask or just using a regular rectangle, the 4-point polygon, I'm going to show you how you can use the free draw. Okay, so very simply, right, I have my layer selected. I'm just going to go ahead and click 4 corners, 2, 3, 4, and then finish it up. Okay, and then this is now complete. And now let's go ahead and now and increase the blurriness. All right, and notice what happens as I do that. Okay, so the outside gets blurry, but maybe it's the opposite of what you want. Okay, I can do that, right? See? Now, if I play this, you can see I have this nice blurry square all around the inside. Okay, not exactly what I want, but it's a start. Okay, so you can see all my options here. Now, what can I do now as a result to make this kind of do a little bit more of what I want to do? I want to make it a little softer. So the first thing I'm going to do is play around with the feather. Okay, so I can just go ahead and bring that out like that. You'll notice how we get these little dashes in there. Okay, you'll also notice how this little kind of pin on the left-hand side is also expanding out. And I showed you earlier how you can also do it this way as well if you like. Okay, so that's pretty good. So you can see I have my blurriness at about 117. I can, of course, just type into that and just make that 120, nice even number. And then there's my feather, inside, outside. But, let's go ahead and just check it out. Let's just see. All right, pretty good. Subtle. I like it. All right, and then let's do a couple more things here. Let's decide, I don't actually want this like hard cornered square. What I'm going to do now is play around with these guys here, because notice I can actually click on these corners, right? So I can actually move it around, right? Notice how I can kind of get this little, what's called the Bezier handle, right? I can kind of move this around as well, right? See that? And I can go ahead and just bring it all the way in if I want to. But now if I want it to be round, you'll notice how the Bezier handle just happened to appear here, right? I'm actually going to do it using a keyboard shortcut, okay, using my Alt key or Option key on the keyboard. And you'll notice how I can now make this rounder, right? Holding down the Alt or Option key, and then I can go ahead and just make it more round, more subtle, okay? So it's not just so kind of a harsh thing there. I can very easily do that. Okay, now when I come back over here, I can now move this, and then I'm always going to get these little Bezier handles. You're going to see the Bezier handle come up whenever you're working with a round object of some kind, right? You have like round corners. You can very easily do that. Okay, so let's bring this one up and then bring this one down. And it's going to be just kind of barely noticeable, right? So let's just go ahead and I can also make that turn into a hard corner if you want to. All right. Fix that in there. Bring that in. And let's take a look. Okay, so now you can see it's a little bit more subtle. Okay, it's there, but it's not there. And then maybe I'm going to make this mask a little bit more kind of flush out. Now that I've made the feather a little more feathered, I might want to bring this in a little bit more. I like that. It's perfect. It's like a dream, right? That's kind of the effect that you're looking at there, where it's like, ah, okay, cool. But my eyes still go right into it. But we're creating this sort of ethereal environment, so kind of nice, right? So you'll want to experiment with that. Okay, now let's do something related, but a little bit different, where we're going to start using a keyframe on a blur. We're going to have it so we're going to make something be out of focus, if you will, for a little bit, and then it's going to go into focus. So we're going to continue on with this discussion of blurs, but we're going to use a different graphic altogether. Okay, so let me just close this out. All right, and then let's use our remapping from earlier. Okay, and then let's make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see it a little better. Okay, and then we're going to have this just kind of be out of focus and then eventually come into focus as we get a little bit closer. Okay, so how can I do that? Very easily. We're just going to just bring in our Gaussian blur. And you can probably guess at this point what I need to do. Very simply, I'm going to come over here to my Gaussian blur, and I'm going to start off by applying a keyframe simply by clicking on the stopwatch, and then it knows automatically, okay, this guy, he's going to start off doing something, right? There's going to be some kind of change leading to something else, okay? So in this case, I wanted to start off blurry. So I'll notice here I have my little diamond there. This is in blue. So fantastic. This is going to be blurry, 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 blurry. Okay. All right. So good enough. And I'm going to make it simple. I don't really necessarily need to draw any shapes or anything like that. I just want to go from blurry to not blurry, right? And that's it. So let's just find out kind of where she's going to be kind of turning around-ish, right? And of course, I can always move that to a certain place, right? So it's going to just come right into focus right around here. Okay, and you can do several different keyframes, so don't worry about it if you want to kind of match it up to one and it stays at a certain level and then it goes to another level from that level, you can very easily do that. All right, now, again, I don't need to say new keyframe, which I could. All I need to do is just make a change and the keyframe then automatically gets created. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and just say no blur. All right, and let's just see. So she comes into focus right around there, doesn't she? So it's like, okay, you know what? That should be moved to here. Okay, so that shouldn't take very long for it to just get into focus. So let's just take a look at it now. So you can see keyframe 1, keyframe 2. Okay, starting off with 48, right, of blurriness, and then it's going to go to 0. So you're going to watch this go down. Very nice. Very cool. Okay, so again, you're learning all of these different effects. You're learning all the nuances of the effects, but you're going to start to see patterns across the board in terms of applying the effect and using keyframes to then make movement happen between those keyframes, whether it's over time, size, okay, and all kinds of different things, right? And if you wanted to morph one shape into the other, you can absolutely do that. Okay, so we've seen several examples that can really allow you to be creative and create kind of, interesting visuals and experiences for your user. Okay, pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. We're going to continue working on the blur effect, but we're going to do something a little bit different where we're going to blur out somebody's face. Okay, they haven't signed the waiver, they don't want to be seen, whatever it is, maybe you just don't want somebody in the image with you. For whatever reason, we can blur them out. Now, that's pretty easy to do, as we know if something is just kind of sitting there, not moving, and they're still. But let's say we've got this guy who's moving around, right? Like, okay, you know what? That guy's going to sue us for $1 million because he's now in our video, okay? So we need to fix that. So what are we going to do? Very simply, we're just going to put on our Gaussian blur right there onto our image. And you're going to see that I'm going to have my Gaussian blur option right there. Wonderful. Now, you're going to see a lot of the same options. There's our blurriness, okay, and then some of the other things here in terms of any dimensions or anything like you want to do. And we'll also notice here's our masks, right? And then also here are our little stopwatches to say, hey, listen, this is going to be some type of keyframe, right? There's going to be some kind of movement happening, okay? So let's just see what we can do first of all. I'm going to go ahead and simply click on my ellipse mask. I'm just going to draw a circle of blur around this fella. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as we're not seeing anything around him. Now, what you might want to do if you make it too big is just adjust the feathering a little bit, right? So it's a little more subtle, okay? But of course, you can adjust that as you go forward, okay? Now, the next thing I want to do is actually make him blurry, okay? Good, so I cannot recognize him at all, okay? So that makes it nice and easy, okay? But watch what happens now when I play this. Uh-oh, look what's left behind, okay? And then I can now see the guy. Uh-oh, now we're definitely getting sued, okay? So what I need to do is start doing a bunch of keyframes along my mask path, okay? So now I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And then let's now watch it. As he moves along, what do we want to do? Okay, so notice here, because I chose that, I now have a keyframe of this set up here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just drag this over to here. And then, okay, with this selected, now drag this over to here. Okay, and now I should have a new keyframe, right? Let's watch it as it's now moving as he's moving. Oh, it's really trying to get away from me, isn't he? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that again. All right, let's come over to here. And now let's move it over to here. And then a new keyframe should now appear right there. Let's do it a little bit more. Probably even take him off the frame. And do that. And that should be enough. So let's check it out. Let's just watch it. Nice. Unrecognizable. Okay, maybe you got to do it for this guy and that guy, and it continues to go on and on and on from there. So pretty neat, relatively easy to do. Okay, now let's just try it for her, but we'll do it maybe in a slightly different way this time. This time I'm going to go ahead and draw out a mask for her, and this time we're going to use one of these automated tools to be able to do it. So let's go ahead and just draw one more mask. Okay, and I'm going to do it for her. Okay, and in this case, this is going to be another mask right here. You can see. And we're going to go ahead now and do the same exact thing with this mask path. But I want you to notice how we have this little guy right here, okay, to be able to track mask forward, right? So it's going to basically follow her, right, as she goes through, right, to be able to then just, okay, let's just watch her as she goes, right? I'm going to click on that play button. And then if she gets a little bit off the path, right, it's kind of looking at her face to see if in fact it is her. It's looking for like her skin and obviously her movement as we go past all this. Okay, and that took a little while. So now let's just go ahead and back up, and I'll just notice what we did here, right? You can see it has like a zillion keyframes to follow her along here. So now let's just back up a bit. And we'll just see, pretty magic. I did not actually have to do those one by one. You can see very nicely it did it for me as opposed to these guys. But there's a lot of keyframes. So again, that could take a long time, and it could, slow your system down a little bit, increase your file size. But let's just see the magic of what it's done, right? Pretty remarkable. Okay, so lots of cool stuff you can do now additionally with the blur effect, and now combining that with your different masks and keyframes, but potentially in a more creative way. All right, one more time. Let's keep an eye on that. And yeah, look at that. None the wiser. We are protected for another day. All right, practice that. Lots of good stuff there, and we'll see you in the next lesson. And welcome back, everyone. In this next video, we are going to switch up gears a little bit, and we're just going to do a little basic review on how to bring in some text. So we're going to go over how to bring in the text, how to move things on the timeline, how to do a little bit of background on the text, and then we're also going to go into some text modification in terms of formatting. So just a little bit of a primer to kind of get us going for the next few lessons. All right, so how do we do text? Super simple. We're going to go over to this area right here where we have the little T, and then when you click on that, you're going to see it's going to give me the option to actually draw out some text, and I just go ahead and type it out. Okay, and then I just go ahead and type whatever I want out. So I'm just going to go ahead and just delete that right now. So I'm just going to go back to my selection tool by hitting the V or hitting the selection tool and deleting that. Pretty simple to do our text, but what I want to do first is actually give it a place to kind of live as a title. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create kind of a background. Okay, and this is a little review from what we've done in previous lessons. So in order to create a background, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to this area right there, and I'm just going to go ahead and click on that and choose color matte. So essentially that's allowing us to have a background as just sort of like a title page, if you will. So when I click on that, it's going to ask me very simply, what's the size you want? All that looks pretty good, just kind of sticking to what my sequence width and height are. So I'm going to click on OK, and it asks me, hey, what color do you want this to be? And I can choose pretty much any color I want. If you're used to Photoshop or any of these, you can see you can choose whatever color you have here, and then bam, then go ahead and select it from here. right? So you can see I have the kind of the spectrum of different colors. And then I can just choose my actual color that's derived from this spectrum of colors. Now, if you know your RGB value, if you know all these other things here, you can go ahead and put those in. Here's your hexadecimal. If you want to actually do a little eyedropper and grab it from the actual stage, you can. All right, but I'm just going to choose a very simple black and notice what those codes are for the color profile. And I'm just going to go ahead and click OK. And now I'm going to call this black BG, just like that. All right, and you'll notice that that now appears inside of my project panel right there. And what I'm going to do now is, while holding down the controller command key, just drag that puppy in, and then notice how it just bounces over there or ripples forward for me. Okay, so that controller command key, remember, just bounces over there. If I didn't do that, let's just go ahead and back up for a second. Remember, that'll just eat it up. I don't want to do that. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and hold down the controller command key, drag it over there, and then bam, that gets now moved over. Now this is a pretty good amount for my text. You can see that's just black. Play it and then wait for it. It's gonna be about 5 seconds or so. And then bam, here comes the rest of my video. Okay, so you can see that's just gonna be a black background. And why did I do that? So I can put text right on top of that. All right, that's gonna be the first lesson that we're gonna do here. Okay, so how do we bring in the text? Exactly what I showed you before. Now moving the timeline back over here to the beginning, come over to here to text, or I can just simply hit the T key on my keyboard and then just simply click and drag to make a little text box there. I'm just going to type out ICELAND. And that's of course not that big. So I'm just going to go ahead and double click that. And wait a second, where do I make all of my very simple formatting applied, right? So I can't necessarily see that here. So what I have to do is go over to here to my captions and graphics panel. And then things get a little bit wonky here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just make that a little bit bigger, so I have a little more space to see my actual stage of my video. And over here on the right hand side, very importantly, you're going to see here is my essential graphics. Just right there. Okay. Now, once I'm in this, I want you to notice that there's actually two little tabs here. There is the Edit tab and there is the Browse tab. Okay, we're going to get to that in an upcoming lesson. So we're going to go over here to Edit, and you're going to see potentially some familiar options here. All right, so you can see here down the bottom is all of my font options and my alignment options, the size options here. And then if you have a lot of text here, like if you're doing just say credits or something like that, you can be working with your line spacing, also known as your leading. You can be working with your tracking and your kerning, right? So that's essentially going to be like the space between the letters. Then of course I have my colors, right? My fill color, and I also have my stroke color. So what we're going to do now is very simply just going to choose a font. I'm going to go over here, click on my drop down, and you'll notice that I actually have quite a few fonts to choose from. Okay, bam, like that. And you'll also notice that there's a little star option right here. So if I click on this star right here, notice what it does. It takes me to the items that I have starred in the past. So what does that mean? It's essentially a bookmark for all of your fonts. So I'm going to unclick that. And you're going to see if I just start, let me just go ahead and add on some other ones. There's kind of a fun one right there. Click that, right? There's another goofy one right there. Go to there. And now when I click on my star, very nice. Okay, so it's a really great way to add on fonts and also save them and have quick access to them. You also might be working with Adobe fonts. You can do that as well, right? So therefore, you're going to get a whole wide breadth of fonts that maybe are not available on your computer. So I'm just going to go ahead and convert this font from Tahoma to, let's just try Impact. And obviously not big enough. So what I'm going to do is take this little slide ruler here and just make that grow, grow, grow. And I'm going to make it centered. Okay, like that. And then let's make that centered just like that. Ooh, that's nice. I like it. So what I'm going to do next is decide, well, you know, maybe I want to do something else with this, like maybe a stroke. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And then here is the color of my stroke currently, which is just white. And then here is the width of the stroke, which is just 1 point. So obviously it looks very invisible right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on this. And then let's just go ahead and choose another color. I'll just choose green. And I'm going to make this by clicking and dragging a little bit thicker. Okay, so let's go ahead and just move that there. Now it's at 14. Okay, let me just go ahead and click away, and you can see very faintly, there it is. Okay, so maybe that's not the best choice because it's kind of on top of black. So maybe you want to choose something a little bit lighter, whatever, maybe a little bit thicker. So you have a chance to really kind of go in many, many different directions. Okay, so it's kind of spacing out right now on what the color of the Icelandic flag is right now, but let's just go ahead and try something maybe a little bit more kind of interesting. If we wanted to have another stroke on there, let me go ahead and just say, hey, listen, let's just do one more and just add that as another color. And let's just pretend that Iceland is actually Italy. Okay. And add on a red stroke. Now we can't see it. Why? Because the stroke is too small. So let's just go ahead and make this, let's just say 51. See what happens. Ooh, okay, very nice. It's smart enough to understand kind of, all right, let's make that a little bit smaller. Let's go ahead and go to 45. Let's go ahead and just type it in this time. Let's just say maybe 18. Okay, so a little bit of, kind of visual interest there. Let me just go ahead and bring this down a little bit more so it's not so dominant. Okay, gives it a little bit of texture. No, and that's not too bad. Now let's just go ahead and start adding on and tinkering with some of these other types of font, typography tools that you may not have worked with in the past. Okay, so this, if you're ever going to be working in Photoshop or InDesign or Illustrator, this actually will help you kind of understand some of that typographical stuff. So let's now focus on some of these items here, like our tracking. So I'm just going to go ahead and just bring this up a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and just drag that over and notice what it's doing there. See that? I'm able to control how much space is between the letters. Okay, notice I can even do it this way. Okay, so it's kind of interesting, right? So you have all that kind of control in the world if you want to be a little bit more creative, tracking negative or tracking much, much higher. Be able to have a little bit of space there, because this could also be for like readability, but it could also be for creativity and kind of artistry if you want as well. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of just tweak that a tiny bit, make that a little bit wider, click away. Now I can see what I've done there. All right, so let's see what other options we have here. Notice if you wanted to, I can make these potentially a little bit thicker by kind of doing this sort of faux bold, right? I can do this faux italic if I want to. You can make things all caps, small caps, superscript, subscript, all kinds of wonderful things here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and I kind of like both of those, so why not? All right, so let's go back to our regular selection tool, and then let's take a look at this, and I think we're pretty much good. So I'm going to keep this for right now. I'm going to pause the video, have you practice this, and then in a little bit, I'm going to have you practice this. We're going to come back and we're going to be doing some kind of effects on this and making it kind of do some more interesting things. We're also going to set it to some sound and all kinds of great creative things here. So go ahead, pause the video, practice up, and we'll see you in the next lesson. And now that we have the basics down with our text and how do we bring it into our timeline, let's now just do a couple other more kind of creative things. So the first thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to just make this go a little bit longer on my timeline here, so I can have this just go maybe about 10 seconds instead. So then when it finishes, it continues to go as an overlay on top of my already pre-existing video. Now the other thing I want to do is I want to make it so when my text comes in, right, you can see it's kind of coming in, but there's no sound underneath it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of steal this sound here. So I'm going to make it just like, hey, listen, there's some title coming in, and it's like, whoa, wait a second, what's happening? When I bring in this title, there's something kind of looming, right? There's something kind of threatening in there. Wait a second, what is it? And it's going to be the sound of this roaring waterfall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlink this audio from this video. So very simply, right click, and I'm going to say unlink. And now these are separate from each other. And then very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and copy, Control Command C and Control Command V. And then I'm just going to go ahead and bring that over and then bring that over in case it kind of swallows it up. It went in there because I had the timeline there, because I had the scrubber there. So ordinarily you'd have the scrubber where you want it to be placed. So, but this should be fine. And now Yeah, and that continues on from there. All right. Now, that's just kind of my first thing there. Just a little bit of, nuance. If you wanted to have, a background that's not overlaying the video, but you still want to have a little bit of sound there, that's a nice little trick. All right. So let's just come back here and I'm going to continue working on this type. Now I'm just going to do, maybe one or two different kind of effects in here. Maybe we'll see where we get with that to kind of just add in a little more kind of visual interest for us. So what I'm going to do again is select this and I'm going to go over to here to my effects. And what we're going to do for starters is I'm going to go ahead and just type out 3D over here in my effects. Okay, we've done a little bit of 3D already, but now we're going to do it with text. Now, I just want to kind of set your expectations that it's not going to be 3D like the way that maybe in After Effects can do 3D, but it's still going to be pretty cool nonetheless. So I am going to first split this because I only want this 3D effect happening like right there, at this little 5-second spot there. So I'm going to go back to my razor tool, or you can hit the C and then bam, that is now going to be set between two things here, right? So I just have these two separate clips. And as a result, when I apply my basic 3D, it's only going to be on this particular clip, not on this one, because I have something else planned for that. So let's just go ahead and just drag this on top of it. And if you can recall from other videos that we've done, that when you put some effects on a clip, you're going to now notice that we now have these effect controls, right, available. And you're going to see I have a number of different effect controls available to me by default, like my position, my scale, my rotation, all this good stuff here. And then guess what's waiting there for me is this basic 3D. Now we need to do, again, a little review on keyframes, right, which we've already done a lot in this course, but let's just go ahead and just talk about it once again. You'll notice here I have these little stopwatches there. That's essentially going to tell Premiere that I want to start a keyframe. I want to be able to begin some type of action that's then ultimately going to morph or animate into another action, right? I want a little bit of movement. So the keyframe is basically saying this is where the beginning of the movement will be. And that movement could be actually just a position on the screen. It could be the scale of the object itself. And in this case, it could also be some basic 3D, right? Or you can do a whole combination of them. All right. So in order to do a keyframe, super simple. Make sure that your timeline, where you want it to be, is at the beginning of where you want it to start and where you want it to be, all right, on the particular object you want it to be on, right? So pretty straightforward. This is where I want my keyframe to start. So let's go ahead and just see kind of like what these things can actually do first. Okay, so let me just go ahead and just swivel this a little bit, right? That's a kind of, it's kind of interesting when you're dealing with type, a little bit kind of more interesting than maybe an image, right? Because it's like not too much like cognitive overload. Let's now bring this back to 0. Let's just see what this does. Tilt. Kind of cool. Now this one's pretty neat. I'm just going to go ahead and bring this distance to image. Look at that. So you can kind of make it sort of fly off the screen. You see that? So it's coming at you. Iceland, and then okay, and there it goes, and it's just gone, right? Like, okay, where are you going with that, right? And then it maybe just disappears into something else. All right, so we're going to experiment with that a little bit for this video, and then we're going to pause the video and we're going to try it out with some other effects as well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reset this back, and now we're back to where we started. So let's go ahead now and just do a keyframe, starting off here, okay, just right there at the beginning of my clip. And I'm just going to say, let's just do tilt for right now. And then my tilt is going to be at 0. And then eventually, once it gets to maybe around here, it's just going to kind of go up a little bit. Okay, and then it gets to the end, and it's going to go right back a little bit. Okay, maybe it's even going to kind of overdo it a little bit. So notice that as I change the parameters here, the keyframes then get applied automatically. So pretty cool. So let's just watch it in action. Okay, not bad, kind of interesting, but let me go ahead and just change my mind on that, reset it, undo that, click OK. Let's just try another one. Again, coming back to the beginning of my timeline, beginning of that clip. Let's try one more. And let's just do a little swivel. And let's have this swivel kind of a little bit off. Right? And let's just have it come all the way to the end. And let's just have it go to the other side. Maybe about the same amount-ish. All right. And if I wanted to kind of do a little more, let me just go to move this timeline over here, a little more activity. Okay. And then let's do another one. Bring it over to here. Okay. Let's bring that back a little bit. Let's bring this back this way a little bit. And one more. Bring that back. Very smooth. So we can do kind of a cool thing like that. All right. So just to kind of give you a little taste of all the different kind of like subsets of this tool that you can use. All right. Now I'm going to remove all these. I'm going to say no thanks. And that gets rid of everything. Just reset this back to 0. And now let's just do this distance to image, which I think is kind of fun. So let's just go ahead and create a keyframe here. And you can see I made a little mistake. Look where it ended up. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to do Control Command Z, come back to the beginning. Then apply my keyframe. There it is. There's my little half diamond to tell me that the keyframe is about to begin. And for this one, I actually want it to be like super, super far away, right? It's going to be kind of like Star Wars style. It's going to come right in, and then it's going to be coming right at you. Okay, so how long you want that to take is totally up to you. Okay, but right now we're just going to do 5 seconds and then bring this back down to, let's just say 0 for now. And let's just see what that's going to do. Whoa. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Kind of a little bit of suspense comes in at you. And let's try bringing that so it's just going to kind of fly off the screen a little bit. So I'm just going to make that negative, and let's just say negative, say 100. So now let's see what that does. Okay, and then it comes right back to where we started from. All right, so there's a lot you can do. Like that 3D effect is a lot more than meets the eye, isn't it? So go ahead and practice that. We're going to do something completely different, just still working with type here. We're going to be doing a few other things with blur and some bevel and a few other things as well. So go ahead and pause the video, practice this. Practice it, with other elements as well, not just type if you want to just kind of see all the things that you can do. But with type, you definitely get some nice effect, especially when you incorporate it with our keyframes. All right, we'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, and welcome back. If you recall, within our last text lesson, we split up our clip that was 10 seconds into 2 5-second clips. So I'm going to keep this one here. We can see that. And then when it comes in, it's going to then just kind of jump right to where we were with this just plain old Iceland text. So you might want to have that sitting there. You might want it to do a number of different things. Totally up to you. But we're going to just kind of, again, be a little more creative with this and see what other elements that we can provide here using some of our effects. So let's now add on something really simple, but really kind of cool, is maybe a blur effect. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and go over here to our effects. I'm going to type out blur, and then I'm going to come over here to my Gaussian blur and just drag that down just like that. Now, not a whole lot happens yet. So what I want to do is start adding on my Gaussian blur options to here. So you can see here, not a whole lot of complicated options, is there? Which is kind of nice. Now I need to know, first of all, that, okay, when I do my blur, if I'm going to especially do a keyframe, I need to bring this to the beginning of my clip. So there it is. I can see that there. And you can see, all right, once somebody starts on the part of this clip, what do you want to have happening in terms of their blurriness, right? So you can see, what are my options? I have blurriness currently at 0. I have some different kind of dimensions, right? Where am I coming from? The top, the side, the bottom, all these different things here. And you'll also notice that there's other ways to control the blurriness in addition to working with our little numbers there to be able to slide it across or just type them in if you want to, right? Totally up to you. And of course, I have this option here for adding the keyframes. So what we're going to do for right now is I'm just going to go ahead and just do a slow blur. Okay, so it's going to start off not being blurry at all. And then by the time it comes to the end here, Okay, I want it to actually be a little bit blurry. So let me just go ahead and bring it over a little bit so I can actually see it, because when you get to the edge, it kind of just starts to overlap with the next clip. So I'm just going to at least bring it over here so I can see it. And now, how blurry do you want to go? Okay, oh, that's kind of cool. All right, so let's just check it out. And I'm going to make my sound a little lower, excuse me, so you don't have to listen to all that every time. So there it is. Let's actually bring this back up. Let's just see what it's going to look like from here. And then, bam, cool. And it kind of blurs out. All right, now again, if that's coming a little bit too slow for you or whatever you want to do, you can very, very easily fix that by just making this a little bit less time. So then therefore, this is just going to go a lot faster. Okay, and then it kind of goes into the next thing. All right, so that's pretty neat, right? So you can actually do that kind of blur on there pretty easily. Now, this is a nice way to do it. You can see that's pretty cool. We do all that. But let's say you want to have a little bit of control over the blur, right? You actually want to kind of mask in or out certain parts of the blur. So there's a little bit more kind of like control or nuance on that blur. So we're working with this really cool background, which is this waterfall in the background. So let's kind of just make it look like the waterfall is almost sort of like coming at it in a way, right? So it's like as the water and the text are sort of like intermeshing with each other, there's an effect that happens, okay? So how can we do that? And working with something called masks, okay? We worked with masks already in this lesson so far, so let's go ahead and do a little review on it, but maybe in a different context. So every time you see these little guys right here, that essentially means a mask, right? Like, do you want to see something or not? Do you want to mask it in? Do you want to mask it out? Okay, notice you can do different shapes of the mask, right? An ellipse, a circle. You can do something more rectangular or square. You can draw it out free form if you like. All right, so for this one, we're going to go ahead and just start from the beginning of this clip. I'm just going to just so I can see it there. And I'm going to go ahead and just draw out a very simple ellipse mask. And you can just see as soon as I do that, I get all of these options that appear here, all having to do with the mask. But understand that this Gaussian blur is kind of the boss, right? It's basically saying, I am masking in or out the blur, right? Do I want to see that or not? Okay, so again, the mask has to do with the effect itself. How much of the effect do you want to see? So for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and make it so it's going to start off not blurry, and then it's going to come in blurry, but I want to kind of do it really small. But before I do anything at all, let's just see what that effect even looks like. So I'm going to, let's just make my, let's see here. I'm going to mess around with, let's just see here. I can see it coming in just like that. Do you see that? So I kind of want to do the opposite of this, right? So let me just go ahead and try that out. So I'm going to say inverted, and notice what that does. It might start off blurry, and then it's going to end up less blurry. See that? So you can see, you kind of stare in the middle there. So that's allowing me to have kind of a window inside of it, okay, by doing the inverted. Okay, is that going to be a cool effect? I don't know. Let's try it out. So let's go ahead and we can make this move around if we want to. We can also resize this, right, if we want to as well. So we can go ahead and make that go like this. Again, just experimenting for right now, see what that's going to do. So now you can see, all right, interesting, but not that interesting in my opinion. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and delete this mask. You don't have to, but I want you to actually see how you can delete a mask when you're done with it. Certainly I can resize this if I want to, but I'm just going to go ahead and delete this mask by hitting the delete key, and then it starts all over again. I'm back to my Gaussian blur. So what I'm going to do again is come back over here to my ellipse, and I'm just going to go ahead and start this off nice and small. Okay, and I'm holding down the shift key to keep things in perspective there. I'm just going to make this kind of start off right in the middle here. Now, a really important part when you're doing something like this to kind of get a nice kind of realistic effect with a mask like this and with blurriness is to play around with some of these other options like your feather, right? And eventually it's going to be our mask expansion to make it so it's going to slowly come into play. Okay, so I've established that I do want to start it off kind of clear, right? And then it's going to come in blurry. Okay, so let's go ahead and now play around with that. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring my feather just like that. So it's going to be kind of a softer edge. It's going to look a little more kind of ethereal and a little bit more kind of natural, right? So pretty cool. And I'm going to go ahead and make this is going to be my first stop in my keyframe here. So starting from here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just say mask feather. I'm going to say maybe mask opacity if I want to play around with that as well. My expansion. All right, expansion is going to allow it to grow. So let's just again see what that is going to do. So I'm just going to bring this all the way to the end. And then notice again, I can make it so my expansion then grows. Okay, so you can see what it's doing now. If you look at my stage there, it's going to be nice and big. Okay, maybe you want to make it even bigger than that. Cool. And by the time it gets to the end, it becomes totally blurred out. It's like, whoa, I see what's happening there. So I had some control over it, right? It's not only the amount of blur that's happening, but where the blur is happening as well. Okay, so kind of a neat way to project that type of effect. Now, let's see it in action. This is going to happen relatively fast because guess what? I did it really only after about, a second or two. All right, so I'm going to be able to move that around if I want to, but let's just see it kind of come in real fast. And then bam, and now, and then that just kind of gets a little blurry, which I kind of like actually. You can see, whoa, and that just kind of fades away a little bit. Okay, so pretty neat, right? So you can definitely do a lot of different things with not just the effect itself, but when you add on something like a mask, when you add on the mask with the feather, right? When you add on the mask with expanding it, right? So it's actually growing, right? That circle grew from small to big to big to big. So it just kind of ate up the entire text, ultimately making it fully blurry, creating the illusion that like, oh, this is going into the water and it's kind of fading away a little bit. Okay, so in a second, we'll go ahead and do a little bit of an effect around making it potentially disappear, or we're going to do something called blending modes. We'll play around with that in a little bit. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to continue working with our text, but we're going to add on a different type of graphic to our text. And this is part of the same lesson because you're going to find the ability to draw graphics in the same area where you're going to find your text. So let me just show you what we're going to create. I'm going to show you how to create it. So let's just go ahead and watch this. We're going to keep that same little bit that we've been working on, that kind of Star Wars effect where it's kind of coming in from outer space. And then we're going to see a little graphic is going to be there, and we're going to watch it kind of grow and sort of underscore that text. Okay, wait for it. Next frame. All right, and then just for the purposes of this lesson, I did remove all of those other effects there. I just wanted you to see kind of what we can do. All right, so how did we do that? And how can we create it from scratch? So I'm just going to go ahead and just take a look at it. You can basically kind of deconstruct what's happening here. I have the shape here, which I'm going to show you how to draw. And we're going to be using our effect control panel. And we brought in something called the transform effect, right? And the transform effect allows us to have a little bit more sort of control over the types of things that we're going to do. And in this case, changing one keyframe's horizontal scale to another keyframe's similar, right? Horizontal scale again, but it's going to be a little bit bigger. So if we take a look at what's actually going on behind the scenes, you can see we're watching it grow. So really cool stuff you can do with this, right? It's kind of like, it's a vector graphic. So it comes in really nice and smooth. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. All right. Say goodbye to that. Thank you very much. Okay. And there's nothing there. And I'm just going to go ahead and go over here to my captions and graphics panel. And you're going to see currently, I just have my Gaussian blur effect on here, right? And I also have my Iceland text right here. Okay, now how do I bring in some type of graphic, right? There's not a whole lot of options here. It's very subtle. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this little guy right there. And when you click on it, you're going to see a whole bunch of options appear here. Okay, so if you want to bring in some more text, if you want to, vertical text, but then there's your option for shapes, rectangle, ellipse, polygon. And if you want to bring in from a file, you can do that too. You can bring something in right on top of it if you like. Maybe it's your logo, something like that. Maybe it's another image altogether. You just want to have it on top of it, right? Just a picture of you, something like that. This is where you can go ahead and superimpose something right on top of it. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and just do a really simple rectangle. You'll notice that as soon as this pops up, you can see I have the ability to change all the alignment options here. I can change my color of the fill, my color of the stroke, right? You can do all kinds of great things with it. So let's just go ahead and start off with some of our basics. Notice here it says shape 1, right? It's another layer there. And I'm just going to go ahead and just bring this down. And I'm just going to maybe just size it how I want to size it right now. Let's make that just like so. Don't worry about it because we're going to do a lot of this stuff in the transform options as well. Okay, so go ahead and maybe zoom in a little bit so I can really kind of get into it. All right, let's make it so it's going to be perfectly centered. Okay, and now I'm going to bring in my transform effect onto here because it's going to give me more options. I'm going to apply it to this little bar that I just put on there. So how do I do that? I'm going to go over here to effects, and I already have transform already put in there. It remembers it. And I'm just going to very simply drag that on top of here. All right. And you do get more options. I know it seems like, wait a second, there's a lot of transformation options already within my graphics and effect controls here, but we are going to get a few more options here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and scroll down until I find my shape in there. It's kind of buried, so just keep that in mind, right? Because over here I'm working with my graphics and all these other things here. It's going to be a little bit confusing. I'm going to come down here to my shape. And then here's where I can see, oh, there's my transform. That's great. And then you can see here's the scale option. Now notice that horizontal scale is grayed out. Uh-oh, what do I do? Because I want to be able to actually adjust it so it gets wider, wider, wider. By default, this uniform scale is checked. So I'm going to go and uncheck that. And now, bam, I can see it's lit up and I'm able to then do exactly what I want to do. So let's go ahead and just bring this back to the beginning. And I'm going to say, hey, listen, I'm going to start off as a keyframe, making this a particular, size, whatever that's going to be. So that's how it's going to start off. Maybe I want it to be even smaller than that. Okay, so I can go ahead and make that smaller, just the same. If I like, right? You can see, let's go ahead and make that a little smaller, a little bit tough to grab. Maybe I want to drag that in. It's going to make it, here we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and make it so when it gets to the end, it's going to grow. Okay, so notice there's my keyframe, right? And as soon as I go do this, let's actually back this up a little bit. Okay, so I can see it. Move this back, yep. Okay, and then let's make it, watch it grow, grow, grow. And while I'm still here, I can probably do this even manually, right? If it's not doing what I want it to do, don't worry about it. And that is going to be my end product. So let's just see what that is going to do. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, and if you wanted to, you can then do the same thing now to your type here, right? So it's like, all right, let's make it so this has a little bit of movement on here if you like, right? So you can see I can very easily do that same thing. Now keep in mind again, we need to make sure that we're working on the right thing. So you can see here is my Iceland layer, right? Here is my shape 1 layer, right? So just keep in mind that we now have these kind of new layers to work with here. So maybe I'm just going to do kind of just a little subtle thing that as this is coming in, it's just kind of growing, growing, growing a little bit. So like this is not the only thing that's moving there. Okay, so what can we do? Really, really simple. Let's go ahead and just start from the beginning. And I'm going to now play around with my scale, right? So just notice here, scale size, and you can see when it comes in, it's going to have a certain scale. That's my keyframe. So I'm going to make that just a tiny, tiny bit smaller. Not so small where it's kind of like, what's going on here? I just want it to be a little bit smaller. So then when it kind of comes in with some kind of movement, it's at least kind of, having, it's not kind of asleep the way that the other one is, right? It's like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool, right? Oh, I like that. All right, now Let's just see here. Let's watch it. That comes in, then bam, and then here it is. And as you watch it, see, it's just really subtle because as that shape grows, this is also growing too, right? See how it kind of reaches the end of the frame? So it's like the eyes kind of notice that. They're like, wait, that's not really moving, or like that is moving. So it kind of pays attention to like the sort of the static or sort of moving movements. So it kind of helps with that sort of visual interest and that sort of animated experience for the user, kind of making it a little bit more enjoyable. So experiment with this, play around with the movement of objects, play around with all of the different transformation options, seeing how you can animate things, how you can use these animations to underscore different parts of your images, your text, making sure that you incorporate some of the other effects, like working with our different masking options, working with our different types of transformation, right? Where we can actually go a little bit deeper into it, right? And then just, using these things creatively, knowing that we have all these different tools under our tool belt to be able to kind of go in a lot of different directions, but in this kind of symphony of using a number of the tools all together. All right. So practice that, maybe practice even bringing some of your own images in there and see what you can do with, movement, size, all the good stuff that we've covered today. All right, we'll see you in the next lesson. And welcome back. We are going to continue on with our advanced text tips and tools using something that in Photoshop and InDesign and Illustrator, you call a clipping mask. So pretty neat effect. What you can do here is we can make this text be more or less kind of a window through itself to show what's behind it. But that's all it's going to show. It's pretty much going to like mask out everything. And we're going to use this type as kind of just like, again, as a mask or as a window to be able to see through it. So in other words, when we're done with this, all we're going to see is like the waterfall coming through the I, the C, the E, etc., but nothing else. So it's going to be kind of a nice little sort of teaser effect. As the text is coming in, we see a little waterfall. We're going to hear a little waterfall through the type, and then eventually it's going to come right in, and then Iceland, as its form that we were seeing it earlier, will then show up. And maybe we'll do it as a nice little transition as well. All right, so how do you do that? Let's run through the process. So notice where my playhead is here. Great, I can see everything. And what we need to do is we need to put a certain type of effect on our video, okay? Because that's going to ultimately let the video know that something is above it, and it needs to sort of allow kind of that type of control of the clipping mask to come through to show the video in that format. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to here to the effects panel, and you can see here we are, effects, okay? And then over here, we're just going to do a quick little search for something called track matte. All right, and then notice as I type out the word track, this is going to come up here. Now, the key here is you want to actually drag the track matte key to the video layer. All right, now it seems kind of counterintuitive, not to the type layer. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag this over here. And not a whole lot happens, nor should anything really be expected to happen. Because what we need to do is we need to go over to our effect controls and then make some changes. So if we scroll down, we're going to see that there is now this track matte key effect put on here. Okay, and there's a few other options here you can see, and of course there's our masking and everything. So what do we need to do in order to make this work? Very simple. You're going to see where we have this option where it says matte, and then right now it says none. We're going to change that to right now where it says V2. We need to map that. So it's actually going to say, hey, composite using what? And very simply, I say V2 or video 2, and then like magic, look what we've done. How cool is that? It's that easy. Okay, so just backtracking, we have to actually have our type on top of it. And also just as a little side note, I'm using a nice big blocky text. It tends to work really well, right? And then I just went and did a search under the effects, track matte key, and I dragged it over to the video, right? And then I went over to my effect controls, and then I just changed that, right? Super easy. If I choose reverse, let's see what that does, okay? Kind of the opposite, not the same effect we want, but you can see kind of what it's doing, all right? Now, Let's play it and let's see what that's going to do. And let's also hear it. Nice little teaser. Okay, and then maybe I'll want to do a little bit of a, transition there as well. But what I also want you to notice is that from my previous videos, I also have like that little kind of slow growth that's happening with my scale kind of getting larger and larger and larger. That also maintains itself too. So again, knowing that we can have multiple effects. And I think this might deserve a nice little transition. So just watch that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to transition the video right here. So we just want to make sure that it's going on the video itself, but not on here. It might look a little jumpy. So let's just do our default. So if you recall, we can go over here to our video transitions and we can see that my default, notice has a little blue square there. It's cross dissolve. And if you want it to be something else, you can just simply right click on it. And then it's going to highlight both of these, right? Make sure that this is now going to be transitioning from this to this, and then just do Shift D, and then that is going to transition really nicely from there to there. Okay, lots of noise there, but you can see cool little effect right there. It just goes right into it like that. And there you have it. Okay, so I'm calling this a clipping mask, and that's what this chapter is called because that's how we call it in other Adobe platforms. But this is pretty neat, kind of different creative ways you can do this. All right, so experiment with that, and we will see you in the next video. Have fun. And welcome back, everybody. We are in Roma now. We have left Iceland, and we are going to learn a pretty cool new trick working with text in this case, but it could really be anything. But it's going to be about working with a very particular type of masking. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a demonstration of what we're going to create. I'm going to kind of go under the hood a little bit, deconstruct it, show you what we've done, and then we're going to learn how to do it. So my goal here is to have when these people walk across here, as soon as they hit Roma there, Roma starts to disappear, almost creating the illusion like they are kind of wiping away Roma, right? So let's just see what that looks like. See that? She's kind of wiped it away. All right. And of course, the timing and everything, you can establish how that exactly you want it to look, even the shape of how you want it to look. For the purposes of our exercise, I've just made it a very simple rectangle to be able to do that. Okay. So what's actually going on under the hood here? Let's just kind of deconstruct this, see what we've done, and then let's just see why it's doing it. So I happen to have my text layer right there, and right underneath there, I now have this mask different set of parameters here. And then within that, I have this mask path, and then I have these two keyframes. And the two keyframes are relating to this guy right there. Okay, so basically it's saying, hey, this rectangle is going to move from here to here. Now remember what a mask does, right? It's going to reveal it or it's going to conceal it. In this case, we're making it conceal it, okay? But we're doing it on a timeline basis. So essentially that rectangle, right, is going to be moving right from here to here. See that it's just kind of following it along there, watching her path as she does that. Okay, now you'll also note that this is very, very flexible, right? So if I really kind of want to match her maybe a little more naturally, right, to like how she's walking, I could potentially do that. I can move this that way, whatever you want to do to kind of make that happen. And you'll see it's still kind of like does its thing. It kind of like goes right to that. But of course, I didn't do it right on the keyframe, so it's going to be a little bit different. I just added on a new one. But let's just see that. Good habits. Okay. And let's just go ahead and do that from the beginning now. So I'm just going to go ahead and just delete this. I'm just going to right click and say clear. And let's just see how we can do this from scratch. All right. And again, it's going to be kind of a rough version of this. You'll be able to experiment with all kinds of different custom shapes. Could be just a basic rectangle like I've done, right? You can tweak that rectangle like I just showed you. Could be an oval or a circle, but you also have this lovely little Bezier kind of like pen tool that you can work with a free form if it's going to be something a little bit less kind of linear and geometrical. And this, of course, could be moved around, but let's just establish where in the timeline this is going to start, right? You can see as soon as her foot hits that, it's as if she is kind of just smoothing away Roma, or maybe we want to make it her whole body. Okay, so I can make it so I'm just going to go a little right arrow to go frame by frame, so I don't have to use my little shaky hand to deal with this. So maybe this is the part where she starts to kind of fade things away. So cool. That's a little magic spot there. Maybe you want to make a marker. This is something you want to come back to. All right. So how do I deal with this now? Again, within my little text Roma layer here, I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that that's selected. There I have that. And then, again, just for the purposes of ease, I'm just going to go ahead and just do a very simple rectangle. Now, you'll notice as soon as I do that, everything disappears, right? Why did it do that? It assumed that I want to just like mask out everything kind of that's around this. So essentially, I don't want to do that. I want to do the inverse of that, right? I want to do the opposite of that. So if this happens, don't be alarmed. We just need to choose inverted, and then you do that, and everything then comes back. Okay, but now I want you to notice now, if I now move this over here, this is now starting my process of the masking. All right, so good rule of thumb, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make sure that this is big enough to do the masking that I want to do, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and just make that so it's going to fit over the entire word. Okay, so you can see, is it tall enough? Let's just make sure. Let's kind of overdo it a little bit, just so there's nothing kind of peeking out on top. All right, and then let's bring this over here. And again, just kind of waiting. We know exactly where she's at. And then maybe we want to even kind of do like how the angle of her step, right? It's kind of a cool effect there. Okay, so it's just kind of like, oh, she just kind of kicked it away right at that time. Okay, excellent. So that's going to be our first sort of like starting point. And maybe let's now start it when. We need to start it right here. So we need to tell it we are going to be doing a masked path keyframe. So it's going to start right there. Boom. Excellent. No big deal, right? Then we need to find out, okay, well, when is this going to end essentially, right? So let's just continue going and going and going. And just notice how this little playhead moves as well. It's very important. And we're focusing on her. We don't really care about him. She's the master of destroying Roma. Okay, so as soon as she's kind of out of the frame, that's when we decide, okay, cool. That's when we want things to essentially be done. Okay? So let's now go over here to our effect controls. You click back on mask, and you'll notice here, this now gets highlighted, and so does this. Okay, so our instinct is maybe to click on one of these, but you want to click on mask so we can then see the mask. All right, the actual mask shape that I've drawn. And then as soon as I now click and drag on this, I'm going to hold down the shift key to make sure it stays straight. I let go, and lo and behold, look at that. A new keyframe automatically appears, right? And it's going to be stitching that movement together. All right, so it's really cool. So now you're probably hanging on the edge of your seat. So waiting, okay, so how do we do this, right? How do we actually watch it? How did it do? That's more the question. So let's just see here. Wait for it. All right, and you'll notice I kind of messed up a little bit. It's not so bad. It's okay. So let's come back to here, and now let's go back to the beginning. Okay, and then good practice. Let's just do that so it snaps right into place. And I was a little premature with that. No big deal. All right, and now let's watch it. Okay, and possibly a little bit not fast enough, so we can take care of that as well. So let's just now bring the keyframe back in a little bit, okay, so we can see like what can be happening here. So it just kind of catches up a little faster. So let's just bring this in just a little bit more. This might be kind of a spice to taste situation. Cool. All right, pretty good. Let's watch it one more time. Nice. Okay. Now, if you don't want kind of like that sort of like soft thing that's happening there, you see it's kind of like it's a little bit kind of eating it up. You can bring down the feathering if you want to as well. So let's go back to original keyframe and let's just bring that down to 0. Okay, great. And now that's going to be just more of like a hard cut through it all. Okay, not bad. So now you see how that can be done pretty much anywhere. And again, that might, require a little bit of tweaking, right? Let's just go back to here and maybe I would kind of bring this in or whatever you want to do. Okay, now keep in mind, if you wanted to, you could also add on some other little nodules here, right? So if I now hold down the control key or the command key on the Mac, you can then kind of control kind of like the little shapes of it. So if you really want to get granular with this, if you hold down the control key and just kind of click, 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 right, you'll see you can then just get right into it to kind of add in more path points to be able to have a little bit more of a kind of shape that's going to fit your object. Okay, so I can kind of do that or whatever it's going to be. So let's come back to this one, and that might be something I'm going to do here, where I'm going to add on. There we go. Right, so you just kind of want to experiment with this, right? If you really want to have that kind of level of precision, you can absolutely do that. It keeps wanting to rotate, which I do not want to do. So let's just come back to here, and then that's exactly what I want to do. All right, and then one last show. Let's just see what it does. All right, I like it. All right, everybody, go ahead and practice that up, right? See what you can do with that. Maybe going in a different direction. Maybe you're coming in from the top. Maybe you're using kind of not just people, you're using nature, using an animal, right? Could be so many things, but really, really cool effect. Try it out, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. All right, and welcome back, everybody. In this lesson, we are going to go just a little bit deeper into working with some of our basic templates that are available to us. So if we go over into our essential graphics, you're going to see how there is My Templates over here, and there is Adobe Stock. So we're just going to take a look at kind of what just comes built in day one within Premiere. And then we're going to go and see what's available online for us to download for free, and even some premium ones through Adobe Stock. So we just take a look at all of these. We'll see there's all kinds of different great titles. There's for credits, right? You can see there's all kinds of different things for captions. Just the list goes on and on. You can see some of these are even ones that we've downloaded. So let's just take a look at maybe some of these more kind of simple ones for right now, and we can see how we can work with them. So I'm going to go over here to this bold title. And then let me just move everything over. So this is going to be overlaying it. It's a really cool way. And just go ahead and click and drag. And now wait for it. And you'll see as I play this, nice little animation, some text. Okay, it overlays it. Cool, and it goes right away. So when I click on it, I want you to notice a few things here. That on my effect controls panel, I'm going to see a whole bunch of things happening without me having to do anything at all. And what are those things? A lot of it's really just like keyframes, right? Saying this is going to, get bigger. It's going to ease in, ease out, right? You're going to see it's going to move, right? All kinds of good stuff. You'll also notice that as a result of me having like your title here in episode, I now have, right, all of those elements here, including a shape. Okay, so earlier we talked about the ability to draw out a shape where we were kind of making it sort of underline and kind of going, underneath it, right? And kind of growing, right? And kind of creating that type of animation. This is a really nice way to show your titles as just like a nice little framing. Okay, so that's essentially going to be what? Just a shape with just a stroke and no fill. Okay, so now you can learn from what some of these templates are doing. Now, of course, I do not want this to say your title here. I can very easily change that. So you can see there it is. And then I'm just going to go ahead and just double click on that. I'm going to type out Italy. It's great. And then I'm going to come to here and I'm going to double click on that. I'm going to say Rome. Okay, and then just click over to here and we'll see how that now sticks for me. And it's now my video. I have now borrowed that and it is now my own. Cool, Italy, Rome, and then watch it bounce away. Cool, love that. And the timing works perfectly with that, gentlemen. Okay, so that's one thing you can do, right? So pretty cool. Now, let's go a little bit deeper and talk about how we can get some things within Adobe stock. So let me just go ahead and I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to move this over just a tiny bit, just a scooch. And I'm going to go over here to Browse now, and I'm going to go over here to Adobe Stock. All right, now I have a certain number of Adobe Stock items here because I have chosen free right here. So when I click on free, you're going to see it's going to filter it out to just a certain number of them. And the free ones are actually pretty cool. And you'll see that I'm looking at what, about 8 of them here. And if I click on this, I'm going to see another 8, and the list goes on and on and on. And they're really kind of very diverse and varied in terms of the styles and in terms of the intention of these. Okay, so let me come back to the beginning and let's just take a look at one that you might want to use, right? And just keep in mind also, before you use them, you'll need to actually click on that guy, right, to license and download. Even though they're free, they just need to make sure that you're kind of agreeing to things. All right, so I'm going to use this diagonal title, and you'll notice as I move my mouse over it, I'm getting a little bit of a preview of what it's going to do-ish, right? You can see that one's going to kind of do it. So what I'm going to do now is just simply click and drag and bring this over here and watch it, first of all, to see what this does. Okay, and they just kind of pop out from there. I like it. Okay, so far so good. Now, of course, this is not like an educational thing, but they've given me placeholders to be able to put in my own content, right? Which I really like. So what I can do very simply is go back over here to edit, right? Making sure that this is selected so I can see what in fact I'm editing. And you'll see there's actually quite a bit going on here. We have these individual text items. Hey, we also have these rectangles, right? You can see there's a rectangle there. There is that right there. And then there's that right there. And just notice how it's actually drawn out using the pen tool. Okay, so you can see if you wanted to do some of these things, you can very easily do that yourself. Okay, just like we showed you in previous lessons. All right, now I want this to maybe come out a little bit later. Okay, let's just move this. It's going to snap right to my playhead. Okay, very good. And what else do I want to do? I would like to change this to travel, Italy, Rome, right? And then there's my hashtag. Okay, and then click away. And if you can't see the whole thing, by the way, notice how it says fit right there. So you can make that just fit right in there. All right, and if these guys are not doing what you want them to do, you can go ahead and just move them in place. If you want to zoom in a little bit, you'll be able to zoom in and just kind of have a little more control over what we're seeing here. And also keeps wanting me to, definitely loves me to okay, I'm holding down the shift key while this is selected, and I'm able to then just kind of nudge this over with my arrow keys. Very good. All right, now let's go ahead and have that fit one more time, and let's watch it. This is mine, mine, mine. Cool little animation. That comes up, that comes up. Love it. Okay, let's watch that one more time. Looks like I got a little extra G in there, so it's an easy fix. Boop, that's gone. And one more time. Yes, excellent. Wow, how cool is that? So really what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to just explore a little deeper. There are so many of these, and they're all relatively easy to edit and take in as your own, really. So just experiment with these, go deeper. Maybe you want to pay for some of these. It's totally up to you. But I think what you can get from these as well is you can get some ideas of what's available for you right? What's available in terms of different creative ideas, right? So there's so much you can do, just like just learning about the little box around it, different kind of animations, different kind of keyframes, right? So many things that you can just kind of like steal from, if you will. Okay, so experiment with that, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, everybody, and let us now discuss our last lesson of this class, and that's going to be green screen, how to work with green screen. Let's discuss what a green screen is. So sometimes you see people who are, standing in front of some beautiful monument, but they're not really there. Maybe they're standing in front of a weather screen, right? But they're not really there, right? We're going to look at something they're going to be in front of a big, beautiful waterfall, some of the waterfalls that we've seen in this class already. And we're going to have somebody who is not actually at that waterfall appear to be there, okay? Now, this person was filmed in front of a green screen. Okay, it's literally a green screen. And a green screen can be done in many ways. Just you can kind of really fake it. A lot of people will just kind of film themselves in front of, a wall that's green, right? You can paint your wall green. Some people will have even like a sheet that's green. Okay, now just keep in mind with things like that, with a sheet or something that's not flat, you may have some kind of lighting issues. So you want to just kind of make sure that your lighting and your shadows and everything are relatively flat and consistent. There are ways to adjust that green screen if it is in fact coming in like that. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be green, by the way. I'm going to show you the fact that it can be a different color as long as you're actually what we call keying out that particular color. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to my green screen folder here, my bin, and I'm just going to drag out this green screen clip, MP4, and we'll see here is this guy standing right there. And as we play this video, you'll see, okay, kind of staging it, saying, the great outdoors. Okay, but he's not really outdoors, is he?
The great outdoors.
Okay, so let's go ahead and make him go outdoors. So how do we do this? Okay, what I'm going to do first of all is get rid of that green screen right behind him, so it really does appear that nothing is behind him. So essentially we're just kind of blocking that out. We are keying that out. So I'm going to go back over to my effects. And I'm going to come over to here and I'm going to type out the word ultra because I'm looking for something called the ultra key. And notice where it is inside of the video effects. It's inside of the folder called keying. So very simply, I'm just going to drag this effect onto my clip. And nothing happens, right? You'd expect it to just go away, but we have to do some extra stuff here to actually make that happen. So I'm going to go over to here to my effect controls, and we'll see, just like we've seen a million times in this class so far, all of our different effects. And now, because I just brought in this ultra key, I just have to do one very simple thing, and that is adjust the key color. And you'll notice here is my little color picker. You can even do a little eyedropper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click that. And now I could very simply now choose the color that's on here, basically saying, hey, that is the color I want to sort of key out. All right. And just also one thing to note is that when somebody is doing your green screening, make sure they're not wearing something that's kind of similar to what's the background too, because right now it's looking for everything that's this color green and it's going to remove it, right? So it's going to essentially just be transparent. And again, it could have been another color if you want as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on my little eyedropper, choose that. Now that's green. I click OK. And that now goes away. All right, so it looks like he's just kind of in a black hole, but the reality is it's just transparent all behind him. So very simply, all we need to do is now bring in a video that's going to be underneath him. So what I'm going to do very simply is just move this up here to another layer, right? Because right now it's on V1. I'm going to move this up to V2. All right, and let's find something. Where does he want to go today? So let's go now to a waterfall. Okay, so let's go to here. Let's go to behind the waterfall. And very simply, all I'm going to do is just drag it right over there underneath it. and wait for it. And whoa, man, he just traveled far and wide to get here. Okay. Now, before we kind of go any further with this, there are potentially some adjustments you might want to make, right? So there's definitely things that you could potentially do if necessary, right? So let me just go ahead and just scroll down back over to here and just know that there's some things that you could really kind of get into like pretty deeply in case you really wanted to kind of tweak this a little bit, right? So you have your matte generation, your matte cleanup, spill suppression, all these things here, right? Go to here and I'll just kind of exaggerate it a little bit. So let me just go over here to kind of choke. You can see it's kind of maybe taking away from what he's got there. Let me just go ahead and reset that so you can see the difference there. Soften. Okay, let's see what soften does. See that? So maybe you want it to be a little more of that. Okay, so kind of similar to that, but you can see it just kind of feathers it a little bit. Go ahead and reset that. All right, and really a lot of this is just kind of a spice to taste if it doesn't come in the way you want it to. If the image in the background is not coming in how you want it to, you can go ahead and play around with it. Okay, just maybe try one or two more. See what they do. See that? So that's kind of bringing that in a little bit or kind of going in the opposite direction. Okay, and we'll go ahead and reset that. Now, once it's reset and we're pretty happy, let's go ahead and just play this from the beginning. And there you have it. Pretty cool. No, let's stop that. All right, excellent. So now you know. All right, so really, really useful in a lot of different scenarios. Kind of, you'll see it everywhere, whether you realize you're seeing it or not. Green screen happens, and it is definitely a neat way to just kind of bring up a little bit of variety, a little bit of visual interest, a little bit of trickery. All right, so enjoy that, and thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. We really covered a lot in this class. Let's review what you learned. We covered the benefits of using adjustment layers, how to improve our videos using color correction and other enhancement techniques. We covered the concept and application of masking to give us control over different effects and different animations. And speaking of animations, you learned several different techniques for using keyframes, including blurring, scaling, panning, and more. We also did a nice deep dive into several creative text techniques. And lastly, you learned how to use green screen to take your viewers to any background imaginable. Please remember to come back to review this video anytime and keep practicing on the courseware files. I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to seeing you in the next class.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget we also offer live classes in Office applications, professional development, and private training. Visit learnit.com for more details. Please remember to like and subscribe and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for choosing Learnit.